Chapter 150. People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _1, of course, Qiu Shuijing came back to his senses. He looked at Bai Lian, seriously explaining, as long as you're shortlisted, people will approach you. If you win third prize, the Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely invite you to become a member, and then you won't have any trouble applying to local calligraphy associations. The higher the ranking, the better, of course. If you win the first prize, it goes without saying that you might even become a senior member of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At this point, Qiu Shuijing did not continue. He realized that Bai Lian was more concerned about Xiangqing, so he continued to talk about these resources. Many children in Xiangqing like to learn calligraphy, but the area is remote and lacks teachers. Very few families like the Ren family hire famous teachers from Beijing, so most people are self-taught without any formal instruction. By the way, Qiu Shuijing suddenly remembered something. He stared at Bai Lian with sparkling eyes. How old are you this year? 2. Bai Lian, thinking about the Orchid Pavilion Prize, started to reply instinctively, then hesitated. She lowered her eyes and after a long silence, said, 19. 19. The eyes of the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau shone brightly. This age, she would still be very young the next time she participates in the Orchid Pavilion Prize. After making sure that Bai Lian will participate, Qiu Shuijing and the other person both sighed in relief. He solemnly cautioned Bai Lian, you should practice your calligraphy more during this time. Your brush strokes are still a bit unsteady. You need to submit your work by next week. The deadline for the Orchid Pavilion Prize was drawing close. After Bai Lian left, the principal turned to the two of them. Mr. Qiu, director, shall we go have dinner first? Sure, the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau finally showed a smile. As he headed out, he looked in the direction Bai Lian had gone. Being shortlisted is certain, but I wonder if she and young Mr. Qiu can win the third prize this time. 19 is too young in age. I didn't even ask her what her CCPT score was. Qiu Shuijing walked out, knowing more insider information than the other two, and sighed, and this time, the Orchid Pavilion Prize is like a dragon's den of hidden talent. Just Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun are too eye-catching. But it's not a big problem, she's still young. By the next Orchid Pavilion Prize she is sure to astonish everyone. The principal did not understand these matters and listened quietly. What if Bai Lian writes an even more brilliant piece during this period? If she could win, a 19-year-old third prize winner, then in another 3 years, she goes on to win the first prize, the director thought and couldn't help but chuckle. By then, our Xiangqing will also be seen by them. The Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely allocate resources to us. These thoughts were overly optimistic. Qiu Shuijing looked at the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau wordlessly. Dreaming day by day that Qiu Buqing would win a prize was one thing, but now he even dared to dream of a first prize. Bai Lian returned to class 15. Pu Xiaohan was talking to someone else about Qiu Zhuzheng's lecture from that morning. Mr. Qiu really is my idol. The meaning of reading is why, to read for oneself. Zhang Xiais was lying in the back, asleep, while Ning Xiao and Yang Lin were busy solving practice questions. Bai Lian sat back in her place and slowly pulled out her physics practice book from among a pile of books. When Pu Xiaohan saw her return, she abandoned her conversation with the others, turned around, and asked Bai Lian in a low voice, what did the principal want with you this time? Another promotional video? No, Bai Lian said, casually uncapping a pen with one hand and leaning back in her chair. Then she suddenly looked up and smiled at Pu Xiaohan. Why didn't you get good at calligraphy? Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and shrugged her shoulders. Just a little bit I learned from the teacher during big character class in elementary school, then later I learned on my own watching videos online. She sounded somewhat proud by the end of her statement. Everyone studying calligraphy knows that with a teacher's guidance, one can avoid many detours and lay a good foundation more quickly, making writing much easier. Calligraphy is profound and complex, and without a teacher, it's difficult to improve. Yet Xiangqing didn't even have a calligraphy association. Those with any amount of achievement all settled in the Beijing Writers Association. Most of Xiangqing's population is made up of ordinary laborers without the means to hire a calligraphy teacher from Beijing to instruct their children. Pu Xiaohan was also like that, mostly self-taught. Opportunities to hear a lecture from Qiu Shuijing, like today, were almost non-existent. Bai Lian lowered her head, her fingertips pressing down on the practice book, lowered her lashes, casually writing on the physics test paper. Pu Xiaohan wanted to boast to Bai Lian about how she had found many videos to learn on her own. But looking at Bai Lian with her head down, she inexplicably felt a sense of sorrow emanating from her. Pu Xiaohan swallowed the words she was about to say and just watched Bai Lian slowly work on physics problems. Chapter 151, People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _2 In fact, for these 2 weeks, Bai Lian spent most of her time on biology, occasionally exchanging ideas with Ning Xiao when he encountered a difficult physics problem. It was at this time. The whole class 15 suddenly fell silent. Feeling a chill on her back, Pu Xiaohan's sixth sense made her turn around swiftly, sit up straight, and start working on exam problems from the past decade. Out of the corner of her eye, sure enough, she spotted the elusive Lu Lingxi at the window. Everyone else in the class was seriously doing their homework, except for Zhang Xiai's, who was still busy sleeping. Lu Lingxi walked up to him quietly and raised her hand. Zhang Xiai stood up with his ear being pinched and caught sight of Lu Lingxi. Lu Mom, spare a handsome guy's life. How late did you play games last night? Lu Lingxi sneered. Zhang Xiai's, I just, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2:59. Not a minute past 2, this was his final act of defiance. You think it's fine to sleep during the day and play games at night, huh? How many times have I told you, Zhang Xiai's, in today's society without a diploma you'll face setbacks in everything. Lu Lingxi let go of his ear, pleading earnestly, and then pointed to the back of the room. Go stand at the back. Zhang Xiai's reluctantly took his book and went to the back. After Lu Lingxi finished speaking, she looked down as Bai Lian finished a question, and then gently said to Bai Lian, come out for a moment. Zhang Xiai's was amazed at her quick change of demeanor. The principal said he wants to give your contact information to Mr. Qiu. Lu Lingxi was telling her this. I can give him your number. Is that okay with you? That was fine. Bai Lian nodded. Saturday. Director Chen came to look for Ming Dongheng. Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were not around, so he was much more relaxed in his seating. There's another match for Mr. Bai next Tuesday. If he wins, his score will reach 3rd place. Tickets. Ming Dongheng poured himself a cup of tea. His words were succinct and cool. They're already prepared. Director Chen took out freshly printed tickets and handed them to Ming Dongheng. He had been in high spirits these past 2 days, having managed 2 issues in Xiangqing with perfection after Bai Lian's advice, earning high praise from Elder Qin. The 2 of them were still talking. Outside, a servant brought in a woman. Young Master Ming, someone from the Traditional Calligraphers Association is here. Ming Dongheng glanced slightly and grunted in acknowledgement. Being a naturally cool person, his presence became even more intimidating after following Jiang Fulai. Director Chen didn't know who this Miss Su was and looked curiously towards the door. A tall woman in a plain white dress walked in. Despite Xiangqing's weather not being too hot, she didn't even wear a coat. Upon entering, she slightly lowered her head, not daring to casually look around. Young Master Ming, she stood to the side. Noticing there were only 2 people sitting on the sofa, she paused slightly. Director Qin. Director Qin clearly recognized the woman in front of him. He poured himself a glass of water too. Su, what brings you here? The teacher sent me to fetch something. Su Yajun stood to the side, her reply very cautious. Ming Dongheng knew she would come. He glanced at Su Yajun and, not recognizing her, spoke indifferently, "Sit for a while, I'll go upstairs to get it." Su Yajun quickly nodded. Only after Ming Dongheng left did she feel a bit more at ease and took a seat to the side. "Oh, by the way, the president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was adept in both calligraphy and painting, known for writing in the Liang style, and often joined Elder Qin for tea. Director Qin was very familiar with her. Is President Xue in good health lately?" A servant came over to pour a cup of tea for Su Yajun. Su Yajun took it with thanks and then slowly said, "The teacher is well. A few days ago, he went to enjoy tea and admire calligraphy with Elder Qin." Director Qin smiled upon mentioning Elder Qin. He looked at Su Yajun, his expression growing much lighter. Ming Dongheng came down with a rectangular wooden box from upstairs and handed it to Su Yajun. "Hold on to this, give it to President Xue and don't open it." He was used to being cold. Su Yajun quickly stood up and received it with both hands formally. Oh, Director Chen suddenly realized upon seeing the wooden box, recalling how President Xue used to bother Jiang Fulai frequently and had been driven out many times by Ming Dongheng. "This is for the exhibition, right?" He was still speaking. His phone in his pocket buzzed. Seeing the name displayed, Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood up briskly. "Hello, Uncle G, fishing." "Great, I love fishing the most, wait for me." He couldn't bother with the people in the hall any longer and rushed to Ming Dongheng. "Mr. Ming, I need to go fishing with Uncle G, keep the tickets safe." Chapter 152, People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _3 After saying that, Chief Chen walked out. Ming Dongheng still heard Chief Chen talking to his subordinate. "Go prepare fishing gear for me, Ming Dongheng." "Gee, uncle. Who the hell is this Uncle G that Chen Yongkuan is calling for?" Ming Dongheng's expression became increasingly cold as he gazed at Chief Chen's retreating figure. His hand brushed something. Su Yajun, still standing to the side, was also very surprised inside. Gee. She had searched all over Jiangjing and hadn't heard of anyone with the surname Ji who could elicit such a strong reaction from Chief Chin. Who was this Uncle Ji? Ming Dongheng glanced at Su Yajun and asked coldly, "Does Miss Su have any further business?" He politely addressed her as Miss Su. However, Su Yajun didn't dare respond and quickly stood up straight, glancing subconsciously upstairs before saying, "I won't bother Mr. Ming any longer." Once out of the iron gate, Su Yajun's complexion lightened significantly. A white car was waiting on the next street. Ji Mulan sat in the front passenger seat, looking ahead until she saw a white figure, and Su En, who was in the driver's seat, hurriedly got out of the car. Since Su En had gotten out of the car, Ji Mulan naturally didn't dare to remain seated in pretense. She followed suit and got out too. "Miss Su," Su En greeted Su Yajun with a smile. He was an acquaintance of Su Yajun's father. She nodded at him with a light smile. "Uncle Su, you'll be staying for 2 days. I appreciate your help this time." Su En knew that Su Yajun was calling him Uncle Su in honor of his father, and even though Su Yajun was polite, Su En didn't dare to truly consider himself her uncle. "This is my future wife, Ji Mulan," he then introduced to Su Yajun. Su Yajun wasn't interested in who Su En's wife was, but upon hearing she had the surname Ji, she turned to look at Ji Mulan. She instinctively remembered that phrase, Uncle Ji, Chief Chin had just mentioned. "Are you from Jiangjing originally?" Su Yajun asked Ji Mulan, her demeanor somewhat strict. Su En was surprised by Su Yajun's attitude, then laughed. "She's not from Jiangjing, she's from Shangqing. She came over for a project and took the opportunity to see her father." Ji Mulan, listening to Su En's words, wore a smile that was impeccable. But her heart was extremely uneasy. She had already tried so hard to escape Shangqing, but everywhere she went, she couldn't shed the shadow of Shangqing. Sure enough, when Su En mentioned Shangqing, Miss Su's smile faded a lot. Su Yajun no longer pried into the matter and got into the car. In the car, Su-en checked the rearview mirror, noticing Su Yajun still holding the wooden box in a hug, not placing it on the seat. The box's length suggested a scroll. Whose calligraphy is this? Su-en had done his homework over the past couple of days, determined to keep the conversation going with Su Yajun. Upon hearing this, Su Yajun was startled, then shook her head. I got it from Mr. Ming. As for whose it is, it's better for you not to know. Su-en was startled. As soon as Su Yajun mentioned Mr. Ming, he knew which Ming it was. Only Ji Mulan, sitting in the front passenger seat, was silent. She didn't understand most of what the two were talking about. The Lanting Award is about to begin. I thought Miss Su would stay at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Su-en smoothly changed the subject. I want to congratulate you in advance for winning the first place and top prize. Su Yajun had shone brightly in the CCPT Level 9 exam at 18 and was invited to join the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At 20, she participated in her first Lanting Award and won the third prize. This year was her second participation. Everyone loves hearing sweet talk. Su Yajun was not surprised. She gave a light laugh, her gaze drifting out the window. The top prize is possible, but the first place should be Xie Jinyan's. He has more wrist strength than I do. I guess a solid second place then. Chapter 153, 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update, _1. There were only so many people participating in the Orchid Pavilion Award, and Su Yajun only admitted that Xie Jinyan was better than her. As for the others. As for the third place, she had never even considered it. Su-en looked into the rearview mirror, full of admiration. Even getting second place is amazing. Since the Orchid Pavilion Award has been established, only one female scholar has won the first prize. If Su Yajun were to get the second place, her popularity would be even more intense than Xie Jinyan's. This point, Su-en was also very clear. She became increasingly jealous of her old classmate. In the passenger seat, Ji Mulan was holding her mobile phone. She couldn't join in the conversation, so she just searched for information about the Orchid Pavilion Award. As for this Min Shao, Xie Jinyun, and Chairman Shui, she had no idea. As it was Saturday, Bai Lian and Ji Heng had lunch at Ji Xian's home at noon. This place might be demolished, Ji Xiaojun said with furrowed brows at the dining table, bringing up the matter. Shen Qing was also unusually silent. Bai Lian sat quietly to the side, eating her meal leisurely, listening to their conversation. Ji Heng bowed his head to pick up the tobacco pipe, lit it, took a puff before speaking. The government hasn't issued a notice, so it might not necessarily be demolished. Don't worry, let's go fishing this afternoon to relax. That's right, Shen Qing suddenly laughed and served Bai Lian a helping of vegetables with chopsticks. Places like ours, which developer would take a fancy to us? Eat, everyone eat. Ji Xiaojun relaxed his frown slightly and picked up his chopsticks again. Where shall we go fishing? Xiang River. Ji Heng, who always had a poor appetite, didn't eat much, only urging Ji Xiaojun to eat faster. Xiaochen will also join later. Let's secure a few good spots after we finish eating. After lunch, Ji Heng took Ji Xiaojun for fishing. Bai Lian picked up her backpack and went to the library. Just as she walked out, her mobile phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lance. Lance, hello. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Hello, Lance. Traditional Chinese medicine is simply magical. Lance, image. He sent her an image. Bai Lian closed the door and casually clicked to view it. It was a diagnosis of an illness. Bai Lian, and yen, asterisk and, percent hashtag at percent. After replying, she didn't care whether the person on the other side could understand her or not. She walked slowly out, just flipping to a vocabulary app when a new message popped up at the top of her mobile phone. Mom, where are you? Have lunch with us at noon. Your Uncle Su has an important guest. She thought she was building social connections for Bai Lian, giving her a leg up. Bai Lian paused slightly. This was the first message from the other party, and only then did she realize that the original host still had her on WeChat. She clicked through to the message and saw a very long page of conversation with Ji Mulan, almost all messages from the original host. From 2 years ago, Mom, where are you? Dad brought that pair of siblings home. Mom, why aren't you coming back? I won't be willful anymore, I'll study well. The original host seemed to treat Ji Mulan as a recorder, noting down everything. The last message was from 3 months ago. Dad took away the letter of introduction you gave me to become an apprentice. Ji Mulan hadn't replied to any of them. She stubbornly believed that she was doing what was best for her daughter, unable to accept her daughter's mediocrity, and after encountering a marriage crisis, she left the original host alone. Today was the first time Ji Mulan sent a message. Bai Lian stopped, took a deep breath, and almost with a cold expression deleted Ji Mulan from her WeChat friends list. Then she tilted her head slightly back, hand resting on her heart, as if she could feel the despair left by the original host in this world. Outside the community gate, a black car was quietly parked opposite, with the car door open. Jiang He was squatting at the front of the car, hands covering his ears, staring intently in the direction of the community entrance. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood in a black shirt, coldly standing there. Apparently too angry to care, he had unbuttoned the top button of his collar, and his solitary, cold gaze rolled over Jiang He like a chilling moon, aloof and proud, without a trace of emotion. His figure was tall and slender, his profile as if exquisitely sketched to perfection, yet passing pedestrians didn't dare to approach them. Bai Lian stood at the community entrance for a while. Her mood gradually calmed down. Today, she was dressed in a grayish-blue long dress, with a white long coat on top. The coat didn't have any buttons, just casually left open, with clusters of dark green vines embroidered on the cuffs and the front of the coat. They curled upwards and swayed gently with the wind, seeming as though they would burst forth from the fabric, reflecting against the various colors of poppies around the hem of her dress. What's wrong with him now? Bai Lian stood beside Jiang He, bending down to look at him closely for a moment before putting away her phone, lazily tilting her head to ask Jiang Fulai. Chapter 154, 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update, _2 Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He. Qi Lu made dishes for lunch that he doesn't like. Jiang He is particularly picky about food, unlike normal people. The chefs at the Jiang family know his preferences, and they always make a dish or two that Jiang He will eat. But Qi Yundai was unaware, and after realizing Jiang He wouldn't eat anything, he cautiously added that picky children don't grow tall, which caused Jiang He to sulk by himself until now. Jiang Fulai had held back the whole way, not scolding him. He merely listed the dishes that Jiang He would not eat for Qi Yundai. Bai Lian nodded. She had gone back and checked last time. Children with autism have peculiar personalities, and almost all the dishes Jiang He refused to eat were of the same type, which might have caused him some trauma. So even Jiang Fulai held back and refrained from scolding him. When the three of them arrived at the library, Ming Dongheng just happened to bring Jiang He's meal over. He stood silently behind Jiang Fulai, reporting to him, "I've already given the stuff to the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association." Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Traditional Calligraphers Association and did not know Su Yajun, so he simply referred to the others as people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Because Jiang He needed to eat, Bai Lian and the others stayed in the coffee shop on the ground floor of the library. Jiang Fulai sat in the chair of the coffee shop, casually draping an arm over the back of the chair, his brows conveying a clear sense of aloofness, responding with only a "hmm." Bai Lian crossed her legs, leisurely taking out biology questions and working on them. "Right," Ming Dongheng began, seeing that Jiang Fulai seemed in a good mood. "The Traditional Calligraphers Association was asking if you might consider being a judge again." Before he could finish, Jiang Fulai looked at Ming Dongheng indifferently. With a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Ming Dongheng, the one joking wasn't him, but Chairman Shui. Waiting until Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at him, speaking to Bai Lian beside him, Ming Dongheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and tagged Jiang Shijue in the group chat. Ming Dongheng, at Jiang Shijue the works have been given, Jiang Shao refused everything else. This time, Jiang Shijue replied very quickly. Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue, you're still alive. Jiang Shijue was very direct. I don't believe it. Su Nanjing, press 1 to prove you're not a robot. Ming Dongheng, heh. Ming Dongheng, you guys don't understand. He put away his phone, cautiously glanced at Bai Lian, and then puffed out his chest. Bai Lian spent the afternoon studying in the library. At 4 o'clock, she received a call from Qiu Shuijing, who asked how her practice was going. When he learned that Bai Lian had been at the library doing homework all day, Qiu Shuijing was noticeably silent. You haven't practiced your calligraphy at all today? Yeah, in the science and engineering section on the second floor, apart from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, there was no one else. Bai Lian held the phone in one hand while methodically drawing with the other. Come over to my place, let me see your normal standard, Qiu Shuijing suggested diplomatically. Your principal said you were in good shape last time. Calligraphy requires serious practice, practice makes perfect. He pondered for a moment. Then recalling Bai Lian's indifferent demeanor from last time, he couldn't help but feel she was somewhat unreliable. I have an old wolf hair brush here and I also have Xian paper. It would be perfect for you to take back and practice with. Qiu Shuijing composed himself. You should come over and try it. Calligraphy is also very strict about the tools used. For an old calligrapher, wolf hair brushes used for decades are desirable, their tips soft yet resilient, and the brush as a whole strong in waste power. The older the Xian paper, the better. This is also one of the reasons calligraphy is an expensive hobby. After a moment's thought, Bai Lian agreed, okay. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai, overhearing her conversation with someone, held a black pen between his index and middle fingers, the tip resting on snow-white paper. He looked at his wristwatch on his left hand. Are you leaving? Yes, Bai Lian replied languidly as she methodically packed her books. I'm going to a teacher's house. Jiang Fulai nodded his head. He glanced at Ning Xiao sitting opposite him, tapping his fingertips on the table leisurely. Then, he carelessly slid the paper across to her. Ning Xiao tentatively collected the draft paper. I understand it now. Beside him, Pu Xiaohan did not dare to look up. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian had left that Pu Xiaohan lifted her head. She looked at Ning Xiao in awe. How did you dare to ask him about the question? Ning Xiao fell silent for a moment. Actually, it wasn't bad. Compared to Tang Ming, he was normal. Pu Xiaohan glanced at the paper in Ning Xiao's hands, unable to understand anything written on it. The Qiu family. Qiu Shuijing put aside his work, waiting in the hall for Bai Lian to arrive. Qiu Buqing returned from outside. Grandpa. Chapter 155, 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update, _3. He looked at Qiu Shuijing, wanting to say something, but remembering Grandpa's attitude last time, he didn't dare to speak. Qiu Shuijing lowered his head, slowly took a sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on the doorway. Don't go out these next few days, practice your large characters more, polish your temperament. Qiu Buqing went to meet the Rin family. Rin Qian wanted him to make contact with Qiu Shuijing on his behalf. But when the words reached his mouth, he didn't dare to say them. About to go upstairs to practice calligraphy, the gatekeeper brought someone in. Teacher Qiu, student Bai has arrived. Not just anyone could enter Qiu Zhuzheng's residence, he had informed the gatekeeper in advance. Bai Lian crossed the threshold, slowly walking in. She was carrying a school bag and greeted Qiu Shuijing politely. Teacher Qiu. Her brows and eyes relaxed and casual. Qiu Buqing did not recognize Bai Lian. His eyes flicked over her before he intended to go upstairs. "You're still in the library." After a long silence, Qiu Shuijing spoke seriously. "You may not necessarily win third prize this time. There are many participants in the Orchid Pavilion Award." Qiu Buqing, who was about to go upstairs, paused in his steps. He turned around abruptly, looking at Qiu Shuijing. "Grandpa, you recommended her for the Orchid Pavilion Award?" Qiu Shuijing frowned slightly. "That's right, her calligraphy is very unique, and her artistic conception is much stronger than yours." Qiu Boqing's gaze shifted to Bai Lian. He rested his hands on the stair railing and looked at Bai Lian with an inquisitive and competitive air. "What did you score at level 9? Hearing his question, Qiu Shuijing also looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian's cold white face showed little expression, only raising her eyebrows slightly as she slowly inquired, "What level 9? CCPT." Qiu Boqing's face became colder, his eyes growing colder as he watched Bai Lian, the inquisitive look fading away. "Calligraphy and painting ranks, you haven't taken this test." Bai Lian was not even clear on what CCPT was, merely frowning. "Do I need a certificate for that?" "What does a certificate prove?" "It seems you haven't even taken level 9. Qiu Buqing withdrew his gaze, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He looked towards Qiu Shuijing. "Grandpa, who exactly is she? Why would you prefer to recommend someone who hasn't even passed level 9 over recommending my junior sister?" Qiu Buqing, Qiu Shuijing slammed down his teacup with a snap and scolded, "Mind your language, once you've seen student Bei's work, you'll understand." Qiu Buqing was very dissatisfied that Qiu Shuijing hadn't recommended Ren Wanxian. "Let's wait until she has passed level 9. Qiu Buqing turned around and went back upstairs. Behind him, Qiu Shuijing shook his head. Unlike Qiu Buqing, he knew that Bai Lian was unaware of even the Orchid Pavilion Award, not to mention CCPT. It was beyond his expectations yet rational, which made him all the more curious about who Bai Lian's teacher was, which hermit it could be. "He's taking up for his junior sister, don't take it to heart," Qiu Shuijing apologized to Bai Lian. "I indeed haven't taken it." Bai Lian shook her head, then immediately brought up another matter. "Do all these now require a certificate?" She seemed to learn a new term. "Examinations for certificates. Without a certificate, one would not be recognized." "Let's go try out the brush." Qiu Shuijing led her upstairs, explaining as they walked, "Not just calligraphy, even traditional Chinese doctors need a certificate to practice. Practicing without one is against the law. Without permission from law, it's forbidden. Even traditional Chinese doctors need certificates." Bai Lian followed, murmuring in amazement, "So the wandering herbal doctors no longer exist?" "There used to be some in Xiangqing." Qiu Shuijing was surprised by the archaic term Bai Lian used and after a moment's pause, said, "Later, due to the need for medical practice certificates, these people disappeared." Bai Lian fell silent for a bit. She was now starting to understand why Lu Lingxi was always managing Zhang Xiai's. Qiu Shuijing opened the door to his study, solemnly took out a pen box from the drawer, opened it to reveal a dark brown weasel hair brush. "Try this brush today, see if it feels right for you." He also took out some plain white paper. Letting Bai Lian test the brush first. Bai Lian uttered an "hemichem," no longer thinking about the certificate issue, placed her school bag aside, and then approached the desk, noticing at first glance the weasel hair brush Qiu Shuijing had brought out. With her eye for quality, she could naturally tell that this brush was very precious. Qiu Zizhang's desk was large, and he was stooping over to grind ink. He smiled at Bai Lian. "Go ahead and try." Bai Lian nodded slightly, took the weasel hair brush in her right hand and lightly held up her somewhat wide sleeve with her left. She dipped the brush in the ink, bent over, and wrote a large Xiang character. This was the first time Qiu Shuijing saw Bai Lian write in large characters. The strokes were fluid, the brush tip penetrated deep into the character. Today's character was even better than last time's. This indicated that her performance last time was not a fluke, but her normal level. There it is, Qiu Shuijing stopped, looking at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. Although this time many master's students have joined, I believe you will definitely get third prize. Third prize. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment. Please wait. What? Qiu Shuijing didn't understand. Bai Lian carefully placed the weasel hairbrush down, lifted her right sleeve, revealing a brilliant ribbon inside and a silvery white small ball tied around her wrist. Qiu Shuijing watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian effortlessly removed the metallic white sphere from her wrist. Chapter 156, Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_1 People who never pick up a brush to write large characters will never know just how difficult it is to keep their wrist steady when lifting the hand to write. Wrist strength is the most basic of fundamentals. Men and women are naturally different, so when Qiu Shuijing first saw Bai Lian's calligraphy, he thought it was the work of a male. It was evident from her solid brushwork, but now, as Qiu Shuijing watched Bai Lian remove the chunk of metal the size of an egg and calmly place it aside, he felt an urge to swear for the first time despite his usual composure in practicing calligraphy. He wasn't Chinju, he didn't deal with iridium or even recognize it. Looking at the silvery white metal, he could only think of iron and alloys. Judging by its size, it seemed to weigh more than half a gene, which was already enough to make him question his life's choices. This isn't your hand, Qiu Shuijing began to speak, unable to restrain himself. You've been carrying half a gene of iron in your hand. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up the iridium Bai Lian had set aside, wanting to weigh it himself. As soon as he got a hold of it, Qiu Zhizheng's half-spoken sentence stopped abruptly. Classmate Bai, how heavy is this? Qiu Shuijing couldn't tell and simply turned his head to ask. His face was almost expressionless as he asked. Bai Lian placed the iridium down, lifted her brush again, and upon hearing the question, she tilted her head slightly and casually replied, just 2 gene. Just 2 gene. Qiu Shuijing couldn't believe it. Do you know what you're saying? Yeah, Bai Lian dipped her brush in ink and seeing Qiu Zhizheng's hesitant expression, she raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Qiu Shuijing looked at Bai Lian's serene and slightly calm face. How could she be so calm saying that? The best method to practice wrist strength is by hanging sandbags and practicing balance every day. Qiu Shuijing looked at Bai Lian and exhaled slowly, but very few can truly do it. To my knowledge, even Xia Jinyun can only manage to practice with a 1 gene weight, and even then, he is extremely outstanding. Even so, he only practices with that weight and doesn't carry it around all day like you, classmate Bai. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Shuijing had only heard of a few people in the Traditional Calligraphers Association who practiced writing this ancient way. The current president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association is one of them. Anyone who practices writing with weights in the calligraphy world leaves a brilliant mark, but only those few masters practice this way. Yet Qiu Shuijing never expected to encounter someone in Xiangqing who practiced writing with hanging weights. And it was 2 gene. He looked at Bai Lian, eagerness and anticipation apparent in his eyes. This time, at the Orchid Pavilion Awards, Xiangqing might indeed secure a place. I see. Listening to Qiu Zhizheng's explanation, Bai Lian just smiled faintly. 2 gene. Bai Lian didn't understand Qiu Zhizheng's shock. This was how everyone used to practice writing, and the martial artists carried sandbags heavier than hers, with 2 gene being just the starting weight she practiced with. It was very normal for martial artists to endure hardship. She had just become accustomed to this body, so she had used only 2 gene. In the past, her teacher, wanting to temper her character, had her wear a 1 gene weight from the age of 6, moving to 2 gene when she was 7. As time went on, the weight she bore on one hand increased exponentially. So, the current 2 gene were just the beginning, and she was far from reaching her peak. In her view, it wasn't that heavy at all. As Bai Lian thought this, she began to write another, Xiang, character. Without the restraint of the iridium, her strokes were swift, almost effortless. A Xiang character, as if a crane danced into the sky, appeared before their eyes. She loved the subtlety of concealing the sharpness within the strokes, creating a thunderous yet unmanifested power with just a single character. Qiu Shuijing hurriedly reached out and picked up the paper. He then carefully blew the ink dry. Teacher Qiu, Bai Lian placed her brush into the washing pool, cleaned it, and set it aside. Then she picked up the iridium, lowered her gaze and methodically strapped it onto herself. Do you think this could win second place if I submit it? She was not quite sure about the current level of calligraphy research or if her wrist strength had returned to its peak. Never mind second place, Qiu Shuijing placed the paper properly, his eyes flashing as he looked at Bai Lian. I think you might even win first place this time. I'm a bit eager to see the selection at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. The Calligraphy Circle places great importance on the triennial Orchid Pavilion Awards, having already predicted the winners of the first place early on. Especially the competition between Xie Jinyun and Su Yejun. But Qiu Shuijing felt that this time, Bai Lian might just be the dark horse to shine at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Chapter 157, Mr. Qiu, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lianlian _2 Qiu Shuijing brought out a pile of rice paper and also packed his precious wolf hair brush that he had cherished for many years, pushing them into Bai Lian's arms. Teacher Qiu, my calligraphy. Bai Lian, hugging a pile of paper, was also handed the wolf hair brush. She wanted to tell Qiu Shuijing that she could do without this kind of brush. But Qiu Shuijing simply wouldn't listen to her. You go home first, practice well, bring out your top-notch state, it'll take care of your leave from school. Alright, I also want to admire your calligraphy, so I won't walk you downstairs. He ushered Bai Lian out, and to prevent her from returning the rice paper and the wolf hair brush, Qiu Shuijing even locked the door behind her. Holding her backpack and the papers and brush, Bai Lian stood outside the door, staring at it for a long time before she finally started walking downstairs. Downstairs. Qiu Buqing was sitting on the sofa, quietly talking on the phone with someone, his gaze briefly landing on Bai Lian as she descended from upstairs before quickly shifting away. He had no fondness for someone who sought fame by unworthy means. After Bai Lian had left, he hung up the phone and went upstairs to find Qiu Shuijing. Grandfather, you must give me a reason. He stood outside the study, without entering, a person who hasn't even passed level 9, don't you think it's a joke? Qiu Shuijing stood by the door, looking at Qiu Buqing. Don't judge people by their credentials, you should first take a look at her calligraphy. But we do examine all sorts of certifications, Qiu Buqing interrupted Qiu Shuijing. Didn't you initially take her as your closed-door disciple because you saw that your junior sister got her level 6 certification at the age of 9? If she could, why can't Wanxian? This was something Qiu Shuijing couldn't refute. Because it was a fact. It was now an era that looked at credentials. Wherever you went, they would list what certifications you had received, how many points you scored. Having certifications meant you could go anywhere in the world. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Shuijing indeed thought this way, but what set him apart from Qiu Buqing was that he had lived through times when credentials weren't necessary. You don't need to speak for Wanxian anymore. Qiu Shuijing shook his head slightly. I have already registered Bai Lian for the competition. In a couple of days, she will go to Jiangjing with you all to participate in the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Not far from the Qiu family's house, on the road, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were still waiting for Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng wasn't there. Jiang Fulai was driving, sitting in the driver's seat, slightly surprised when he spotted Bai Lian carrying a bunch of papers. Why do you have so much rice paper? He recognized at a glance that it was rice paper in her hands. It's for practice, given by teacher Qiu, Bai Lian said, sitting next to Jiang He, placing the brush case in her backpack, holding the excess of rice papers in her arms. With one hand holding the papers and the other resting lightly on the car window, revealing a faint hint of red, she appeared nonchalant with a strangely enchanting sense of mystery. Practice. Jiang Fulai started the car as soon as he saw her settled. Bai Lian didn't hide anything, resting her chin on the rice papers, practicing large script for the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Jiang Fulai's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily at her words, the Orchid Pavilion Awards. That's on Tuesday. Are you going to Jiangjing? I suppose. Bai Lian wasn't quite sure, speaking in a lazy drawl, staying for 2 days. Not going to spend a few more days in Jiangjing. Jiang Fulai slowly started the car, seemingly making a suggestion. Spend a few more days. I have to come back for classes. That seemed like something she would do, thought Jiang Fulai as he quietly glanced in the rearview mirror. The car stopped at the Purist Street intersection. Approaching 6 o'clock, Jiang He was still going back with Bai Lian today. Jiang Fulai tapped him on the back of his head from behind, lightly warning him, don't cause trouble. He would visit the laboratory every day. Today was no exception. The day was still young. Bai Lian, carrying her black backpack and a bundle of rice paper, stood at the Purist Street intersection. Her white, lightweight jacket fluttered with the wind as the clustered embroidery at the hem swayed. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Fulai stood there watching Bai Lian, her tall figure as clear as the bright moon. Those around who wanted to talk to Bai Lian hesitated to approach. Especially Mao Kun, squatting nearby, who initially wanted to talk to Bai Lian, but upon seeing Jiang Fulai, he squatted down again, holding back. Go on, Bai Lian chuckled, I'll watch you leave. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement and walked back to the driver's seat. He drove off, and when he turned a corner, he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Bai Lian still standing lazily in place, watching the car leave. Once the black car completely disappeared, Mao Kun dared to approach Bai Lian. Sis, Mao Kun came over with a cigarette in his mouth, trying to help Bai Lian with the rice paper. This is, he looked towards Jiang He. Jiang He, my friend, Bai Lian handed the rice paper to Mao Kun casually, heading into the alley. Chapter 158, Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_3 Bai Lian's friend. Mao Kun straightened up with respect as he looked at the expressionless cool kid holding a ball like Rubik's Cube. So it's Xiaoga. Hello, my name is Xiao Mao. Jiang He glanced at Mao Kun expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Mao Kun had now become well adapted to carrying the 8 gene of iridium, lifting it as if it were weightless. Bai Lian knew at a glance that her initial judgment was right. He was very talented and had wasted many years. You don't need to use the solid foundation paste for now, Bai Lian said as she walked down the alley, taking out flashcards to memorize words while conversing with Mao Kun. Next is the medicinal bath, 15 grams of poria, 50 grams of atractylodes macrocephala need to be stir-fried first, 18 grams of pellant grass, 12 grams of dried rehmannia. She listed a long string of medicinal names. Mao Kun looked at Bai Lian with a blank expression on his face. It indicated that the list was too long and he didn't catch it all. Bai Lian, I'll send it to you later. Mao Kun laughed sheepishly, just about to thank her, when he saw the delicate-looking Xiaoga beside Bai Lian gave him a look, full of speechlessness. Even though his IQ wasn't very high, he could still feel the contempt from Xiaoga Mao Kun, the Jihing courtyard. He hadn't returned from fishing yet, but Ji Mulan, wearing a silk shawl, was there. Standing in the courtyard with her back to the door, upon hearing a noise, she turned around coldly, her eyes landing on Mao Kun who was following Bai Lian. Mao Kun didn't have an appearance of an upright citizen, the kind of person a policeman would keep a close eye on, with dyed blonde hair and an air of vagrancy about him. Seeing Bai Lian mingling with such people again, Ji Mulan couldn't help getting angry. Didn't you say you had reformed? That you would study hard? Slap. Bai Lian tossed her school bag onto the stone table and reached out to grab Ji Mulan's carefully maintained shawl. Ji Mulan hadn't expected Bai Lian to make such a big move, nor did she think Bai Lian would turn on her. She staggered and was caught by Bai Lian. Bai Lian held Ji Mulan's collar with one hand. She was taller than Ji Mulan with an extremely pale face, her fingers slowly tightening. Expressionless. Seeing that things were not looking good, Mao Kun hastily set down the rice paper in his hands, passed a cigarette to Bai Lian, and lit it with a flame. "Sis, calm down." Bai Lian breathed out, her other hand loosely holding the slim cigarette, the burning end glowing crimson. Smoke softly blurred her face, she tilted her head slightly, and with an indifferent voice so soft and slow, she said, "Ji Mulan, your only task now is to play your part well in front of Grandpa, or else." She heard a noise coming from outside the door. She casually tossed aside the cigarette and stamped it out with her foot. Then she lazily raised her head, hooking a smile at Ji Mulan, like a mandrake flowering from a sea of blood, dangerous and alluring. She made a silent bang shape with her mouth towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan, clutching her luxurious shawl, watched Bai Lian revert to an innocent facade to open the door. "Grandpa," Bai Lian took the fishing rod from Ji Heng's hands, raised her eyebrows, "did you catch any fish?" Behind her, Director Chen's back was adorned with a fish basket, and on each side of his waist hung 2 big fish. "Miss Bai, look, one is caught by me, one by your grandpa." He turned his body to show off his catch to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked at Director Chin who, despite having a fish basket, insisted on hanging fish at his waist for display. "Come inside first." As Ji Heng entered, he saw Ji Mulan. He hesitated. "Why are you here?" "Eating here tonight. I came to ask you guys out to dinner. We're treating Miss Su to dinner tonight." Ji Mulan coughed lightly. She didn't look at Bai Lian, her complexion turning somewhat pale. "And by the way, to ask why. Alien has blacklisted me." "Dinner?" Ji Heng did not respond to her last remark, only saying, "Tonight I'm going to have a drink with Xiaoqin. I won't go." Ji Mulan couldn't believe Ji Heng's words. She looked at Ji Heng, then at Director Chin who was standing beside with fish awkwardly hanging from his waist, and at Xiao Mao, who was cowering in a corner. What were all these shady characters around her? What had Bai Lian learned in Xiangqing? To forsake Su En's dinner party and eat here. She put so much effort into networking for them, even persuading Su En to include Ji Heng and Bai Lian, yet these two couldn't grasp her painstaking effort. She should have known, Bai Lian was just not getting it. "Suit yourselves." Ji Mulan covered her neck, not looking at Bai Lian. "I'm leaving." She walked straight out the front gate. She made a call for her driver to pick her up from Purist Street. On the way, she stepped on a puddle-covered brick, and the dirty water splashed onto her leather shoes, causing Ji Mulan's expression to grow colder. "Why are you so late?" At the dinner, Su En looked at Ji Mulan. "Didn't the two of them come?" He was referring to Bai Lian and Ji Heng. "Alien is doing homework." Ji Mulan's demeanor was impeccable. Su En wasn't particularly concerned about whether Bai Lian and Ji Heng showed up, and with a smile, he introduced, "Miss Su, you've met, this gentleman here is Ren Qian, and this one is Chen Gang, CEO Chin. Sorry for the wait." Ji Mulan apologized to them with a smile. Ren Qian and Chen Gang knew that Su En was a businessman from Jiangjing, so neither dared to accept Ji Mulan's apology. Ren Qian smiled, lifting his glass. "No worries at all, don't fret Miss Su, the land you want'll sort it out for you." As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Su Yajun who sat next to Su En. Su Yajun was seated beside Su En but was not speaking. Su En also did not introduce who Su Yajun was to them. Ren Qian did not dare to guess lightly, but from Su En's extremely respectful attitude toward that lady, he knew Miss Su was not to be taken lightly. "Well, have to trouble you, Mr. Ren," Su En chuckled, then sighed. "I sent a name card to Qin Yi, heard he was free this afternoon. It's a shame he didn't come." "Qin Yi." Su Yajun lifted her head slightly upon hearing the name. "He went fishing this afternoon." "Fishing?" Ji Mulan was taken aback. Chapter 159, 061 arrives in Jiangjing, who will be the dark horse? Second update, _1 Ji Mulan instinctively recalled that Ji Heng had also gone fishing that afternoon. There was someone with a fish, it seemed. Ji Heng called him Xiaoqin. It was too chaotic at the time, and Ji Mulan hadn't heard very clearly, but then she laughed at herself, wondering what she was thinking. How could she associate the Master Chen mentioned by Miss Su and the others with those shady characters? She and Su En were aware of Su Yejun. However, Ren Qian and Qin Gang didn't know and exchanged shocked glances. Could this girl actually be so familiar with Master Chen's whereabouts? You want to invite him to dinner? Su Yejun looked at Su En and pondered slightly, thinking that she would likely return after receiving the Lanting Award. I'll ask him for you later. That would be great. Su En's eyes lit up. He found it hard to even meet Master Qin, but it was not the case for Su Yejun. Across the table, Ren Qian and Qin Gang looked at each other, Su Yejun's tone suggesting she was quite familiar with Master Qin, prompting a new realization about her identity. Su Yejun, having no interest in the others, left early to rest after finishing her meal. After she left, Ren Qian raised a glass to Su En. The young lady just now is her. Su En didn't hide anything. Being new to Xiangqing, he wanted to use this opportunity to create some buzz for himself. She's my old classmate's daughter, a student of President Xue of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Miss Su Yejun. You might not have heard of her in Xiangqing, but she's quite famous in Jiangjing. You know about the Lanting Award, right? She's a shoo-in for the first prize. The Traditional Calligraphers Association, President Xue, Ren Qian and Qin Gang might not be familiar with these names. But Ren Qian had heard of the Lanting Award. Ren Wanxian had wanted to apply for the Lanting Award this year but was rejected by Qiu Shuijing, yet this Miss Su was actually aiming for the first prize. Both of them had their calculations. Meanwhile, at Ji Heng's place, Director Chen and Xiao Mao stayed for dinner. He cooked himself in the evening, preparing fish head with chopped chilies, sour soup fish, and handmade fish balls for the soup. The skill wasn't anything impressive, but it was very homely. Director Chen took a photo and posted it on social media. Thanks, Uncle Ji, this is delicious. Image, Jiang. He was visible, just a little, in the picture. He seldom posted on social media, but most people liked his photo. Director Chen was just about to put away his phone when suddenly, a notification popped up on his social feed. Junior Jiang liked your post. For a moment, Director Chen felt as if he saw his dismal life flash before his eyes. He stared at the like with trepidation, sweat forming on his back. Had he offended him recently? But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly afterwards, Jiang Shijue and Ming Dongheng also liked his post. Qi Yundai commented, "This is clearly not as good as the one I made, why not show off mine, and yet so many people liked this." Ming Dongheng replied to Qi Yundai, "Smile." Qi Yundai replied to Ming Dongheng. After dinner, Bai Lian went to wash the dishes, but Director Chen and Mao Kun both stood up, whoosh, and snatched the dishes from her hands. Ji Heng leisurely filled his own tobacco, and seeing Director Chen stand up, he chuckled, tapping the tobacco pipe. "Let her wash, she was the only one who didn't help me cook." At home, Ji Heng cooking and Bai Lian washing the dishes was a matter of course. How could Director Chen dare? Not just Director Chen, Mao Kun was also feeling nervous about the idea of his sister washing dishes. Will the dishes still be there tomorrow? He reached out and snatched the dishes back from Director Chen, saying cheerfully, "No need, I'll do it, I'll do it. I love washing dishes the most." Mao Kun was strong, and Director Chen simply couldn't snatch the dishes back. "I'll help you dry the dishes." Missing out on the chance to show off, Director Chen followed Mao Kun closely. Halfway there, he suddenly felt that Mao Kun's head of blonde hair was very familiar. Jiang he sat aside, watching the two of them squeeze into the kitchen, utterly speechless. Ji Heng's courtyard had grown more vibrant lately, as he watched Jiang he solving the Rubik's Cube. When he saw Bai Lian come out looking relaxed, he asked again, "How could you let a guest do the dishes?" "I did want to wash them." Bai Lian sat down lazily. But she saw Director Qin and Mao Kun looking almost ready to cry. "Did you block your mother today?" Ji Hing remembered this issue, telling Jiang He to go farther away before lighting up a cigarette. Bai Lian took out her phone and put on her earphones. "Yeah." Ji Hing sighed. He knew Ji Mulan's issues very well. He smoked silently for a while before saying, "Add her back. She's your mother. After I'm gone, she will be your only family." He didn't want the future Bai Lian to be entirely alone. "Grandpa," Bai Lian suddenly stood up, interrupting Ji Hing, "I'm going to Jiangjing in a few days." Ji Hing was taken aback as he lifted his gaze, holding the pipe. "Jiangjing? With your mother?" Chapter 160, 061 arrives in Jiangjing, who will be the dark horse? Second update, _2 Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. "No," she said, looking at Ji Hing before leisurely responding, "the teacher asked me to participate in a competition, so I asked for 2 days off." "Oh." Ji Hing lowered his head and continued smoking. At this moment, he didn't speak any further about Ji Mulan. Qiu Shuijing secured time off for Bai Lian. Since Xiangqing didn't have an airport, she had to take a 12-hour train journey to Beijing. Without the accompanying qualifications, Bai Lian and Qiu Buqing needed to meet up with representatives from the Beijing Writers Association in Beijing. They would depart under the leadership of Vice President Qian from the Beijing Writers Association. Monday morning. Carrying a simple backpack, Bai Lian had just reached the bus station. When she saw Jiang He across the street, leaning against the car window and waving at her, she walked over, surprised. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai lowered the window. Dressed in a soft white loungewear, his typically haughty demeanor appeared much softened. His wrist was casually resting on his knee as he leaned back against the seat at an angle. He seemed busy, on the phone with someone. Hearing Jiang He's noise, he looked outside the window and waved to Bai Lian. Bai Lian got into the car and sat in the back seat with Jiang He. "We're also heading back to Jiangjing." Jiang He leaned close to her and gazed out the window, not too happy, to see a doctor. He had thought he could avoid it this year in Xiangqing. Not only had he not managed to elude it, but it had also come several days earlier. Bai Lian nodded and rubbed Jiang He's head. "Don't neglect your health out of fear." Then she took out her phone, found a contact, and sent a message to the person in charge, "Vice President Qian, I will go to Jiangjing by myself and meet up with you there." Vice President Qian must have been busy, as he didn't reply. Jiang Fulai's car didn't head to Beijing, instead, it went to the neighboring Danping city, which was slightly more developed than Xiangqing with no mountains, only plains. The car arrived at a vast airport apron. Just as she got out, Bai Lian saw the legendary airplane. No security check or ticket gates were visible. Bai Lian had never flown before, but the original person whose memories she had did, and the scene differed greatly from what she had seen before. The captain, dressed in uniform, came running over from a distance and respectfully asked, "Mr. Jiang, shall we depart now?" Jiang Fulai took off his headphones and gave a slight nod, his eyes and brows sharp. Ah. Bai Lian followed them onto the plane and suddenly realized, right, a private plane. The plane was quite large, with an entertainment room where 4 couches surrounded a table, and a big bok choy pillow rested on the couch by the window. Jiang He silently went over and hugged the pillow. Bai Lian put down her bag and settled herself by the window on the opposite side. As the plane took off, the aircraft shook. It was Bai Lian's first time on a plane. Not burdened by studying vocabulary, she quietly watched the aircraft lift into the air, the instant feeling of increased weight causing her to feel somewhat dazed. The plane climbed higher and higher, her hand lazily propping up her chin, lips slightly pursed. This was a significant shock for someone who had never experienced flight in ancient times. Rare to see you not studying vocabulary. Having finished his business, Jiang Fulai bent over to place a cup of lemon water in front of her and sat across from her, leaning lazily against the couch. Bai Lian turned her gaze from the window. She took the lemon water and drank slowly, easing her discomfort. "I'll study in a bit. There are still a few hours to go." He handed her a blanket, his pale eyes calmly observing her, his voice very light. "You can sleep for a while." When they arrived in Zhongjing, it was the afternoon. Jiang Fulai asked for Bai Lian's hotel information and directed the driver to head straight there. The hotel was arranged by the Beijing Writers Association, located next to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. After checking into her room, Jiang He didn't want to leave but was expressionlessly dragged away by Jiang Fulai. That was all the flights from Beijing to Zhongjing. By the time Vice President Qian and a group of students wearily arrived in Zhongjing, it was already 11 at night. Vice President Qian was checking off names at the airport one by one. The last black pen rested on the name Bai Lian, while other people's names had a long list of awards following them. Only Bai Lian's space was blank. Only the most basic information was filled. With the pen and the roll call list in hand, Vice President Qian called Qiu Shuijing. "This is the last flight today, and she hasn't arrived. Even if she catches the earliest flight tomorrow, she'll arrive in the afternoon and miss the competition." Bai Lian was a late addition to the roster of recommended individuals by Qiu Zhiheng's insistence. Otherwise, Qiu Shuijing didn't say much. Her file lacked details and was sparse on credentials. She was young, and on top of that, a girl. Vice President Qian didn't pay much attention to her. On the phone, Qiu Shuijing sounded surprised. "She should have arrived, right? She sent me a message in the afternoon. Check the hotel later." Chapter 161, 061 arrives in Zhongjing. Who will be the dark horse? Second update, _3, okay, I'll go ask at the hotel, Vice President Qian casually replied. Bai Lian just needed to be safe. Whether she had arrived or not didn't make much of a difference to him. After getting to the hotel, he arranged the accommodation for the competitors and then confirmed Bai Lian's whereabouts with the hotel staff. He learned that Bai Lian had arrived in the afternoon. Vice President Qian was somewhat surprised. Bai Lian had only set out in the morning. It took some time to get from Xiangqing to Beijing, and from Beijing, it was a 5-hour flight to Zhongjing. How had she arrived so quickly? Could it be that she set off yesterday? However, Vice President Qian didn't spend much time thinking about Bai Lian. After sending a message to Qiu Shuijing, he went back to rest. There was a tough battle ahead tomorrow. The next day, 8 in the morning. Vice President Qian sent a group message, asking all the contestants to meet downstairs. The hotel was close to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and most competitors chose to stay there. When Bai Lian came downstairs, there was already a large gathering of people. She sent a message to Jiang Fulai and then looked up, searching through the crowd, eventually spotting Vice President Qian to the right of the hotel's entrance. She wore a white blouse that day, paired with a horsehair skirt embroidered with golden patterns. Elegant yet bold. Her complexion was pale, her figure slender and tall, her jet black hair casually swept up. Lowering her head slightly, as she passed by, most of the people gradually fell silent, quietly watching her. Bai Lian went over to Vice President Qian to check in. Vice President Qian, with a stern look, made no small talk. He checked off her name and cautioned, "Don't wander off during the event, wait for me at the door when you're done." "All right," Bai Lian nodded slightly. She seemed quite obedient. Vice President Qian's face softened a bit. "Don't think Vice President Qian treats everyone like this," a boy in a black hoodie whispered to Bai Lian. "He's much nicer to Jian Rong." Bai Lian glanced at him. The boy scratched his head, his face turning a bit red. "You're the only girl here this time, right? I heard about you yesterday." While he was speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed from within a group from Beijing, Jian Rong is here. Finally, we get to see him. That's him. Not far away, Vice President Qian also looked over, his stern face immediately softening. Jian Rong, come here. His voice could be described as gentle. Bai Lian also looked over to see two tall guys walking side by side not far away. One was Qiu Buqing. Naturally, he noticed Bai Lian standing to one side, frowned slightly, but didn't speak to her. The other was the much-discussed Jian Rong. Jian Rong was dressed in a black windbreaker and casual trousers. He greeted the vice president as he approached. Vice President. The contest starts at 10. Don't be nervous, Vice President Qian said kindly to Jian Rong. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you have a great chance of winning second prize. Understand? Jian Rong was their biggest trump card from Beijing this time. This year's Lan Ting Prize had age restrictions, with significant distinctions between the first, second, and third prizes. All four major cities were desperately competing for the second prize. There were many contenders for the third prize, but its value was several notches below that of the second prize. The vice president and the whole Beijing Writers Association had high expectations for Jian Rong to win the second prize. As for the first prize, all 5 top prizes in previous competitions came from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, not to mention that this year several master's students were allowed by their teachers to compete. The vice president and his associates had never considered the possibility of anyone snatching the first prize from this group of exceptional talents. I'll do my best, Jian Rong said earnestly. Of course, the others should also do their best. Vice President Qian looked up again, his expression much colder. He glanced over the 20-odd people in attendance and gave a brief encouragement. Qiu Buqing and Sun Hao might win third prize. As for the rest of you, just strive to be nominated, and I won't expect too much from you. The group of more than 20 people set off towards the neighboring Traditional Calligraphers Association. Most of them crowded around Jian Rong, chatting and adding him on WeChat, while Bai Lian and the boy from earlier fell behind, unnoticed. Jian Rong might actually win second prize. Then he's sure to get into the Calligraphy Association this time. I just hope to get nominated. The boy beside Bai Lian lowered his voice, muttering to her, what about you? Are you confident about securing a nomination? Chapter 162, 062 Lan Jie's Slick Moves, Approachable Nuclear Mr. Jiang _1 Bai Lian was at the end of the line and slowly replied, I'll do my best. The young man scratched his head. Up ahead, Jian Rong, who had been joined by many others, also noticed a girl in the group. Girls were rare in the Beijing Writers Association, so he turned to Qiu Buqing and asked, do you know that girl? Qiu Buqing didn't look back, just nodded his head. To be selected to participate, she must be quite skilled, right? Jian Rong was a bit curious. He somewhat wanted to get to know her. Upon hearing this, Qiu Buqing scoffed, she hasn't even passed level 9. Jian Rong immediately lost interest. Among their group, which one hadn't scored above 80 in level 9, and yet here was someone who hadn't even taken the assessment. The doors of the Traditional Calligraphers Association were heavy and dignified, with wooden plaques and golden beams. The gateway was 8 meters wide, with stone lions squatting on either side, where everyone came to check in. Even the deputy chairman and those with Jian Rong were no exception. Bai Lian used the young man's phone to take a photo for him. Just as she was returning the phone to him, a burst of commotion came from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the direction of the gate, as a line of people wearing the fan-shaped logo of the Traditional Calligraphers Association slowly made their way through the entrance. Young calligraphers from all over the country who had come to participate in the Lanting Award couldn't help but look over. They eagerly gazed at the Traditional Calligraphers Association uniforms they were wearing. Xie Jinyun. It really seems to be him. Exclamations rang out. It's Xie Jinyun, next to Bai Lian. The young man also looked very eagerly at the group, turned around to discuss with Bai Lian, but found that Bai Lian was looking at her phone, her back. Memorizing vocabulary. What's up? Seeing him staring at her, Bai Lian tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. Aren't you curious? His fervor was immediately extinguished by Bai Lian's slightly cold look. It's Xie Jinyun, the front-runner for first place this time, rumored to be the next president. Then he watched as Bai Lian memorized another word amid their conversation. The young man, having been sidetracked by Bai Lian, the young man looked back at the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, his eyes no longer burning with enthusiasm. Let's add each other on WeChat. He figured that since adding Xie Jinyun was out of the question, he took out his phone and added Bai Lian on WeChat instead. The interior of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was spacious, understated yet luxurious. Their competition venue for today was in the largest building in the middle. Here are your exam passes. The deputy chairman distributed the passes to them downstairs. I won't say more about the content. Inside you have 3 chances to write. Everyone needs to choose their best piece to submit. It'll be waiting for you downstairs. He handed out the exam passes one by one. Finally, he admonished Jian Rong with a kind look in his eyes. Don't be nervous. Keep a normal mindset. The teacher believes that one day you will also reach such heights. I know. Jian Rong held his exam pass and took a deep breath. He was exceptionally talented in Beijing, but here at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, no one knew him. 20 people from Beijing entered. Downstairs, many team leaders who knew each other were chatting, and the manager from South City came over smiling. Lao Qian, was that your association's Jian Rong just now? Yes, Deputy Chairman Qian smiled. It's him. The young fellow has talent. It's just a pity, bad timing. Indeed, quite unlucky. The South City manager clicked his tongue. Bad luck running into Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun, one being groomed as the next president, the other a student of the current president. Those participating in the Lanting Award this session are rather unlucky. I just did a lengthy pep talk with my students. Even the most talented individuals could be suppressed by such figures. And how could Deputy Chairman Qian not know this? I hope Jian Rong can stay calm, sighed Deputy Chairman Qian. If he can secure second place, earning a spot in the Traditional Calligraphers Association would be enough. The contest at the Traditional Calligraphers Association tested more than just skills, it tested temperament as well. Every session, the geniuses from each city who came to the Traditional Calligraphers Association were hit hard by the array of exceptional talents. This year, there was more than one such prodigy, with Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun being trump cards in any session. And this time, these two happened to be in the same session. With such pressure, how were the others supposed to stand out? They waited for an hour and a half, and not a single person from Qian's group left. They all waited downstairs for them to emerge. However, just 10 minutes into the competition, a figure came out from inside. Which contestant has broken down? Given up? Someone asked. Deputy Chairman Qian, chatting with people from South City, looked up, curious to see who had such poor composure, but upon recognizing the figure, he struggled to maintain his calm. Why are you out so soon? Chapter 163, 062 Lan Jie's slick moves, approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _2 He watched Bai Lian in disbelief. Bai Lian had just pulled out her phone when she leisurely began to fetch her earphones, ready to listen to an English audio lesson. Can't come out. Bai Lian looked up, the black earphones still in her hand. The girl wore a snow-white top, her eyes slightly lifted, dazzling in the noon sunlight that cast a luminous yet overly vivid glow on her cool, jade-like features. The golden threads of her skirt's hem reflected a cold light. Vice President Qian, you can, but you finished in just 10 minutes. Such a serious competition, occurring once every 3 years and involving the Traditional Calligraphers Association slots, even Xie Jinyun would consider carefully to ensure not a single mistake. Who finishes in just 10 minutes? Aha! Bai Lian put the earphones in her ears and glanced sideward. I'm catching a flight, and I have classes tomorrow. Vice President Qian, he's leaving for Shangqing today. No, could your move be any smoother? He felt somewhat tired at heart, but then he thought, it made sense. Bai Lian wasn't here to win a prize, and lingering in Jiangjing was of no use to her. Then you should go back, just be careful on your own. Vice President Qian waved her off without trying to keep her. He watched Bai Lian leave, and only after she had gone did someone from South City ask in surprise, she's with you? Yeah, just here for the excitement, Vice President Qian said with a smile, refraining from discussing Bai Lian further, just to gain some experience. His gaze was fixed on the building, waiting for Jian Rong and Qiu Buqing to come out. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to her hotel to pick up her backpack. She took a flight back to Shangqing. A black car was already waiting quietly not far from the hotel. Inside, Jiang He sat expressionless in the back seat, a pile of medicine beside him. Bai Lian got into the car. She glanced at Jiang He, where's your brother? Jiang He hugged a pillow, listless, at the Jiang family. Bai Lian nodded without further questions. She and Jiang He headed back to Shangqing first. They still landed in Danping City, and Ming Dongheng came to pick them up because Jiang He had just seen a doctor and was emotionally unstable, so Bai Lian accompanied him back to the manor. In the Great Hall, Director Qin had been waiting for Ming Dongheng's return. Seeing Bai Lian, he didn't dare to ask much, simply greeted her carefully, then inquired about some trifles. After keeping Jiang He company for a while, Bai Lian planned to go back and have dinner with Ji Hing. Miss Bai, I'm actually heading back as well. Director Qin stood up in a timely manner. I need to rest early tonight because I have to pick someone up first thing tomorrow. He seemed to be calculating nicely, offering her a ride along. Who are you picking up? Ming Dongheng asked coldly, looking at Director Qin. He couldn't tell if Director Qin was really going to pick someone up or if it was just an excuse. Director Qin, however, was not frightened. His excuse was not entirely false, just the timing was off. Picking up Su Yajun tomorrow, changing it to tonight, did that count as a lie? Xiao Su, she just finished her competition and wants to experience the history in Shangqing. Ming Dongheng narrowed his eyes, failing to recall who that was. That one who came last time. Director Qin helped him remember. Although talking to Ming Dongheng, Director Qin didn't forget Bai Lian and turned to calmly explain to her, Miss Bai, this Xiao Su is Su Yajun from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Yesterday, she met with President Xue and the Old Master. The Old Master said her Liang style was written exceptionally well. She should shine in the Orchid Pavilion Award this time. He paused midway, noticing Bai Lian's calm face. He quickly changed the subject, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead and wondering to himself why he was discussing this with Miss Bai. Miss Bai, I'll drive you back. He picked up the car keys. Thank you. Bai Lian gathered her backpack and left with Director Qin. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Orchid Pavilion Award, held once every 3 years, is always a significant event for the Traditional Calligraphers Association. This year was no exception. The morning exams had just concluded, all works were sealed, and in the evening, they were all delivered to the evaluation room. There were 7 judges participating in the scoring. This year, because President Xue had a student participating, he recused himself to avoid the appearance of impropriety. At this moment, he was at home drinking tea. Then he got a phone call and suddenly stood up. What? Teacher, Su Yajun got startled by her teacher's reaction and also stood up. What happened? President Xue, middle-aged, grabbed his coat, not having time to explain in detail. That person actually showed up at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Didn't he refuse to be a judge? How did he suddenly? President Xue hurriedly left. Su Yajun quickly followed. Teacher, who are you talking about? It's nothing. President Xue shook his head. I have to go to the Calligraphers Association. I've arranged for you in Xiangqing already, you go ahead. Chapter 164, 062 Lan Jie's slick moves, approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _3 He didn't have time to explain to Su Yejun. He drove directly to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Traditional Calligraphers Association's judging area. In the middle of the conference table, a man in a snow-white shirt sat, his eyes lowered. His pale fingers tapped on the computer's surface, fine black hair falling over his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes and brows carrying an air of coldness. Even without speaking, one could feel the chill of his lofty demeanor soaking his whole being. With a single movement of his finger, it seemed as though a cold gust had swept through the entire judging room. Next to him, a refined elderly man stood smiling gently. Everyone, don't be restrained. Our young master is just here to have a look. All the teachers need to do is score properly, just relax a bit. 7 judges clutched the artworks tremblingly, and upon hearing this, were almost in tears. Your words sound good. But with this gentleman seated here, who dares to relax? Also, don't you know that even when young Master Jiang is silent, he's not very approachable? As soon as Chairman Shui arrived, he saw the 7 judges huddled in their seats like quails. Butler Jiang, what brings you and the young master here? Chairman Shui was very, very polite. He didn't dare speak to Jiang Fulai directly, only to the old butler at his side. Butler Jiang chuckled. Young Master Jiang just came to take a look. He intends to donate a sum digitally to the Lanting Award. As he said so, Butler Jiang gestured with his fingers. Chairman Shui rejuvenated. I thank young Master Jiang on behalf of the participants. Butler Jiang looked at the 7 judges. I heard that this year has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chairman Shui's student is also among them. Yejun. Chairman Shui proudly mentioned his outstanding disciple. For her, a young lady, to have come this far, it's truly not easy. The arrival of Chairman Shui greatly improved the atmosphere of the office. Finally, the 7 judges could give the artworks their scores. The grading was on an average point system. This slender gold script must belong to Xie Jinyun, said one judge as he flipped to a piece, admiring it with a colleague and then sighed. No wonder he is the hot favorite this year. He gave the calligraphy 91 points. Calligraphy has many contenders, but nowadays, not many people can truly settle down to study the art. The Lanting Award is intended for the younger generation. The levels of skill were varied. Apart from Xie Jinyun's slender gold script, most had not seen any other good work. Isn't Chairman Shui's student also here this year? I thought I saw she wrote in the Liang style. A judge chuckled as he turned to the next piece, his words trailing off abruptly as he stopped. He stared at the artwork. It was in Liang style. It was Record of Xiangqing. The person who wrote this poem, each stroke was like a bayonet, the curved strokes resembled vines, and overall it flowed like water, the brushwork splashing ink onto the paper unrestrainedly, as if the vast waters of the Milky Way were tumbling down from the heavens, the style and spirit striking one in the face. He looked at the piece for a long time before he could bring himself to put it down. The person next to him noticed the unusual reaction and looked over. What piece have you found that has left you so? After a long look, he suddenly turned to Chairman Shui, who was chatting with Butler Jiang. Chairman, you are really keeping a low profile. Your student is remarkable. This vigor in the strokes, it leaves me somewhat ashamed. What? Chairman Shui was momentarily dazed by the remark. This one, the judge showed him the piece. Look at this boldness, this sharpness, it's quite a bit higher than Xie Jinyun. Those present were intimately familiar with the capable competitors for the first prize in this contest. The one who excelled in the Liang style was Su Yejun. Chapter 165, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _1 Apart from Su Yejun, they couldn't think of a second person who could write in the Liang style so well. Did she outperform herself? Chairman Shui also felt astonished. He stopped his conversation with Butler Jiang and walked over to the judges to have a look. With this glance, Chairman Shui was somewhat stunned. Chairman Shui thought he understood Su Yejun like the back of his hand. Although finding the right artistic conception could sometimes be difficult, the basics were there. He held the work with fervent eyes. This isn't Yejun's handwriting. Yejun definitely doesn't have this kind of wrist strength. Not Su Yejun's. Then whose was it? Where did this dark horse come from? The 7 judges looked at each other, perplexed. Jiang Fulai, who had been sitting at the front and gazing down at his computer, finally lifted his head. His slender fingertips tapped on the table decisively, and he uttered 2 indisputable words, "Bring it." Chairman Shui wanted to take another look. But hearing this voice, he didn't dare refuse and respectfully handed over the work. Jiang Fulai took the piece, looked down, and his eyelashes covered the pale hue of his pupils as he silently examined the writing. The most captivating aspect of him was the almost imperceptible pressure he exerted. Without doing anything, just sitting there casually, his very presence was enough to make people dare not approach. At this moment, as he gazed down in silence, Chairman Shui couldn't bear it. The entire selection room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Butler Jiang by his side could withstand it a bit. After Jiang Fulai had looked for quite some time, Chairman Shui couldn't hold back any longer and sought help with a glance towards Butler Jiang. Butler Jiang also felt it strange. He bent slightly, lowering his voice. "Young master, the plane is about to take off." Answered Jiang Fulai as he returned the work to Chairman Shui, picked up his laptop with one hand, and took a few steps. Then he seemed to remember something, and looked indifferently toward Chairman Shui. "Double the funds, and send this year's first-place work to the Jiang family." Ah! Chairman Shui was slightly stunned. Jiang Fulai cast a glance over. It wasn't that his expression had changed, but his sharp, knife-like face emitted a chilly aura. Chairman Shui shivered involuntarily and hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll personally deliver it." Finally, the man left. The selection room instantly warmed up, as if spring had returned to the land. The other judges immediately surged forward. "Chairman Shui, let me have another look. Where did this person come from? This is not even on the same level as the others." After one of them had finished admiring the work, they suddenly asked, "How should we judge this?" All 7 turned their gaze to Chairman Shui. Chairman Shui looked at the piece and slowly made a decision. The scores weren't fully tallied yet, so names couldn't be revealed. Chairman Shui took out his phone and called the Human Resources Department, checked the list of participants for this year's Lanting Award Art Prize. He was familiar with most of the contestants this time. Xie Jinyun and his apprentice Su Yejun. Each of them was like a bully amongst the rest. How could there suddenly appear such a person? Bai Lian had no idea that because of her work, the 7 judges had spent the whole night discussing it at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. And had not slept all night. Wednesday. Early in the morning, around 6, Ji Xiaojun arrived to see Bai Lian sitting on the stone table, eating and talking at the same time. "Who are you talking to?" Ji Xiaojun put down a carton of milk, not seeing Ji Hing in the kitchen or the yard. He had just finished speaking when a faint voice came from the bathroom. "It's the growth hormone. Pinching the back of the cucumber will inhibit the growth hormone." Ji Xiaojun, what was all this about? He could understand growth hormones, but why pinch a cucumber? Ji Xiaojun didn't understand, but he didn't dare say anything else. After Ji Hing came out, Ji Xiaojun finally spoke quietly. "Suan has invited our family out for dinner. Dad, alien, what do you think?" Suan had a very good impression of the Ji family as a whole, with their upright and noble characters. If he was to marry Ji Mulan, it was only proper to invite them to discuss wedding matters over a meal. Ji Xiaojun also held a good opinion of Su An, a courteous man, far superior in conversation skills compared to the Ren family. He had only this one sister, Ji Mulan. Even when Ji Mulan had run away from home to marry into the Bai family, Ji Xiaojun had never given up on his sister. Now that she had found a decent future, Ji Xiaojun was happy for her. Of course, if Ji Mulan could improve a bit as a mother, Ji Xiaojun might be even happier. I have class, Bai Lian spoke leisurely. I missed 2 days and need to catch up. How did you miss 2 days of classes? Ji Xiaojun was unaware of her participation in the Jiangjing competition. Bai Lian drank the last sip of milk and smiled at Ji Xiaojun. I went to see what Jiangjing was like. If it's good, I'm considering applying to Jiangjing University. Chapter 166, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _2 Ji Xiaojun, as long as you're happy. Alien isn't going, Ji Heng, holding a rag, asked Ji Xiaojun to carry out the embroidery frame and pondered for a while. I'll go with you. He needed to clarify things with Ji Mulan. Ji Xiaojun nodded, as he moved to carry the embroidery frame, then he'll reply to Mr. Su. Grandpa, Uncle, I'm off to school. Bai Lian was now extremely sensitive to the name Ji Mulan. She and Ji Mulan were like two parallel lines. As long as the other party didn't bother her, it was fine. Go ahead, Ji Heng, while instructing Ji Xiaojun to be careful with moving things, waved to Bai Lian, watch out for cars on the road. It wasn't until Bai Lian had left that he looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had moved the embroidery frame out. Really going to demolish? Ji Xiaojun set the embroidery frame down properly and uncommonly took out a cigarette, responded vaguely, I won't sign the contract. He squatted to one side, looking very silent. Ji Heng, holding the rag, slowly wiped the embroidery frame. Should I go talk to the Ren family? Don't bother. Ji Xiaojun had an extreme aversion toward the Ren family. He knew what Ji Heng was thinking just by hearing him. They wouldn't agree to it anyway. Ji Heng, seeing Ji Xiaojun like that, didn't bring it up again, but his brows were slightly knitted. Bai Lian took her backpack and headed to school. She had just left Purist Street. That's when she saw the blue car parked across the street. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She walked over and knocked on the car door. The passenger window lowered, revealing the man seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Fulai was still wearing the white shirt from last night, his right hand loosely propped on the steering wheel, supporting his face in the palm, his light-colored eyes looking toward the passenger side. Aren't you still in Jiangjing? Bai Lian paused for listening practice, taken aback by his early morning appearance at the entrance to Purist Street. Jiang Fulai came back to his senses. He leaned over to open the passenger's door, fingertips casually tapping on the steering wheel. Came back last night. There was something at the lab. Get in first, he said unfazed. Bai Lian opened the passenger seat door. Just as she was about to turn her listening back on, she saw several WeChat messages on her phone. Lance, this idea is simply fantastic, Lance, I'm going to try it now, Lance, image, he had sent a CT image. Bai Lian opened it and could clearly see the bone structure. Initially, she was very resistant to Western medicine, but after these 2 days of communication, she realized that Western medicine's popularity in society wasn't without reason. One reason was that most traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions had been lost. Another reason was because Western medicine was based on scientific principles, and they could tell you everything about your illness clearly. Nearly reliant on machinery, you could clearly see where the lesions and sources were. Bai Lian had to admit, there were merits to this. They didn't need to use inspection, auscultation and olfaction, inquiring, and palpation. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, but she had seen true doctors who didn't need instruments, like those itinerant doctors in Xiangqing who could identify the soldier's lesions at a glance. She always felt that culture hadn't been cut off. But now she couldn't help beginning to think, after being passed down for thousands of years, why it was on the verge of being replaced by a few hundred years of Western medicine. The traffic light was red. Jiang Fulai noticed she had paused on the English listening page for quite some time without hitting play, so he tilted his head slightly and commented on her studying, meditating on English. Bai Lian snapped back to reality. Dressed in her blue and white school uniform, revealing the pristine white collar underneath, the window half open, the breeze lightly lifting her fine hair, her features were so delicate they were dazzling. Bai Lian first glanced at her phone, then lazily turned to Jiang Fulai, her eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of her lips lightly curved up. No, I was thinking about how to kill English. Jiang Fulai, capable of great things anytime, anywhere. He pressed on the gas pedal. Not for any particular reason, but he knew, Bai Lian genuinely wanted to kill English. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Lian propped her chin with her hand, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai maneuvered the steering wheel, speaking with utmost calm. I'd like to as well, but one must be rational. Peace, peace. Bai Lian reopened her English listening, gave him a smile, then sighed, I know. Jiang Fulai turned the car around a bend, glimpsing the trace of regret between her brows. When Bai Lian returned to school, Pu Xiaohan and others asked where she had been the past couple of days. Something came up, Bai Lian replied casually, as she placed her backpack on the desk and glanced over in Yang Lin's direction, frowning. Did my desk mate come in yesterday? No, Pu Xiaohan kept her voice down. Lu's mom seemed to have gone on a home visit last night, not sure what the situation is. After saying that, she glanced at Bai Lian's expression again, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 167, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _3 Yang Lin had always been a loner, and it wasn't until Bai Lian had come that she became familiar with Yang Lin. Bai Lian sat down, slowly took out the books from her bag, and considered going to ask Lu Lingxi for the address later. The cell phone lit up again. This time, it was a message from Qiu Xuezheng. Qiu teacher, the slots will be announced at 10 today, remember to tell me immediately. Bai Lian took out her biology book, glanced at it, can't watch, have to attend class, she replied with a calmness. Qiu teacher, did you return to Shangqing? You just went back like that. Did you really go back? Qiu Xuezheng asked 3 questions in a row. Bai Lian, I still have to attend class. Qiu teacher had no doubt she could win the award, but after the announcement, you still need to accept the award. You have to attend the award ceremony. There's always time for class. Bai Lian's response was cold and merciless, then they can mail it back. At the other end of the phone, Qiu teacher found it hard to comprehend. The Orchid Pavilion Award, which is held every 3 years, 3 years ago, even if Qiu Buqing was only nominated, he stayed until the last moment. Bai Lian says, mail it back. You don't even accept the award in person, and it should be mailed back. Seeing that Bai Lian didn't reply to him, he reckoned that she was probably tackling practice questions again. Qiu Xuezheng took out his phone to call Vice President Qian. Vice President, Qiu Xuezheng spoke politely, pausing slightly before saying, as soon as the results are out, please inform me immediately. The roster for the Traditional Calligraphers Association's Orchid Pavilion Award is announced publicly. Immediately after the assessment, it is posted on the board of the Calligraphy Association, and 2 days later, it is uploaded to the official website of the association. Today at 10 o'clock, the list will be posted on time. I know, said Vice President Qian, even more anxious than Qiu Xuezheng. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and he was already waiting in front of the board with a crowd of people. Don't worry too much. After hanging up the phone, Vice President Qian then turned to Jian Rong beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, a second-place prize is secured for you. Jian Rong smiled and shifted his focus. By the way, what about that female student from before? Why haven't I seen her today? She has gone home, replied Vice President Qian. Gone home. Jian Rong was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Qiu Buqing was not surprised, she wouldn't have won an award anyway. Vice President Qian mentioned Bai Lian to Jian Rong to divert his attention and didn't bring her up again, as there was no point in talking about her. Xie Jinyun and Miss Su didn't come today either. Chiu Buqing remembered these two and glanced around him. That's normal, Vice President Qian knew very well, one is first place, the other second, that's a sure thing. They don't need to come. This year's Orchid Pavilion Award, running into the two of them, it's just bad luck for you guys. This is the confidence in one's own ability. 9:40. The staff of the Calligraphy Association came with the red roster. Everyone eagerly watched the red list, covered with a red silk cloth, being attached to the notice board. Vice President Qian and Jian Rong, usually talkative, remained silent, intently focusing on the list. As soon as it hit 10, the red silk was unveiled. Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Vice President Qian had foresight. One of the reasons Beijing Writers Association sent him was his good physical strength. He squeezed into the front and started reading from the bottom, first coming across the nominations, skimming past each name. He saw Sun Hao and Chiu Buqing. Both had a chance for the third-place prize. Vice President Qian thought at least one of them would make it into the third prize rank. How come they were only selected? He frowned slightly. Why did neither of them perform well? Then he looked towards the third-place winners. There were many third prize winners, and he scanned through them, ready to skip ahead, but then he saw a familiar name inside, Jian Rong. Jian Rong was Beijing's biggest hope. A second-place prize was almost certain. How could it be just a third-place prize? Vice President Qian couldn't believe it and read the third prize section 3 times over to confirm that Jian Rong truly was a third-place winner. Meanwhile, exclamations of "What's going on?" arose from the crowd, as it seemed most people were questioning the assessment. If Jian Rong was a third-place winner, then who could be second? Vice President Qian with a furrowed brow looked towards the second-place area. The Orchid Pavilion Award has many categories, and in the past, the Art Calligraphy Prize would have 3 to 5 people awarded first place and about 10 for the second place. However, this year's second place had only 5 people. He looked at the first name listed under second place, Xie Yufeng. This was the pseudonym that Xie Jinyun used in the calligraphy community, and nearly everyone present knew it. The question was, how could Xie Jinyun be just second place? Had Su Yejun surpassed Xie Jinyun? Vice President Qian looked at the names following closely behind Xie Jinyun, and there was Su Yejun. The 3 names after her were those from the Calligraphy Association who were expected to compete for first place. So what were they all doing in second place? Was there no first place this year? Everyone with this question turned their gaze to the top row. The sunlight at 10 o'clock was somewhat dazzling. Vice President Qian thought maybe there was some problem with the world as he wiped his eyes and looked towards the first line. Then, his fingers trembling, he took several tries to fish out the wrinkled report form from his pocket. His eyes went to the last name, by Lian competition name, by Jian. After repeated confirmations, he lifted his head again, looking towards the top row. There were only 5 words. First place, by Jian. This year, the Orchid Pavilion Award had a breakthrough in its history. For the first time, there were no multiple first-place winners concurrently. Instead, a first-place prize had been set aside for one person, with no other name standing in comparison. A standalone first. Chapter 168, 064 Calligraphy History Book, remove her _1 before this list came out. Even if these people doubted whether they could be selected, they never doubted this year's seed contestants. However, it turned out strangely. First place wasn't Xie Jinyun, nor Su Yejun. Even these two didn't make it into the first-class awards. Those who squeezed to the front to see the list were stunned for a moment, then the scene exploded like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. Who the hell is Bai Jian? Has anyone heard of him? Dropped out of nowhere to first place. What on earth did he write? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award is really something, isn't it? It should go down in the history of calligraphy, right? Can we fast forward to 3 days later? At such a time, nobody doubted the level of this first-place winner. After all, Among the second-class awards were Xie Jinyun, who is being groomed as the next president, and Su Yejun, who is a student of the current president. Who would dare to tamper with the results at the Traditional Calligraphers Association's venue? This year, to outshine these two and secure first place decisively. What else could the rest say about such strength? Deputy Qian, because he was too startled, got pushed out of the crowd again. Deputy, the members of the Beijing Writers Association quickly gathered around. What's going on? I heard the list is really weird this year. Qiu Buqing, also anxious to know if had won third place, asked, Deputy, have you seen the list? The list this year is going to explode, the manager from South City said, getting squeezed out too. He noticed Jian Rong only got third place. Who the heck is this first place winner? Old Qian, have you heard of them? After Deputy Qian blinked his eyes, he looked back at the sign-in sheet and said distractedly, this, that, Sun Hao, Qiu Buqing, you two were shortlisted, while Jian Rong got third place. Hearing this news, Qiu Buqing and Jian Rong exchanged looks, their heads drooping. Their eyes suddenly lost all sparkle. Don't lose heart, the South City manager shook his head. His students only received shortlisted awards. This time the awards are really bizarre. There's been a change. Not just you Jian Rong, even Xie Jinyun and Su Yejun only got second place. Jian Rong's heart, which had been steeped in disappointment, suddenly revived. They only got second place too. He voiced what everyone was thinking. The boy kneeling beside him quickly took out his phone to message Bai Lian, damn, bro, it's such a pity you left. Did you know? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award welcomed a freak. Even Xie Jinyun was pushed down to second place. Bai Lian, his sister, was ice cold and didn't reply. The most explosive news of this year's Orchid Pavilion Award wasn't that Xie Jinyun and Su Yejun didn't get first place, but that they were both relegated to second place. Deputy Qian watched the manager from South City and waved his hand over the sign-in sheet. That, the only first-place award seems to belong to ours from Beijing, that girl who left after just 10 minutes that day. His voice was not loud. Yet, as if radiating from Deputy Qian at the center, the people within 2 meters gradually fell silent. The boy who was still busily messaging Bai Lian on his phone suddenly froze. Qiu Buqing also instinctively looked up. Deputy, who did you say? Bai Lian. Qiu Buqing's mind buzzed, as if it was about to explode. The members of the Beijing Writers Association were in a half-crazed state, first place, and having eclipsed the twin stars Xie Jinyun and Su Yejun, it was an unprecedentedly glorious moment for the association in many years. Deputy Qian promptly took out his phone, his mouth stuck in an irretrievable smile, as he reported the news back to the Calligraphy Association's group. Deputy Qian, usually stern and aloof, was now smiling as if smiles cost nothing. He then called Qiu Shuozheng. Where the hell did this come from? Bai Lian was oblivious to the storm caused by the Orchid Pavilion Award. When Qiu Shuozheng called her, she was in the middle of biology class. Only after class did she notice the 19 calls from Qiu Shuozheng, which he had made 20 minutes earlier. She took her phone to the restroom and called him back. Having calmed down for 20 minutes, Qiu Shuozheng's emotions had stabilized. Why didn't you answer the phone? Bai Lian casually closed the door of the stall, lifting her eyebrows. Am I not supposed to attend class? After a long pause, Qiu Shuozheng spoke airily. You got first place, the only first-class award. Oh, Bai Lian responded nonchalantly, then remembered, standing up straight. Does that mean I can apply to the Calligraphy Association now? How do I apply? Where do I apply? On the other end of the phone, Qiu Shuozheng's forehead was covered in question marks. Aren't you a little too calm about your massive first place? That's what he was thinking, so he went ahead and asked it. Chapter 171, 065 Alien, Idiots, just play by yourselves, second update, _1, who? Minister Su leaned over to take a look. He only saw the name, Bai Lian. He had just been transferred today and was informed that he would be in charge of the Calligraphy Association matter. This slot had been directly assigned to him by the director, and Minister Su hardly knew anyone involved. Apart from Ren Wanxian, he had only heard of Qiu Buqing. Not to mention the name Bai Lian, he hadn't even heard of anyone with the surname Bai in Xiangqing, but with caution, he still asked a question, "Do you know her?" Ren Wanxian spoke indifferently, "My father's niece." Ren Wangxuan's father. Minister Su had not heard of her father's name, he only knew that the Ren family had taken in a son-in-law. "I see," Minister Su suddenly felt enlightened. "Miss Ren, shall we exchange contact information?" "Of course." Seeing that Minister Su was on board, Ren Wanxian was not stingy either. The two amicably added each other on WeChat. Minister Su smiled, this was not his first time doing such a thing. As a new official, he was using an insignificant person to ingratiate himself with Ren Wanxian and the Ren family. This deal was indeed extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Su-an was having a meal with Ji Heng and others. The place was Su-an's rented cottage, where he was always able to lighten the mood. He started the conversation, "Why isn't Alien here today?" Alien had something to attend to the day before yesterday. Xinqing felt a bit uneasy about the situation, but Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun were never ones to talk much. She has to make up classes today and is quite busy. Naturally, she would not say that Bai Lian didn't want to come here. The implication was clear, Bai Lian hadn't been attending school the past few days. Across from Xinqing, Ji Mulan was holding her chopsticks and glanced at Su-an subconsciously. Su-an didn't mind, he knew about Bai Lian's grades and lightly moved past the subject. The date has been tentatively set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, close to the new year. Alien will be on holiday by then, so you all will have time to attend. After the wedding, you can still enjoy a few days in Jiangjing. At the mention of the wedding date, Ji Mulan's expression softened. This was the date they had all agreed upon. Ji Heng put down his chopsticks, took out his pipe but didn't smoke it. His calloused hands caressed the pipe as he looked at Su-an. "Does your family know about this?" He was referring to Su-an's mother. "I've moved out and I've mentioned it to them in advance." Su-an smiled, unconcerned, "It's our life after all. If Alien comes over, she can live with us too." Su-an had everything arranged properly. As he spoke, suddenly there was a noise from upstairs. Upon hearing it, Su-an recognized it as Su Yejun's voice. He didn't wait to excuse himself from Ji Heng as he stood up, "Miss Su." At the dining table, as soon as Su-an left, Xinqing felt less oppressed. After about a few minutes, Su-an came down the stairs holding his phone. Behind him followed a woman in a white dress. She had a delicate face, but she didn't look very well. "Sorry, I have to drive someone." Su-an apologized and explained to Ji Heng, "Miss Su said there's been a change at the Traditional Calligraphers Association and she's anxious to return to Jiangjing. I'm going to see her out." Traditional Calligraphers Association. Xinqing had never heard the term and asked instinctively. At most, she had heard of calligraphy and paintings. Although Ji Mulan didn't introduce her, Xinqing also knew that the woman following Su-an wasn't an ordinary person, especially given Su-an's respectful attitude. Su-an had no intention of introducing Su Yejun to them. For the first time, Su-an was surprised to find someone unaware of the Calligraphy Association. He paused, unsure how to explain. Ji Mulan couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Xinqing. Su Yejun looked at Xinqing indifferently. While her gaze bore no particular meaning, to Xinqing, it felt somewhat piercing. "Uncle Su, I'm in a hurry to return to Jiangjing." "All right." Su-an picked up his car keys and nodded to Ji Heng. He also signaled for Ji Mulan to take good care of the Ji family's guests. After Su-an and Su Yejun left, Xinqing turned to Ji Xiaojun. "Should I have not spoken just now?" She was just an ordinary and common market woman. Ji Xiaojun was quite used to it over the years and shook his head, indicating it was all right. However, Ji Mulan's face turned cold, looking back and forth between Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun. She was amused with annoyance. Since he's not here, Ji Hing finally lit his pipe, the smoke rising thinly, blurring his vision. Let me remind you not to push alien too hard. Ji Mulan watched Ji Hing smoke his pipe. The image of Bai Lian flashed through her mind in an instant, and she made the connection in a heartbeat. Is it what I'm doing for her own good? Me pushing her. She used to listen to me so much, but look what she's learned since coming to Xiangqing. Chapter 172, 065 Alien, Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update, _2 Ji Mulan is just a refined egoist who never thinks she's the one with a problem. What does it mean that she learned something in Xiangqing? Shenqing's temper flared up, and she became domineering. She knows so much more than you, you're not fit to talk about her. The last few sentences she said were somewhat dirty. Ji Mulan hadn't expected that even Shenqing would dare to raise her voice and talk to her like that. She pointed at Shenqing, her chest heaving violently. Ji Xiaojun hurriedly stopped Shenqing, preventing her from cursing further. Let's stop here for today. Think about aliens matter, we are going home first. With a cold face, Ji Mulan saw the three of them out, then sat in the hall contemplating whether her return this time was right or wrong. By the time Su En finished sending Su Yejun back, Ji Heng and the others had left long ago. Su En sensed a very familiar nicotine smell in the air, sniffed it, and then asked, "Have your dad and the others left?" The smell of smoke was indeed familiar. Emisham. Ji Mulan didn't want to talk about them any further, seeing Su En standing still. What's wrong? What cigarettes does your dad smoke? Su En pondered for a moment. Ji Mulan shook her head. My brother gave them to him. After speaking, she looked at Su En. It's nothing. Su En shook his head, then it was no problem, and changed the subject. Do you know about Bachter Street? Bachter Street was across the river. Ji Mulan had known about it since she was a child, but didn't know much. It's chaotic. What happened? Someone's competing with me for the territory. As soon as the tourism planning of Xiangqing was released, many were eyeing it, and Su En had the advantage of quick information within the circle. Mr. Ren's secretary said that those people seemed to have the backing of a bar, not something easily messed with. Having known each other for so long, Ji Mulan saw Su En worried for the first time. She was truly surprised. There were people in Bachter Street and even Jiangjing that could not be provoked. Bai Lian received a message from Qiu Shuijing on her way back to Purist Street. One was about the award ceremony. Two was about the launch ceremony of the Calligraphy Association this Saturday. She must attend. Leaning back in her seat, Bai Lian tapped the screen subconsciously. What is this? And they even want me to attend in person. To be honest, sharing an award with people who haven't properly practiced brush calligraphy made Bai Lian feel awkward. Qiu Shuijing, I asked for you, no one else can accept the award on your behalf. Bai Lian was straightforward. Then I don't want it. Qiu Shuijing, do you realize what you're saying? Bai Lian reverted to her carefree state. She lazily tilted her head. This wouldn't be illegal, would it? Zhang Fulai finished processing a page of documents. Hearing someone casually use words like peace and illegal, he even considered borrowing criminal and civil law books from Qi Yundai for a bit. And then he started to think. How many things had she done? Stay calm, he lifted his head, his fingers holding the pen were very cold, his mind flashed through various possibilities. Very calm, talk to me first. Bai Lian turned off her phone and leisurely took down her slightly loose hairpin to reinsert it properly. Just the Traditional Calligraphers Association. She briefly explained. Zhang Fulai slightly relaxed. This was indeed a minor issue. His gaze lingered on the hairpin at the back of her head for a while, his tone neutral. I'll have someone pick it up for you. Proxy acceptance. Bai Lian smoothed her sleeves, raising her eyebrows. A trifle, Jiang Fulai replied unhurriedly. The car arrived at Purist Street. Bai Lian got out of the car, while Jiang He intended to follow her out. He was pulled back by Jiang Fulai using 2 fingers. Jiang He kicked his leg a bit. In the end, he was frustrated. Jiang Fulai stood tall and handsome beside the car, watching Bai Lian walk back, and only returned to the car unhurriedly afterward. Then he took out his phone and found someone on WeChat, go collect an award, on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijue was a bit stunned. He rubbed his temples, thinking there might be a problem from working overtime, and signaled his executive director to come over. Read this message from young Master Jiang for me. Seeing the name on the contact, the director felt tingles. He read it out with a hard scalp. Ah, Jiang Shijue muttered, looking up, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. The next day, Lu Lingxi took Yang Lin back to school. Things hadn't changed much. Bai Lian sat at her desk, observed Yang Lin for a long while, and then took out her phone to message Chief Qin, help me check on someone. She remembered Chief Qin was from officialdom. Saturday. The final location of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was chosen next to the water wheel by the Xiangqing Building, a well-preserved ancient building. Knowing the location, Bai Lian arrived early. She stood in front of the tall threshold, looking up at the architectural relic with many years behind it. Chapter 173, 065 Alien, Idiots, just play by yourselves, second update, _3 Her gaze was dark and cold. The entrance must have been renovated many times, but one could still tell that the gate was in the shape of a spire, overlooking the rockery inside and the surrounding corridors. She knew that just beyond the corridors lay the conference hall. She wondered if the sand table was still there. Now, the entrance and the corridors were adorned with bright red silk. Firecrackers and fireworks were lined up at the grand entrance, while the staff bustled about cheerfully. Her hem was gently tugged. Bai Lian looked down to see Jiang He looking up at her. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and ruffled his hair. Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng said respectfully, holding the car keys, I'll wait for you outside. Please take care of the young master. Bai Lian, holding Jiang He's hand, stepped inside, crossed the corridor, and saw the sign-in desk on the left at a glance. A long row of tables was set up, covered with tea-colored tablecloths. The hostess greeted them with a gentle smile and perfect demeanor. Hello, guest, please sign in here. She gracefully reached for the sign-in sheet and handed Bai Lian a pen. Asking Bai Lian to sign her name. Bai Lian had arrived early and saw the lengthy sign-in sheet untouched. No guests had arrived yet. Her eyes scanned from top to bottom. But her name was nowhere to be found. Hello, the hostess said in surprise, quickly taking the sign-in sheet. May I know which guest you are? Let me help you find it. No need, my name's not on there, Bai Lian said, instantly knowing her name was absent. I'll ask around. She took out her phone, intending to ask Qiu Shuozheng. What's the matter? At the entrance, Ren Qian's secretary-general and a middle-aged man were laughing as they entered. They noticed the scene from afar. Minister Su, the hostess said, this guest can't find her name, and am checking for any omissions. Minister Su, upon seeing Bai Lian, instantaneously realized who she was. He involuntarily turned to the secretary-general. The secretary-general's gaze met Bai Lian's, and his smile vanished in an instant. He stood at the threshold and addressed Bai Lian. Miss Bai, I know you're proficient in Liang style, and joining the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association must be important to you, right? Ordinary people in Xiangqing could not easily secure notable masters like Ren Wanxian had. Minister Su stood beside the secretary-general, looking up at the sky. The hostess from before seemed to have understood something as well. She looked down and quickly stepped back. Bai Lian calmly ended the call, looked up, the sky blue dress complementing her serene face. Go on. You're quite sensible now. The Secretary General looked at Bai Lian, silent for a moment. He now had complicated feelings about her. Jingjing said, the promotional video was recorded by you as a stand-in for Miss, right? If you agree to let our Miss re-record the video, I'll ask Minister Su to add you back to the list. He no longer dwelled on their past issues. Bai Lian's mastery of Liang style would eventually come to Ren Qian's attention. Give it to her. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes. The Secretary General was about to praise Bai Lian for being understanding when her unhurried 3 words struck him like a thunderbolt the next second. Is she worthy? The Secretary General glared at Bai Lian, his eyes fierce. You're nothing but dogs that grovel behind the Ren family, begging for scraps. Old Master Ren might respect you, but you've certainly started to take yourself too seriously. Minister Su at his side was taken aback by the Secretary General's tone. The Ren family indeed had the final say in this part of Xiangqing. He just didn't know how this girl had managed to offend the Secretary General. Fortunately, he hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian yesterday. Minister Su wiped off a bead of sweat, otherwise this Secretary General would have inevitably spoken ill of him in front of Ren Qian. Bai Lian stood in the arcade beneath, her almond eyes clear and deep, reflecting the inverse of the rockery before her. She scoffed at the Secretary General. Do you think giving me a spot is such a great favor to me? You can't possibly believe I'm keen on joining the Calligraphy Association, do you? The Secretary General frowned, not comprehending her meaning. Tired, Bai Lian glanced at the Secretary General. Idiot, go play by yourself. Leaving with Jiang He, she turned and walked out the door. Chapter 174, 066 just casually crossed out the applicant's name. _1 Bai Lian left in such a decisive manner that the Secretary General and Minister Su took a long while to regain their composure. Especially the Secretary General. Ren Qian was still unaware of the incident where Ren Wanxian didn't take a video. The Secretary General had originally thought that Bai Lian would make a compromise this time. It was the first time Xiangqing had held a Calligraphy Association event, of great significance. Anyone who understood the underlying importance would not give up this opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bai Lian was tough and left as soon as she said she would. The Secretary General watched Bai Lian's retreating back, his eyes unfathomable. Having obtained the video recording from Ren Wengxuan's hands and being able to join the first batch at the startup ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian was now far from being one of the Ji family's unimportant people in the Secretary General's mind. Next to him, Minister Su finally withdrew his gaze that had been fixed on the sky, acting as if nothing had happened. He personally handed a pen over to the Secretary General with a smile and a jest, please. He felt no particular sentiment about Bai Lian's departure. To him, she was just a name he had casually crossed out. She was merely one of the countless waves he had personally suppressed. For Minister Su, it was the Ren family and this Secretary General who were the most important at the moment. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty. Naturally, he had to grasp the thoughts of those above him. As for fairness, there's no such thing in this world. Ming Dongheng's car was parked not far away. There were many people today, so he didn't go in with Bai Lian and Jiang He but parked the car on the next street instead, from where he could see Bai Lian appearing at the end of the street. Bai Lian's coat today was the same color scheme as her inner garment, both close to sky blue. It wasn't that particularly dazzling blue, but rather a serene blue revealed through the gaps in clouds after rain, pure and gentle. However, it didn't match Bai Lian's indifferent complexion. Although he didn't know the reason, Ming Dongheng felt that Bai Lian seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Ming Dongheng quickly snapped out of it and got out of the car. He opened the door. Miss Bai, why have you returned so early? Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Calligraphy Association, but he knew that Bai Lian was supposed to attend the startup ceremony today. He had attended such events himself, which usually took an entire morning. Even if one left early, it would take at least 2 hours, but Bai Lian had returned too quickly. It's nothing. Bai Lian stood at the car door with a languid yet sharp air about her and gestured for Jiang He to get into the back seat first. Let's go to the library. Her backpack was already in the car, so there was no need to return to Purist Street just to pick it up. There was some distance from the city wall to the library. Taking bus route 12 would require a detour along the Ring City Road past Purist Street to get to the library. Ming Dongheng took a shortcut through the middle ring to drop off Bai Lian and Jiang He at the library. Ming Dongheng sat in the car, watching the backs of Bai Lian and Jiang He. After some thought, he reported to Jiang Fulai, Miss Bai has come out. On Saturday, the library had more people than usual. When Bai Lian arrived, the second floor was already half full of patrons. She and Jiang He found an empty spot and sat down. As soon as she turned on her phone, she saw a message from Jiang Fulai. Jiang teacher, back already. Bai student, tired, nothing more was said. Bai Lian scrolled down further, seeing that Lance had also messaged her. Lance, myopia can really be, Lance, goodness, this is unbelievable. Bai Lian. Lance never minded Bai Lian's reticence. I am coordinating with my assistant to find time. Bai Lian, the two had intermittently exchanged medical knowledge over time. Bai Lian's mind was filled with thousands of years of uninterrupted traditional Chinese medicine, discussing many pharmacological aspects that amazed Lance. Meanwhile, the surgical videos sent by Lance also made Bai Lian realize the horror of Western medicine. In their respective fields, both held a kind of proud solitude that overshadowed all others. Initially resistant, Bai Lian's attitude had turned into one of reverence. She even somewhat admired those who had developed Western medicine to its current glory. She wished she could too. Lance was referring today to Bai Lian's suggestion from a few days ago that acupuncture could cure his myopia. Due to his profession, Lance couldn't use laser treatment and was planning to arrange some time for her to treat his myopia. Bai Lian was very straightforward. I don't have a medical license. Lance seemed to take a moment to check what a medical license was, as his response was a bit slow. Lance, Bai Lian didn't look any further and kept scrolling until she saw the Jiangjing brother who had competed with her. Bai Lian, spamming. With just a question mark, the Jiangjing brother at the award ceremony was startled by her message, and dared not post another word afterwards. She replied one by one until she reached the back and saw the documents sent by Director Qin. Bai Lian slowly sat up straight. It was a document. Chapter 175, 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _2 Director Qin is not a detective agency after all, and the information he could obtain was limited. There was even less about Yang Lin, only her address, family information, and some records at the police station. Bai Lian looked slowly from the top down. There was no news about Yang Lin's mother. Director Qin had specifically noted in the mother's column that her mother was driven away by her father when she was 5 years old. And Yang Lin's father had multiple detention records, either for causing trouble while drunk or for gambling. Bai Lian's fingertips slowly scrolled down, flipping to a very old record. Yang Lin had called the police when she was 9 years old. Bai Lian sent a screenshot of this record to Director Qin. Frowny face, image. Director Qin replied very quickly. Frowny face. With such cases, he'd be detained for a few days, and once back, he would become even more abusive. Director Qin. Frowny face. Now that she's turned 18, I suggest she relocate her household registration and distance herself from him. Bai Lian was silent for a long time. As Bai Lian was pulling books out of her backpack, she asked Director Qin about the relocation of the household registration. Meanwhile, Rin Qian received Ji Mulan and Su En at the Rin family household. Su En's visit this time was for the major tourism business. He was from Jiangjing and reaped the benefits of Jiangjing, but he had no clear idea about the power dynamics in Xiangqing. I understand what Mr. Su means. Rin Qian never brushed off Su En. You're probably talking about Boss Lu. Boss Lu. It was another surname Su En hadn't heard of. He looked towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan hadn't been back to Xiangqing in over a decade and was even less clear about the situation. Rin Qian set down his teacup and solemnly said, "His main business is on Bacter Street. The manager of Qinglong Bar is very familiar with him. Does Mr. Su understand what I'm saying now?" Xiangqing turned a blind eye to Bacter Street. One reason was that the place was on the border, not within their jurisdiction, and the second was the intricate web of powers there. A bar with the most comprehensive information in Asia. A world-famous fighting arena. An auction house on the underworld that no one dares to provoke. Rin Qian could manage a city well, knowing whom he could provoke and whom he couldn't. He had a list in his heart. "I see," Suen furrowed his brows. "Qinglong Bar, do you have Boss Lu's contact information?" He had actually guessed as much. Since he couldn't go it alone, he also wanted to collaborate with this Boss Lu, especially with the backing of people from Qinglong Bar. Suen didn't expect that little Xiangqing could offer him such a big surprise. By his side, Ji Mulan naturally hadn't heard of any of this. But she didn't ask, just looked at Suen and he patted the back of her hand. "Mr. Su, Rin Qian was still due at a ceremony later today. I need to attend the launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, so I won't keep you both any longer." Suen stood up, surprised that Xiangqing even lacked a calligraphy association. But then he thought about it, considering Xiangqing didn't even have a high-speed rail yet, and he felt he could understand. He politely took his leave from Rin Qian. Only once they were outside did Ji Mulan ask Suen about Qinglong Bar. Bacter Street, Suen took out his car keys, opened the door, and turned his head to explain to Ji Mulan, "It's a complex border area. For Qinglong Bar to be established there, the forces behind it are no less significant than the several big families in Zhongjing. It's normal that you don't know." The several big families in Zhongjing. Ji Mulan settled into the passenger seat, looking rather silent. The launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was an important event. Rin Qian wore a dark-colored formal suit and called the Secretary General to confirm. "Did you inform Mr. Qin?" "Mr. Qin said he is working on a case." The Secretary General was very respectful, "and doesn't have time." Rin Qian wasn't surprised but felt a sense of regret. Rin Wanqian had also dressed meticulously in a design gown, accompanying Rin Qian to the vicinity of Xiangqing Building. When the two arrived, it was already 9 o'clock. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Qiu Shuijing were standing at the entrance. The Secretary General and Director Su dared not be negligent, standing at the entrance accompanying the two of them. Rin Qian was startled, wondering why these two elders were outside to receive him. "Teacher Qiu, why are you two outside?" Qiu Shuijing was in high spirits, having especially worn a gown with dark red helical patterns for the day, smiled at Rin Qian, "Waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone." Rin Qian and Rin Wanqian looked at each other in confusion. He thought Qiu Shuijing was waiting for him but didn't expect they were waiting for someone else. Qiu Shuijing, however, didn't say much, only occasionally glancing down at the time. Then, his gaze turned towards the street corner. The launch ceremony was to start promptly at 9:30. It was 9:10. Bai Lian had not yet arrived. Because Bai Lian had made a good impression on Qiu Shuijing, he didn't think she was someone who would be late. But as the start of the launch ceremony neared and there was still no sign of Bai Lian, Qiu Shuijing couldn't help but send Bai Lian a message, "Frowny face, where are you?" Chapter 176, 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _3 The other side did not reply. 9:20. Qiu Shuijing finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he took out his cell phone to give Bai Lian a call. The library. When Jiang Fulai arrived, only Jiang He was sitting at his seat, flipping through a book in a sullen manner. He simply reached out and knocked leisurely on Jiang He's desk. Jiang He looked up, somewhat expressionless. "Bathroom." Jiang Fulai withdrew his hand, his gaze always carrying a nonchalant aloofness when he looked at people. Bai Lian had gone to the bathroom without her cell phone, which lit up on the desk. Jiang Fulai immediately spotted Teacher Chio's call. He was the one who single-handedly facilitated the matter with the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, and he knew who Qiu Shuozheng was. Bai Lian was supposed to attend the Calligraphy Association today but hadn't gone. Jiang Fulai glanced at the incoming call and directly cut it off. "Why are you here?" Bai Lian, who had just finished washing her hands, came out, wiping her fingers with a paper towel in a leisurely manner, and spoke in a lowered voice. Jiang Fulai didn't speak, he just coolly glanced at Jiang He. Jiang He angrily made room for him. Jiang Fulai sat down, his hand lightly resting on the desk, and spoke indifferently. "I was driven out by the people at the institute. Deep in the mountains of Xiangqing. CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Hewen was observing particle collisions, using machinery to search for the decay products of strange atoms when he suddenly sneezed and muttered, 'I hope it's not someone thinking of me.' No reply to WeChat messages, and no answer to phone calls. Qiu Zhuzheng's brow furrowed. 9:25. Director Su didn't dare to urge Qiu Shuozheng and couldn't help but look towards Ren Qian for help. Ren Qian took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Teacher Qiu, let's go in and wait. It's almost the auspicious time." "All right," said Qiu Shuozheng, holding his cell phone, but his frown did not relax. As he stepped over the threshold, the receptionist came forward with the sign-in book and handed it to Qiu Shuozheng and the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. "Director Su, we'll still need your help with the Calligraphy Association in the future," Ren Qian said smilingly to Director Su. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was the bridge for communication with Beijing and Zhongjing. Director Su wanted to ingratiate himself with the Ren family, and Ren Qian also wanted to get on good terms with Director Su, a mutually beneficial relationship. His name was further down the list. Qiu Shuozheng scanned it and saw that everyone on the first page had arrived, and almost everyone on the second page had too, except for one unchecked box. Suddenly realizing something, Qiu Shuozheng flipped back to the first page and looked down the list of names. Bai Lian's name was missing. Why is there one person missing? Where's Bai Lian? Qiu Shuozheng asked the receptionist coldly. The director of the Culture Bureau, who was looking out the door, was startled by the question. What happened? He hadn't examined it closely before and now took the sign-in sheet from Qiu Zhuzheng's hand. Indeed, Bai Lian's name wasn't there. Director Su was taking care of people involved in the opening ceremony. Being Xiang Cheng's chief planner for this event, he hurried out from the commotion and quietly told Qiu Shuozheng to lower his voice. Ren Qian also faintly heard the name, Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian lowered her head, sipping at her tea, masking the contempt in her eyes. The Secretary-General calmly glossed over the incident. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian for a while, holding his teacup, and ultimately chose not to meddle too much. The media journalists are all here. Director Su glanced at the lobby, gesturing for Qiu Shuozheng to speak more quietly, then explained, "I didn't know Bai Lian was one of yours. I was the one who crossed out the name by mistake. Let's talk about this later." Qiu Shuozheng suddenly knew why Bai Lian wasn't answering the phone or responding to messages. She was someone who had never intended to compete, who went to Jiangjing for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association slot only to return and have her name crossed off by some inexplicable people. Did she come by this morning? Qiu Shuozheng asked just one question. Director Su hesitated, glanced at the Secretary-General, and then nodded. Qiu Shuozheng took a deep breath, restraining his composure, resisting the urge to smash the sign-in sheet into Director Zu's face. He pulled out his phone and turned to leave the place. Teacher Qiu, Director Su was panic-stricken. Qiu Shuozheng was the second most important figure for this opening ceremony, next only to Ren Qian. The Calligraphy Association's future talent acquisition would largely depend on Qiu Zhuzheng's reputation. How could he leave? Both Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian saw Qiu Shuozheng leave, and at this point, they could no longer pretend not to notice. Ren Qian stepped out, why is Teacher Cho leaving? Director Su was also frustrated. Director, isn't Teacher Cho being too frivolous? I said I accidentally crossed out a name, and if he still wants someone to come in, I could in a few days. Frivolous. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau interrupted, glaring at Director Su, then verbally lashed out. Cross out just like that? With just one stroke, you crossed off an applicant's name, and you think you have such insight. Chapter 177, Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2, _1 When Qiu Shuijing left, Minister Su had a vague sense of unease in his heart. Just as the director finished speaking, darkness seemed to fall before his eyes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The applicant. Minister Su turned to the Secretary General and Ren Wanxian a few steps away. Miss Ren, didn't you say that Bai Lian was just a relative of your family? How did she become the applicant? Minister Zu's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had finally gotten this opportunity, only to offend the most important person here because of a single remark from Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian, who had been observing with a cold eye, moved the corners of his lips slightly, finding it fantastical. She is the applicant. In his eyes, Bai Lian was someone completely unrelated to the Calligraphy Association, so how did she suddenly become the applicant? Why hadn't the Ji family let slip a word? Mr. Ren, said the director, his face cooling, probably understanding the situation, let's postpone today's commencement ceremony until Miss Bai arrives. He didn't exchange further words with the Ren family. He left promptly, following in Qiu Zhuzhang's footsteps. Miss Ren. You really have caused me a disaster this time. Minister Su gave Ren Wanxian a look. The stir-causing commencement ceremony was thus put on hold. Ren Qian held his forehead, glanced at Ren Wanxian, who was looking down, sighed, and said to the Secretary General, look into this. Before lunchtime, Bai Lian finally answered Qiu Zhuzhang's call. They agreed to meet at the coffee shop on the first floor of the library. Qiu Shuijing hadn't been to such a place in many years, and upon entering the coffee shop, he saw Bai Lian sitting by the window. Next to her sat a stranger, whose face he couldn't see, but whose silhouette was somehow disturbingly alarming. Bai classmate, Qiu Shuijing sat across from Bai Lian, not daring to look at the person next to her, and apologized, I just found out about today's incident, and it's related to me as well. He and the director had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, a quantum mechanics book in hand, and upon hearing this, his long, narrow phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Russell, his pale, slender fingers turned a page. Even without saying another word, the nearly 70-year-old Qiu Shuijing felt an inexplicable pressure. Old Mr. Ren also said he wants to personally apologize to you. Bai Lian sat leisurely inside, one hand lazily propping up her chin, quietly listening to Qiu Shuijing finish, her long eyelashes casting a subtle shadow. It's her, huh? Qiu Shuijing looked at Bai Lian, clearly tense. No need to apologize. I could continue, but then remove those two names from the list, Bai Lian said, turning her head to look outside the window, her voice neutral. Ah. Qiu Shuijing didn't know about the conflict between Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian, but Ren Wanxian was, after all, his prized disciple. Hearing Bai Lian's words gave him pause. This was beyond his expectations. Minister Su is already making arrangements, but Wanxian, after all, she is Ren Qian's granddaughter. Qiu Shuijing considered both sides. Bai Lian, although a student with decent calligraphy skills, also needed a stroke of luck. Bai Lian's phone vibrated, a message from Ji Xiaojun, inviting her to have a meal together. Bai Lian didn't want to talk more with Qiu Shuijing and stood up, nodding slightly to Qiu Shuijing. Teacher Qiu, I only have one request. If met, I'll continue. Qiu Shuijing stood up, wanting to follow. At the seat, Jiang Fulai closed his book and looked up, glancing over at Qiu Shuijing. Those pale, shallow phoenix eyes, with just a fleeting glance, made Qiu Shuijing stop dead in his tracks. At Ji Shane's home. An old 6-story building. The elder on the first floor brought a basket of eggs for Shen Qing, holding her hand. Little Shen, you and Xiao Jun need to look out for us. We've lived here all our lives, we really don't want to leave. No, Auntie, Shen Qing took the eggs, her tone calm. Don't worry, we don't want to demolish either. That's good to hear. The elderly woman, thin and bent over, descended the stairs. Mostly solitary elderly people lived in this part of the neighborhood. Some had children who went out to work and were seldom home, some had gone away for good after succeeding academically, and others were like the old couple on the first floor, with no descendants. In the entire old neighborhood, only Ji Xiaojun was the sole intellectual. Whenever there was a problem, everyone liked to come to him for advice. Ji Xiaojun, sitting in the living room, frowned at the egg Shen Qing was holding. Why are you still accepting people's eggs? It's not easy for them without children. Shen Qing put away the eggs and glanced at him. Then you can go downstairs tomorrow and drink the dew. There was a knock on the door. Shen Qing closed the fridge door. That must be Alien and Dad, you go answer it. Chapter 178, Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2, _2 Ji Xiaojun quickly rose from the sofa and opened the door. It was indeed Bai Lian and Ji Heng. There was also a child with Bai Lian. Hey, Ji Xiaojun recognized him. It was Jiang He whom he had seen that night, and he made way. Kid, you're here too. Jiang He nodded. He didn't talk much. Shen Qing had never seen Jiang He before, so when she encountered such a delicate-looking child for the first time, she didn't know how to interact with him and washed a plate of grapes for Bai Lian and Jiang He to eat. Going fishing this afternoon. Ji Xiaojun noticed that Ji Heng had brought a fishing rod. Ji Heng set the fishing rod down. Xiaochen found a good spot for fishing. Well, try it out this afternoon. Okay, I will come too, and they'll let Yongkuan eat here tonight. Ji Xiaojun didn't have many classes these days and was annoyed with the headache brought by the demolition issue, and he also enjoyed fishing with Ji Heng. Having said this, he went to the kitchen to join Shen Qing and help out. Ji Heng originally wanted to take a smoke break but, catching sight of Jiang He, he resisted the urge. The living room in Ji Shane's house was small and not very well ventilated. The old-style phone rang once. It was Ji Xiaorong calling. Holding his empty pipe, he picked it up. Dad, the voice from the phone, Ji Xiaorong's, was calm. Is Alien there? She is. Ji Xiaorong paused. Ask her if she wants to come to the Ren family. Hearing this, Ji Heng frowned, glanced at Bai Lian, and knew the intention behind Ji Xiaorong asking him this question. He didn't ask Bai Lian and directly replied, she won't come. He hung up the phone. Did you hear that? At the Ren family, Ji Xiaorong placed his phone on the table and looked at Ren Qian. She's not coming. Next to him, Ren Qian managed to show a good expression to Ji Xiaorong for once. It's like a temple being flooded. Xiox's mistake caused such an awkward situation between our two families. Ji Xiaorong looked at Ren Qian but didn't respond. Wan Qian, Ren Qian then turned to Ren Wan Qian. Regardless, you need to apologize to your cousin and try to get her to forgive you. Ren Wan Qian said nothing and got up, heading straight upstairs. This time, Ren Qian didn't stop her. Instead, he continued speaking with Ji Xiaorong. Xiaorong, this matter isn't bad for Bai Lian. Teacher Cho said she's unwilling to go to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, but as her parents, you should persuade her more. It's not good for her to be stuck in Xiangqing all the time. The opportunity at the Calligraphy Association was too rare. Even Ren Qian thought that he had misjudged before, acknowledging that Bai Lian was indeed extraordinary. Ren Qian recalled the recent estrangement with the Ji family due to the Qin family incident, followed by the ugly dispute with Bai Lian caused by Ren Wanxian. his heart immediately knotted up. Well, see what she wants. Ji Xiaorong wouldn't make decisions for Bai Lian. Having said that, he went upstairs to find Ren Wanxian. After Ji Xiaorong went upstairs, Ren Qian furrowed his brows and looked at the Secretary General. What's going on with you and Wanxian? It has nothing to do with the young lady. The Secretary General lowered his eyes. It's entirely my fault. Enough, I know Wanxian better than you. Ren Qian massaged his temple, feeling a severe headache, knowing full well that this matter must have been instigated by Ren Wanxian. Where's Bai Lian's information? He knew that after Bai Lian attended the Lanting Award event, he had people check out Bai Lian's background again. The Secretary General pulled out a sheet of freshly printed paper and handed it over to Ren Qian. It's all here. Ren Qian finished scanning the information. Bai Lian was registered under Ji Hing's household, with information clear and detailed, nothing more. As ordinary as it gets. Ren Qian glanced through the straightforward information and put it away after he was done. Bai Lian is at her uncle's place. Yes, her uncle lives in Yongfu Residential Area, Building 7, Apartment 601. The Secretary General had anticipated what Ren Qian was about to do and recited an address. Ren Qian was quite satisfied with the Secretary General's efficiency, pressing the bridge of his nose. Prepare yourself. You and Minister Su should have a good talk with Bai Lian. At Ji Shane's home. The door was left ajar. When the Secretary General and Minister Su arrived, Ji Hing had already taken Ji Xiaojun out for fishing. Bai Lian was watching Jiang He play with a puzzle. Mr. Secretary, Shen Qing brought out new teacups and brewed tea for them. She then glanced at the cramped living room, unsure where to put her hands and feet. Please, have a seat. She patted the sofa again and again. The Secretary General looked indifferently at the somewhat yellowed sofa cushion, didn't speak, and did not sit down. Minister Su, seeing Shen Qing's demeanor, felt much more relaxed. He took the tea Shen Qing brewed, casually putting it aside and smiling, thank you. Bai Lian leisurely helped Jiang Ichi place a puzzle piece before standing up. Without looking at them, she pressed Shen Qing down to sit on the sofa. Auntie, please sit. Chapter 179, Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _3 Bai Lian didn't sit down but just leaned against the back of the sofa and looked up. Is there something? She used to be quite polite to the Secretary General. But during the last two encounters, her attitude was very perfunctory, without a hint of manners. First, I apologize to you on the young lad's behalf. The Secretary General fully played the part, wanting to reconcile with Bai Lian. His demeanor was gentle, and after a slight pause, he still sat down on the yellowing sofa cushion. I also apologize to you. We're all family after all. She now realizes her mistake and has been grounded by the Sir. Can we consider the matter settled, Miss Bai? Minister Su also hurriedly spoke up. Miss Bai, I'm sorry. He stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Lian. Absolute sincerity. Bai Lian languidly leaned on the sofa, with one leg propped up, holding a mobile phone in her hand, her sky-blue skirt hem half-pressed on the couch. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head, smiling but not really smiling, like a white tiger startled by an intrusion, settled. With her response, Minister Zu's heart sank. He thought that with Shen Qing like this, it would be easy to fool this family, but it turned out Bai Lian wasn't so easily fooled. Miss Bai, Teacher Chiu is already considering terminating the apprenticeship with the young lady. The Secretary General squinted at Bai Lian, neither humble nor arrogant. The young lady has also been punished by being made to kneel by the Sir, and her promotional video was replaced by you. She has already received plenty of punishment, while on the other hand, you haven't lost anything, have you? It's better to spare others when you can, so that future meetings will be more pleasant. As the Secretary General spoke, Minister Su sat on the side. He did not interrupt. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiang He had been piecing together a puzzle all this time without lifting his head, but Shinqing couldn't help but grip Bai Lian's arm and looked up at her. Bai Lian's eyes did not change, she just gently patted Shinqing's arm, and then spoke slowly, "It's better to spare others when you can. Why should I have such a thing? You and the young lady are relatives." The Secretary General held back his anger, knowing that Ren Qian wanted to court Bai Lian. "You, stop," Bai Lian laughed, extremely indifferent, lazily raising her hand, "I'm not relatives with your young lady." The Secretary General could no longer keep up his act and his face turned cold in an instant. He had intended to have a good talk with Bai Lian and to help each other in the future. He had not expected that she wouldn't give any face, and was just as stubborn as before, really thinking that with the Orchid Pavilion Award, she could have the world at her command. "Miss Bai, I have already been dismissed and have apologized to you, isn't that enough?" Minister Su had never seen someone like Bai Lian. After coming here, facing Bai Lian, who lived in the cramped old neighborhood, he truly couldn't harbor any other thoughts. "You shouldn't be too excessive." Bai Lian chuckled lightly, "You apologize and I have to accept it." Realizing Bai Lian was not joking, the Secretary General turned to leave. Halfway through, he turned back and sneered at Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, don't be naive enough to think that just with calligraphy and your background, you can make a name for yourself in Jiangjing, right?" Minister Su did not speak to stop him. The Secretary General glanced at Shinqing and sneered, really thinking that old Master Ren had no temper, huh? To be in his position, Ren Qian was not someone to be easily manipulated. The Secretary General almost ridiculed her, "Bai Lian, you can prevent the young lady from entering the Calligraphy Association, but have you forgotten who Xiangqing belongs to? Forgotten that Xiangqing bears the Ren surname? What if we don't agree to the startup ceremony of the Calligraphy Association? Or perhaps," the Secretary General's voice was almost soft, "I remember you transferred to Xiangqing, right?" "Secretary, wait," Shinqing broke free from Bai Lian's hand, quickly standing up, almost crying out. The Secretary General sneered and without stopping, simply reached out to open the half-ajar door. At the doorway stood a tall and indifferent figure. A knee-length black overcoat. His features were cool and detached, not looking at the Secretary General, but slightly turning his head to look at the person behind him. When did I not know that Xiangqing suddenly changed its surname to Ren? Chapter 180, 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _1 The Secretary General and Minister Su did not know Jiang Fulai, but even without recognition, they felt a tremendous pressure upon opening the door. It weighed down on them so heavily that they didn't dare lift their heads. Following behind Jiang Fulai, Ming Dongheng, who had lived for so many years, had never felt such a strong sense of oppression, not even when Jiang Fulai once told him, "You might as well not bother going to university. Xiangqing is surnamed Ren." Ming Dongheng had no idea how they dared to make such a claim. He reached out and, with one hand each, he lifted the Secretary General and Minister Su and threw them out. "You go in first, they'll handle this." Having Jiang Fulai handle this matter would likely strip a layer of skin off the entire Ren family. After Jiang Fulai entered, Ming Dongheng glanced down at the Secretary General and Minister Su, Qin Yangkun's men. Only after Jiang Fulai had left did the two men feel relieved. However, before the Secretary General could catch his breath, Ming Dongheng's next words made his blood run cold. As Ren Qian's right-hand man, the Secretary General naturally had received information about Director Qin. Even though Ren Qian and his people always called him Lord Qin, it didn't mean he didn't know Lord Chen's real name. Seeing the Secretary General's reaction, Ming Dongheng knew he was correct and couldn't be bothered with him. "I will have Qin Yongkun communicate with you." After saying that, he went back inside and closed the door, leaving the two men outside. Minister Su, who had just been transferred here, naturally had not heard the name Qin Yongkun. Only after Ming Dongheng and Jiang Fulai had gone inside did he look up at the Secretary General. "Who are those two? And who is Qin Yongkun?" Prejudice led him to look down on Bai Lian. Just as he had finished speaking, he saw that the Secretary-General had turned deathly pale. Chen. Lord Chen, the Secretary-General's finger trembled slightly, and he suddenly realized they had acted arrogantly in the wrong place today. We must hurry back and find the master. With the demeanor of those two individuals, the Secretary-General had no doubt that the Qin Yongquan mentioned by Ming Dongheng was the one of the same name. Considering the Ji family's people, he initially thought today's matter would be easy to resolve, but now how could it be related to Lord Qin? He almost sprinted downstairs. Behind him, Minister Su belatedly realized that something seemed amiss. Following down the stairs, once he reached the bottom, he turned back and looked at the nearly dilapidated building in a daze. Who exactly is Qin Yongquan? The Ji family. Shenqing was being tugged at her sleeve by Alien. Alien, please let me go to the secretary and talk again, don't hold on to me, she looked urgent. The Ren family's status in Xiangqing was well established in people's hearts, and being located in a remote area, they might as well have been the emperor. Shenqing couldn't comprehend everything, but the mention of the school had thrown her into panic. She was aware of Bai Lian's seriousness about her studies. Ji Hing often said Bai Lian would study until 1 in the morning, determined to work hard for a place at university. What's the rush, Auntie? Alien was strong and forcibly made Shenqing sit down, comforting her. If worse comes to worst, I can switch to another school. The best school in Xiangqing was number 1 middle school. What good would changing schools do? Shenqing opened her mouth. You child, stop pulling me. What do you know? Are you just like your uncle, so stubborn you can't see sense? Why are you causing trouble with the Ren family? At this rate, you'll miss the secretary. She had spoken only halfway when she suddenly felt a chill throughout the hall and shivered. Looking up, she caught sight of the tall figure entering leisurely. With his head slightly lowered, fine black hair slightly droopy, his skin pale and cold, and his light-colored eyes devoid of any superfluous emotions, his black coat was casually open, emanating a frosty demeanor, making even this old hall seem to take on a different elegance. Almost instantly Shenqing recognized him, the young man she had seen at the police station last time. Alien was contemplating how to stop Shenqing from leaving when, without a word from anyone, Shenqing quieted down on her own. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He was quite useful. Don't worry, said Jiang Fulai, glancing at Jiang He playing with a jigsaw puzzle on the floor. To Shenqing, it will be all right. Really? Shenqing was somewhat hesitant. Her eyes, those of an ordinary citizen, always saw the Ren family as an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Fulai replied with ease, how could Xiangqing possibly be surnamed Ren? Xiangqing belongs to the people. Bai Lian nodded in agreement, that's right. Shenqing felt something was amiss, but also thought it made sense, you're right. Alien, let go of me, you're hurting me. She rubbed the hand that Bai Lian had been squeezing painfully and went in to make tea for Jiang Fulai. She also got a new cup for him. Chapter 181, 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _2, you didn't lie to me, did you? Shenqing handed the teacup to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa, taking the new cup emblazoned with Durunduo Supermarket, and gracefully blew on it before taking a sip, of course. When it came to bluffing, Jiang Fulai had a knack for it. Just by sitting there, he was as formidable as an army of thousands, so much so that even if he told Shenqing the sun in the sky was square, she would feel there was some sense to his words. Good, Shenqing's eyes darted around, as she started to inquire more about Jiang Fulai. Xiao Jiang, where are you from? Bai Lian was listening on the side and it was giving her a headache. Auntie, we still need to go make some checks outside. She picked up Jiang He, so I'll be leaving now. Hey, Shenqing yelled from inside the door, He, remember to come play with your sister next time. Jiang He, being held by Bai Lian, struggled to turn back to look at Shenqing. It wasn't until they reached the downstairs that Bai Lian set him down, and Jiang He stared at the several excavators that had just entered the neighborhood for quite a while. Bai Lian didn't go to the library in the afternoon. Ming Dongheng drove to the address she mentioned. It was an old district in the east of the city. He parked the car, and as he looked up, he saw a dilapidated small quadrangle and was taken aback. This is, Jiang Fulai also got out of the car and stood in front of the gate, looking at the partially hanging sign, Xingyi Martial Arts School. The quadrangle was quite large, probably about 5 or 6 acres. But it was almost suburban, with hardly any passers-by. The gate was made of thick red elm, and the 4 door studs had nearly faded, but one could still make out the peonies. The bronze door rings had revealed their true color. Bai Lian stepped onto the stairs and gently tapped the door ring 3 times. No one came to open the door. "Are you looking for Master Jean?" A man passing by on an electric scooter wiped his sweat with a towel and grinned. He should have gone to work on the construction site by now, probably won't be back until 10 tonight. Bai Lian already knew from Mao Kun that this martial arts school had closed down. But she had never expected that the owner of the martial arts school would be on a construction site. "Thank you," she lowered her hand and thanked the man. "I want to start the calligraphy association next door." Bai Lian descended the steps, step by step, sharing her idea with Jiang Fulai. "This martial arts school is quite extensive, I've looked it up online. The calligraphy association wouldn't need much space." Jiang Fulai looked up, glancing at the tightly closed door next to the martial arts school. Almost from the moment Ming Dongheng had driven here, he had guessed what Bai Lian had in mind. He led Bai Lian around the area, pointing across the spacious front of the martial arts school. "We can apply for a bus stop here. Transportation is always the most important thing, no matter what." Bai Lian had initially handed the Calligraphy Association entirely over to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, but today she changed her mind. Leaving it to them, the people of Xiangqing might not have equal opportunity to learn calligraphy. She decided to do it herself. And there was the martial arts school. Bai Lian looked up, her gaze falling upon the hanging sign. She remembered Mao Kun saying that most children these days learn taekwondo or judo, and Ning Xiao mentioned that Muay Thai was also popular. She withdrew her gaze. A martial arts school. Bai Lian was not used to typing on a computer, so Jiang Fulai sat in the car, pulled out his laptop, opened a document, and began typing on the keyboard one-handed to help her draft the business plan. What else? The laptop rested casually on his knees, his pale fingers against the black keyboard. Occasionally, he would turn his head and listen attentively to Bai Lian's ideas. After finishing, he also sent it to Jiang Shijue to brainstorm. When Jiang Shijue, who was decisive in financial circles, thought Jiang Fulai had sent him some crucial document, he interrupted a meeting to return to his office to check, only to find a regional calligraphy association and martial arts hall plan. And in a situation where Qiu Shuijing, the adversary, was at his wit's end, he soon received a business plan that could be described as perfect. At the Ren family home. Ji Xiaorong looked at the gift thrown outside by Ren Wanxian and couldn't help pressing his forehead. He was used to it by now. Whenever Ren Wanxian lost her temper, she liked to throw things around, regardless of whether they were gifts from him or from Ren Qian. She had tossed them all into the trash can. But Ren Qian's way of raising a daughter was to pamper her with wealth. He saw no problem with it. Ren Wanxian was raised by Ren Qian, and it was not Ji Xiaorong's place to intervene. Sometimes when he said too much, the Secretary-General would accuse him of trying to take advantage of the Ren family. Not even Ren Jiawei could intervene. Ji Xiaorong picked up the gift with a heavy heart. On his way downstairs, he saw the Secretary-General coming in from outside. They never got along, and their antipathy had become even more evident in the recent years. But today, the Secretary-General did not have the time to mock him. He went upstairs with a pale face to find Ren Qian. As soon as he entered the study, a teacup came smashing his way. Chapter 182, 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _3 Xiangqing belongs to the Ren family, and you dare to say that? Ren Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing from the Secretary-General. that Mr. Su is a fool, but you've been in this position for so many years and still can't see clearly. The Secretary General had never made such a big blunder before. Mainly because of those people from the Ji family, he had never taken them seriously. Old Master Ren, I had no idea they actually knew Mr. Qin, whether they know Mr. Qin or not. I'm asking how you dared to utter those words. Ren Qian had never been so furious, and after some time, he collapsed into his chair, looking a decade older. I am now suspended for half a month. The Secretary General's head was buzzing. Go tell Wan Qian, Ren Qian had done nothing wrong all these years and wasn't afraid of being investigated. Tell her that she won't be able to join the Calligraphy Association. As for Minister Su, he had committed too many wrongs, and there was no one left to save him. Ren Wanqian was unaware of the Ren family's troubles. She had already received notification from Qiu Shuijing that Bai Lian was going to start a separate calligraphy association in a place where birds don't even bother to poop. Ren Wanqian was initially upset about not being able to join the calligraphy association, but upon hearing this news, she suddenly lost interest in joining. Senior brother, do you still want to join the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association? Jiangjing. Xiangqing belongs to Beijing, and the vice president had already announced the news about the founding of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association and the Beijing Writers Association, encouraging everyone to join as members of Xiangqing. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is hosted by the first prize winner of this year's Lanting Award. This news shook many people in the Beijing Writers Association, and lots were tempted. I recall that you are also from Xiangqing, right? Jian Rong had ideas of his own. Looking at Qiu Buqing, Xiangqing was ordinary, but this by Jian was truly attractive to Calligraphy Association members. The team leader helped me sign up. Jian Rong was holding a registration form. I advise you not to go. I'm already trying to find a way out. Qiu Buqing pursed his lips, addressing Jian Rong and others around him, giving you all a heads up. You know what kind of place Xiangqing is. Although she ranked first, she joined only the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, not the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association, and the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is situated in a suburb. The vice president will surely have to send a few people down there. I suggest those of you with connections start looking now so you don't find yourselves being dispatched there. Joining a newly established junior association, especially one not part of the traditional calligraphers association, will make it difficult to leave once you're in. As he spoke, Qiu Buqing also sent an application report to Qiu Shuijing. Everyone looked at each other, knowing the reputation of Xiangqing. Those who wanted to go were mostly tempted by Bai Jian's fame, but what use would that fame be if Bai Jian didn't join the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Without joining the Calligraphy Association, it's impossible to find top-tier teachers. How can they progress without that? One's career would surely stagnate at that point, with no further development possible. Who isn't striving for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Who wants to be sent to the hopeless Xiangqing? Poor and nameless. There were no famous teachers, and the only person of note, Qiu Shuijing from the Beijing Writers Association, was average at best. She performed exceptionally this time, but without joining the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association, how can she develop without a teacher's guidance? I'll mention it to my grandfather and ask him to talk to the vice team leader. I'm going to apply to withdraw. Jian Rong frowned, abandoning the idea. I have a third-class award, which meets the application criteria for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association. I'll find a better teacher to instruct me. Brother, just as he got up, a male student approached from behind. You're not going, are you? Can you give me the application form? You. Jian Rong looked at the student, recognizing him as his uncle's son, Jianzhe. Why would you go to Xiangqing? His gaze toward Jianzhe was akin to looking at someone with an intellectual disability. Everyone was looking for connections to avoid being sent to Xiangqing, yet here was someone volunteering to go. My female buddy, Jianzhe scratched his head. I want to check out that rock at Xiangqing No. 1 High School. You were chosen by the vice team leader, so it would be awkward for you to withdraw, but it's different for me. Grandfather would certainly not refuse. Mainly because It was only today that Jianzhi saw the work and realized Bai Lian wrote in the Liang style. And the style he studied was also Liang. Whatever suits you, Jian Rong gave Jianzhi a glance, handing over the registration form, then you talk to grandfather yourself. It wasn't me who pressed you. Watching Jianzhi take the registration form, Jian Rong felt as if he had shed a burden, feeling much lighter. Jianzhi, holding the registration form, called his grandfather again. The Jian family valued Jian Rong highly. When they heard that Jianzhi was taking Jian Rong's place in the dismal location, grandfather Jian naturally agreed readily, without asking any further questions. Chapter 183, 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _4 Jianzhi submitted the list and flew back to Beijing the next day. After taking a train transfer, he arrived in Xiangqing dusty and disheveled on Monday afternoon. No one from the Jian family came to pick him up. He wasn't surprised at all, as he never considered himself to be the chosen one by fate. Jianzhi arrived alone at the Calligraphy Association venue, where Qiu Shuijing was sweeping the floor outside. Seeing him, Qiu Shuijing looked up and smiled. Jianzhi, right? Come in first, we have a members' meeting at 6 o'clock. Bai Lian quietly set up a calligraphy association without any opening ceremony or press conference. She personally invited local calligraphers who hadn't taken any exams to join. She wrote the signboard Xiangqing Calligraphy Association with her own hand. Beforehand, Jianzhi had heard from Qiu Buqing that the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was desolate and run down, but upon arrival, he found that while the items here were old, they were very quaint. He held up a teacup and took a sip. Where did this tea come from? Jianzhi looked up at Qiu Shuijing, feeling quite strange. This tea. Why does it taste so much like old Patch's tea? Why do I know it so well? Because his grandfather sent a tea cake to Jian Rong when she was shortlisted for the Lan Ting Award, and she had boasted about it for a year, even letting Jianzhi try it, and he remembered it distinctly. He even felt that the color of this tea was much better than the one Jian Rong had. Here, Qiu Shuijing pointed to a big jar behind him, brought by student Bai. Do you like it? Take some back with you later. We have limited funds here, only these things, he sighed. Jianzhi stared dumbfoundedly at the large jar placed behind him, and then glanced down at the tea in his hands. That time, Jian Rong had boasted about that tea cake for a long time. With so much of it, could it really be old Patch's tea? It was almost 6 o'clock. Bai Lian arrived with Jiang He. She wore her school uniform, carried a bag, tied up her hair, and stepped into the Calligraphy Association hall against the setting sun. Everyone's here. Qiu Shuijing led a few old teachers out and then said to Bai Lian, today is the first general meeting of all members. Although there are not many people, starting the association will be difficult. Jianzhi sat next to Bai Lian, looking at the few scattered people sitting around the octagonal table. He was beginning to understand what Qiu Buqing meant. Teacher Qiu, wait. Bai Lian was looking down at her English reading when she heard Qiu Zhuheng's words. She lifted her head slightly, her arm lightly resting on the table, legs crossed, the other hand propping her chin as she looked outside. There's one more person. Who? Qiu Shuijing was startled. He hadn't received any other applications. Just as he was saying that, a tall figure slowly appeared at the doorway in the twilight, holding a cell phone and casually walking along the stone path. Qiu Shuijing immediately recognized him as the man who had sat next to Bai Lian at the coffee shop. Jianzhi, who was leaning on the table and talking to Bai Lian, straightened up abruptly as he felt the gaze. There were others sitting around the octagonal table who were previously chatting merrily, but they all became tense for some reason upon seeing Jiang Fulai. Jianzhi moved halfway off his seat, thinking to make room for this big shot. However, before he could stand up, Jiang He, sitting on the other side of Bai Lian, got up in a familiar way and sat down expressionlessly on a stool set to the side. Jianzhi, Jiang Fulai casually pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down nonchalantly, greeting everyone at the octagonal table. "Just carry on, I'm just here to listen." He acted as if he was just casually listening. But facing him, how could Qiu Shuozheng be casual? "It's like this, we have a total of 8 initial members," Qiu Shuozheng read from the notebook one by one, and when he got to the end, he hesitated as he looked towards Jiang Fulai. "May I ask, Jiang Fulai, the Fulai from Turkic language?" Jiang Fulai lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, leaning back lazily in his chair as he announced his full name. Qiu Shuozheng nodded, added the name, and asked, "Is this your first time joining a calligraphy association, or a second time?" "Second time joining." Qiu Shuozheng looked surprised again, as he had thought Jiang Fulai, like Bai Lian, was joining for the first time. After all, Jiang Fulai had an aura of elite about him, more like someone in finance or politics, and didn't quite fit the artistic image. Second time joining, he took a sip of tea to ease himself before continuing to write on the paper. "Which calligraphy association were you previously in, and do you have a rank?" "Traditional Calligraphers Association, ranked," Jiang Fulai started lazily, then thought for a moment. "Special grade member, I guess." Qiu Shuozheng, about to take note of Jiang Fulai's information, paused with his pen in shock and looked up. Chapter 184, 069 Practices with a Bunch of Iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update, _1 at the 8 Immortals table, except for Bai Lian, everyone's gaze subconsciously converged onto Jiang Fulai's face. His face, like Bai Lian's, was too deceptive, not the kind that seemed to belong to someone who would be good at calligraphy. Who would have thought that he would casually mention the Traditional Calligraphers Association? Even a special grade member. There are only 5 total special grade members in the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Besides the president, each of the rest lives a reclusive life. Often only their works are seen, not the person, and even members of the Calligraphy Association hardly see these high-level members. They were now looking at one of them. Next to him, Jianzhe felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but lean in to look at Jiang Fulai, and when he encountered Jiang's light, indifferent eyes, Jianzhe immediately averted his gaze. "Is there a problem?" After a long silence, Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow. No, Qiu Shuozheng was shocked as well. Having weathered many storms, he slowly recovered from his amazement. "No problem." His trembling pen tip inscribed the words, "Special Grade," behind Jiang Fulai's name. "You want to take the exam?" Bai Lian turned her head, not understanding the rules here. She slightly tilted her head, quietly asking Jiang Fulai. She was dressed in the simplest school uniform, her profile clean and shallow, her eyebrows and eyes as delicate as a snow-topped floral arbor, the overhead lighting casting a hazy, gentle aura around her. Not only do members need to be ranked, but the associations do as well. Jiang Fulai held a purple clay teapot, leisurely pouring tea into her cup as well as his own. "We only have 8 people now, just a junior association. Every year in June, rankings are conducted for major calligraphy associations. Associations are categorized top-down into Special Grade Association, Senior Association, Intermediate Association, and Junior Association. The entire country has just one Special Grade Association, which is the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and this is one of the reasons that everyone wants to join it. Senior associations are distributed across the 4 major cities. Bai Lian, never having participated in a grading, is currently just a junior member, despite having won the Orchid Pavilion Award. This is the membership fee, there's no password. Before leaving, Jiang Fulai handed a card to Qiu Shuozheng. "She wants to set up a good calligraphy school, this is the startup funding. Additionally, I've already had someone prepare a plan, someone will contact you." Sitting at the 8 Immortals table, Qiu Shuozheng looked at the International Bank Vermilion Bird Bank's black card placed in front of him. He questioned his life. "Teacher Qiu," Jianzhe said, looking at the departing figures of Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, then back at the black card, we shouldn't have difficulty becoming a senior association in the future, right? Qiu Shuijing was also in a daze. Should be able to, I guess. He felt certain that Bai Lian would be able to make it to special grade member. With 2 special grade members to support them, they should be able to achieve senior association status, right? As for a special grade association, that would only appear in Jiangjing, something they hadn't really considered. Of course, Jian Zhe and Qiu Shuijing at the moment didn't know that these 2 were not only extraordinary themselves, but they were most remarkable when teaching. Especially Bai Lian, who could even replicate Liang Zuan's teaching methods perfectly in calligraphy. Qiu Shuijing took a deep breath and took out his phone to send a message to Vice President Qian. If they don't want to come, then don't force them. On the other side, when Vice President Qian said that he would not send anyone to Xiangqing, both Jian Rong and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Qiu Buqing, who originally thought that Qiu Shuijing would pressure him. He didn't expect not to receive a single word from Qiu Shuijing. Meanwhile, Yongfu residential area. A man in a shirt, with a cigarette clamped in his hand, tattoos peeking through his tank top up to his neck, followed by 4 large excavators. No one here is signing. Boss Liu, mainly because of a painter, his subordinate carefully lit his cigarette for him. The household at 7 building, 601, Ji Xiaojun. He's educated and highly respected here. He seems to have noticed the loopholes in the contract and has prevented people here from signing. As he spoke, the subordinate also handed a stack of files to Boss Liu. Yongfu residential area is located in the development zone, a piece of cake everyone wants to get their hands on. Here live ordinary people, and the agreement for demolition provided by Boss Liu had loopholes. It was originally thought that deceiving these solitary elderly would be quite easy, but unexpectedly, not a single person had signed. Upon investigation, 7 building, 601 was the cause of it all. Everyone in the residential area followed the painter's advice. Let's go, Boss Liu said, biting his cigarette and glancing at the files. Just an ordinary painter, a housewife full of pretense. It was nearly 8 o'clock. When they arrived, Ji Xiaojun was washing dishes, and Shenqing, upon seeing Boss Liu with his tattoo of a ferocious python and bared arms, involuntarily stepped back. Old Ji. Chapter 185, 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update, _2, Shenqing, Ji Xiaojun, right? Mr. Liu sat down in the chair his subordinate had moved over, tilting his head slightly. The subordinate immediately handed Shenqing a card. Mr. Liu, clenching a cigarette between his teeth, smiled. There's 1 million in here. As long as you get the people here to sign the relocation contract, the 1 million is yours. They had conducted a thorough investigation. Ji Xiaojun was known for his integrity, but Shenqing was a petty bourgeois. 1 million. Enough to buy a soul. 1 million. Shenqing's eyes widened upon hearing this, staring at the card. For an ordinary person, this was a fortune. Shenqing had never seen so much money. Without even blinking, Ji Xiaojun returned the card to Mr. Liu. We won't do such a thing. Mr. Liu laughed. He looked deeply at Shenqing and then waved his hand. Let's go. After the men had left, Ji Xiaojun slammed the door shut and frowned at Shenqing. Don't even think about it. Tuesday. Yang Lin had been coming to school regularly these past few days. Bai Lian took out the books one by one, pondering how to discuss the matter of moving the household registration with her. Unlike the others, Yang Lin always avoided contact with people. Lian, Xiaohan twirled her finger in front of her, looking at Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, her eyes reflecting the morning sun, appearing rather charming. Speak. Oh, Xiaohan said, looking at Bai Lian, I'm a self-media practitioner. Of course, I'm still at the starting stage. I want to post your school anniversary video on my account. Can I do a little blurring? Zhang Xi's, who had just arrived in the classroom, felt dizzy. He strode in with long legs. Xiaohan, can you talk slower? Who can understand you? I didn't even catch a breath. He had barely finished speaking. Bai Lian leaned back. Go ahead, post it. She had no objections to this matter. She wasn't very clear on self-media, but it was hard for her to refuse Xiaohan's request. Zhang Xi's. You're so nice. Xiaohan exclaimed, about to hug Bai Lian. But she was stopped by Bai Lian with a finger, which lightly touched Xiaohan's forehead while her other hand casually pulled out a book, tilting her head slightly, and giving Xiaohan a lazy smile. Speak properly, no touching. Oh. Xiaohan's ears turned a tad red. Then, as if remembering something, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xi's. Idiot. Zhang Xi's, the day's class is ended. Bai Lian didn't head to the milk tea shop after school in the evening. Instead, she went to the Calligraphy Association with Jiang He. The application for the bus stop sign had already been approved, and now they were planning the route. Sis, Jianzhe was moving chairs in the courtyard. Seeing Bai Lian come over, his eyes lit up. Come check out our classroom. The Calligraphy Association was right next to the gym. Though smaller than the gym, it covered a good acre, and the surrounding rooms had been planned by Qiu Shuojing as classrooms, offices, reception rooms. Jianzhe showed Bai Lian a 30-square-meter classroom. In a couple of days, when the equipment arrives, kids from nearby can come and learn. Not bad. Bai Lian put down her backpack, then unzipped it and handed Jianzhe a bag of things inside without much effort. Seeing how easily Bai Lian handled it, Jianzhe caught it with one hand. But as he took it, he nearly fell to the ground, swiftly bracing himself against the wall. Jiang He sat on a nearby stool, swinging his legs, expressionless as he watched Jianzhe. What is this? Jianzhe looked down in shock at the dozens of silver metal pieces inside, each the size of a quail egg. Just these few pieces, dozens of pounds. For practicing calligraphy, Bai Lian raised her hand, revealing a crimson ribbon on her wrist and a piece of iridium the size of an egg. You should hang one on yourself daily. She had requested these from Mao Kun a few days ago, and Mao Kun was quick. Of course, Miss Bai was still unaware of the price tag attached to her quail egg-sized item. Jianzhe nodded absent-mindedly. On the outskirts of the city, an abandoned warehouse. Mr. Liu, holding 2 cards in his hand, slowly crouched next to Shenqing, narrowing his eyes. You like money, don't you? 2 million, and you're still not willing. He couldn't understand why with 2 million offered, Shenqing would say she was unwilling. The profile of Shenqing described her as greedy for petty gains, vulgar, selfish, and mercenary. He could obviously tell that she was extremely greedy for money. After glancing at the bank card, Shenqing looked up after a long while, smiling obsequiously. Mr. Liu, the elders in our community, I thought we were of the same kind, but, you truly disappoint me, Mr. Liu said with a smile. He stood up, his foot crushing hard on Shenqing's right hand, and gently tossed the 2 bank cards aside. Chapter 186, 069 Practices with a Bunch of Iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update, _3 Shenqing felt the pain at her fingertips, her features twisted together in an instant. President Liu took pleasure in Shenqing's painful expression before he stepped back and with a turn of his head said, You guys, come here. 5 minutes later. I didn't expect you to be so tough, he said as he watched Shenqing collapse to the floor, lighting another cigarette, and now. Shenqing lifted her head again and spat at President Liu with blood in her saliva. You even cheat the elderly out of their money, and you call yourself a human being, ha. President Liu slowly wiped the spit off his face, his smile unwavering, but his gaze was like a venomous snake hidden in the abyss, much like the python trailing up to his neck. Teach her a good lesson. 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Mulan, who had just finished taking a bath, received a phone call. almost dropping the towel in her hand. What? She hung up the phone. Quickly changed her clothes and scrambled for her coat. What's wrong? Suan had just finished a meeting when he saw Ji Mulan grabbing her coat and heading out the door. My brother, Ji Mulan said with furrowed brows, grabbing her car keys, he's in the hospital right now, my sister-in-law is in emergency, they need panda blood, and I'm the only match. She didn't have a high opinion of Shinqing, the kind of petty bourgeois who fawned over others for personal gain. But the call was from Ji Xiaojun. Emergency. Suan quickly followed her, taking her car keys and handing them to his assistant since he couldn't drive after drinking that evening. Don't panic, I'll go with you. Ji Mulan felt much calmer following behind Suan. They arrived at Xiangqing Central Hospital. Standing at the entrance, Ji Xiaojun rushed towards Ji Mulan as soon as he saw her, pulling her forward without a word. Brother, slow down. Ji Mulan stumbled. What exactly happened? Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. He simply handed Ji Mulan over to the nurse with a deep look. She is panda blood. Please get ready. The nurse rushed Ji Mulan to draw blood, not forgetting to hand the critical condition notice to Ji Xiaojun. The patient's condition is very bad. With shaking hands, Ji Xiaojun signed his name on the paper. In just half an hour, 3 critical condition notices had been issued. You have to hold on. Suan patted Ji Xian's shoulder for comfort, then inquired, what happened to Aunt Alien? If you need any help, just say so. After signing the critical condition notice, Ji Xiaojun slumped down against the wall to the floor. Without saying a word. Ji Mulan came out soon after having her blood drawn, looking somewhat pale. Where are Shinqing's family members? The nurse hurried in and out with the blood bag, her urgency clear. The blood isn't enough, and the patient's condition is complicated. She has panda blood, we can't perform the craniotomy. It's best to transfer to an affiliated hospital of Beijing University or somewhere bigger. We've already helped to apply for a consultation with higher-level hospitals, awaiting their feedback. I suggest you also try to contact hospitals yourselves, and quickly. Transferring hospitals isn't simple, it requires advanced applications and connections. Xiangqing Hospital had already responded to Beijing, but Shinqing's condition was indeed complicated, plus she had panda blood. There was no word from the hospital in Beijing. Suan patted Ji Xian's shoulder to comfort him and then signaled his assistant to make calls to help contact hospitals for Shinqing. Suan was from Jiangjing. Usually, he only knew the chief physicians in Jiangjing. The assistant sent the medical information Ji Xiaojun provided to a doctor, who after reading it said directly, "Tell President Su, it's too far. The patient can't endure the journey, and this operation. I'm afraid only the director could do it. I wouldn't dare to operate." Everyone clearly heard the conversation via the assistant's speakerphone. Ji Mulan involuntarily tightened her grip on her coat, a little dazed. Although she didn't like Shinqing, she didn't want to watch her die on the operating table. Is it really that serious? You can't contact that director either. Ji Mulan looked towards Ji Xiaojun and then softly inquired of Suan. Suan's assistant, adjusting his glasses, looked towards Ji Mulan. He knew Ji Mulan. The old lady never recognized her, rumored to have been married and had a problematic daughter. Suan wanted to bring the daughter back home, but the old lady had sarcastically dismissed the idea as wishful thinking. Nevertheless, the assistant treated Ji Mulan straightforwardly and told her the truth. "Madam, that's the director of Jiangjing Hospital, and appointments with him are scheduled until next year. President Su." Even Miss Su would have a hard time seeing him. Ji Mulan didn't know about the situations in Jiangjing. But upon hearing that even Yejun couldn't meet that director, she could roughly understand the gravity. After a long silence, Suan looked at his assistant. "Call the young master, he's at Jiangjing University, he might know some people." The assistant hesitated, knowing that disturbing the young master would trigger criticism from the old lady, but in the end, he went to make contact anyway. Thank you. Ji Xiaojun sat on the ground, his eyes hollow as he looked at the emergency room. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Where are Shenqing's family members? We're short of blood for the patient. Ji Mulan quickly stepped forward. The nurse glanced at her and shook her head. You can't draw any more. Ji Mulan had already been drained of quite a bit of blood, her head buzzing. She remembered that Bai Lian had blocked her number, and asked Su Wen to make the call. Hurry, alien. Alien also has Rh-negative blood. Chapter 187, Mysterious Surgeries No. 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's true nature _1 Bai Lian arrived at the hospital after 10 o'clock. She had already changed out of her school uniform and was wearing a White House dress, her face expressionless, ignoring everyone as she went with the nurse to have her blood drawn. The nurse carefully inserted the needle into her arm, and the dark red blood climbed up the transparent tube. Halfway through, the nurse was about to remove the needle. Bai Lian's arm was still on the table, the faintly visible greenish veins just beginning to show as she had kept her eyes downcast. She only then slightly lifted her gaze, revealing depths that were extremely deep and cold, and then spoke her first words, "Continue." The words seemed to shatter into ice, one by one. The nurse knew that drawing more blood would harm the donor's body, but the look in Bai Lian's eyes startled her, and she shakily drew 2 more tubes. Finally, mustering her courage, she spoke up, "You really can't draw any more." Thank you." Bai Lian lowered her sleeve and stood up. The call was urgent. Bai Lian hadn't told Ji Heng, she had come alone. Outside, Ji Xiaojun was intermittently talking to Su Wen about something, and when they saw Bai Lian come out, both involuntarily stopped their conversation. "How is Auntie?" Bai Lian stood in front of Ji Xiaojun, looking at the emergency room where resuscitation was underway. Ji Xiaojun was burying his head in his knees, silent, while Su Wen stepped in to explain, "Your auntie accidentally fell down the stairs." "Stairs?" Bai Lian nodded. Su Wen made an affirming sound. Bai Lian didn't ask any more questions, nor did she know whether to believe him. "Shenqing's family, where is Shenqing's family?" A nurse came out from the emergency room holding a form. "Have you contacted the hospital? The patient needs to undergo craniotomy surgery as soon as possible, or there is a risk of evolving into a vegetative state." Ji Xiaojun abruptly got to his feet. Su Wen quickly turned back, urging his assistant, "Have you contacted the young master?" The assistant returned with the phone in hand, just as helpless in response to Su Wen's prodding. "The young master is also trying to find a way, but the director is not someone who can be approached by just anyone, so what do we do now?" Ji Mulan was somewhat panicked. Bai Lian, understanding the meaning of vegetative state, lifted her eyes, more composed than anyone present. "Give me the diagnosis." The nurse was taken aback. She instinctively handed the diagnostic report to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced over it quickly. Many of the technical terms she had never heard of: titanium mesh implantation in the skull, cerebrospinal fluid leakage. Without examining it closely, she simply took out her phone and snapped a few photos. She opened WeChat and sent them to Lance. "Bai Lian, help me look at this." After sending, she handed the diagnostic report back to the nurse. Next to her, Su Wen's assistant looked at Bai Lian's actions with surprise. Was she going to post it online for crowdfunding or ask for medical advice on Chengdu? The people from the Ji family seemed pretty unreliable. Ji Xiaojun wiped his face and, after signing the necessary documents, looked at Bai Lian with a calmness that bordered on a whisper. "Alien, you still have school tomorrow, you should go back and rest. Don't worry about your auntie, she'll be all right." He almost muttered the words. Su Wen and the assistant moved aside to discuss affairs related to Jiangjing Hospital. It was only then that Ji Mulan asked Ji Xiaojun, "It wasn't a fall down the stairs, was it? Why don't you tell the truth to Su Wen?" "Yongfu residential area, it must have been that President Liu. I've already called the police, but there's been no response." Ji Xiaojun tugged at his lips, looking at Ji Mulan with an expression that was both calm and crazed. So, do you think Suen would confront them? Or did you really think that with your relationship with him, he would be willing to antagonize someone with such a deep background for our sake? And then drag Dad and Alien into it too. Ji Xiaojun had long known that President Liu was not a good person. But what he hadn't expected was that Shenqing would get caught up in it. One Shenqing was enough for him. He didn't want to drag the whole Ji family into this. Calling Ji Mulan and Bai Lian was solely because of their blood type. What? Ji Mulan's mind was in a whirl, immediately recalling the person Suen had mentioned. She stood still for a while. Her heart was a mess. It couldn't be that President Liu, could it? Jiangjing, Suen's family home. Madame Su sat up from bed, draping a coat over her shoulders as she left the room, her cold gaze sweeping over the butler. Suen is confused, and so are you? Don't you know that he's currently focused on an experiment at the Ma Institute? And you disturb him for such a trivial matter? The butler lowered his head, a wry smile on his lips. It was the Sir's request. Suen. Madame Su scoffed. He's gone mad over a woman, running off to a place like Xiangqing. Has he achieved anything remarkable? And now, he's even interfering with his son's critical future. Chapter 188, Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's true nature _2 For the sake of a nonsensical woman, to disturb the development of the Su family's future heir. If Suen had been in front of the old lady, she would have beaten him to death with her walking stick. The butler did not utter a word, daring not to speak a sentence. Intercept Suen's calls for me, the old Mrs. Su said, her eyes lowered, her hands twirling the Buddha beads. If I hear he's called the young master again, you all pack your bags and get out. Whatever Ji Mulan is, whatever the Ji family is, whatever stepdaughter, old Mrs. Su wouldn't acknowledge any of it. Even if Suen were to marry her, she wouldn't let that woman set foot in the Su family's house. Rest assured. The butler bowed and withdrew. He set about arranging the matter. At the hospital, the assistant, unable to get through with the phone, looked helplessly at Suen. Suen, without having to think, knew who had interfered with this matter. He rubbed his forehead. Find another way. He went downstairs and paid a significant amount for Shenqing's surgery, and also upgraded her to a VIP ward. As for the rest, they could only leave it to fate. The craniotomy hadn't yet been done, and Ji Xiaojun was there, keeping vigil through the night. Suen and Ji Mulan went back first. On the way, Ji Mulan brought up the matter with CEO Liu. That CEO Liu my brother mentioned, Yongfu residential area. Suen gasped in shock, sitting up straight. That same CEO Liu, whom Suen had been trying to get involved with but had never managed to meet. Listen to me. Suen's mind worked quickly as he looked gravely at Ji Mulan, repeatedly urging her, you must persuade your brother not to report to the police anymore, act as if this never happened. Get them to sign the agreement as soon as possible, otherwise, the whole residential area will be in trouble. I will do my best to help you find a doctor. If that CEO Liu were just an ordinary businessman it would be okay, but you also know, he's supported by that bar on Bachter Street, a player on the international boundaries, ruthless. Not only Xiangqing, I can't afford to offend him either. Ji Mulan had never heard Suen speak with such gravity. From Xiangqing to Beijing, then to Jiangjing. Ji Mulan always thought she had seen far enough, only to realize that she had barely seen 1% of the world. I'll talk to him tomorrow, she said, slowly lowering her head. Purish Street. When Bai Lian returned, it was already 12 o'clock. Lance, the little old man, was on a different time zone from her. It was still morning there, and his replies came quickly. Lance, look at this, such a beautiful CT image of a cranial trauma. Lance, I can almost see a standard paper being produced by my student. Lance, where did you find such a textbook-like cranial trauma image? Lance, oh my God. And it's the rare Rh negative blood. This surgery needs to be absolutely flawless. The success rate is virtually 0%. Such a shame. The cranial repair was a minor issue, but because of Shenqing's rare blood type, it increased the risk from 50% to 99.9%. Because the repair process could not afford even the slightest mistake. Bai Lian gently closed the door, looking at Ji Hing in the center room, who had not been awakened, and let out a slight breath of relief. Unable to sleep, she sat at the desk, pulling out physics problems to calm herself. When she saw Lance's reply, she had just finished a major problem. She glanced at it and replied to Lance with 3 words, "My aunt." There was a pause from Lance's end, no messages, probably looking up what aunt meant. After 10 seconds. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance, look at this heartbreaking news. Lance, note that although the skull is severely damaged, it's not to the point that surgery cannot be attempted. Lance, of course, a 0% success rate, that's for other doctors. Bai Lian got his point directly. What about you? Lance, mind your words, you're talking to Lance, the top surgical hand in the field. Lance was very arrogant, 100%. Bai Lian did not doubt Lance's medical skills. Medicine knows no borders. After exchanging information for so long, they both were well aware of each other's medical expertise. Lance had realized the breadth and depth of Chinese medicine, and Bai Lian had reconciled with Western medicine, understanding that it had almost replaced Chinese medicine domestically in just a few hundred years for good reason. She realized the essence of the issue was not to resist Western medicine, but to promote Chinese medicine. Learning that Lance could perform the surgery, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian, can you come? Lance did not hesitate on his end. He had been curious about Chinese medicine and wanted to try acupuncture with Bai Lian to see if it could cure his myopia. Now it was just a matter of arriving a few days earlier. Lance, then you have to give me acupuncture. Bai Lian, 1. Lance, I'm on my way. She sent the Xiangqing address to Lance. Chapter 189, Mysterious Surgeries. Number 1. Saintly Hand. Aliens True Nature _3. Finally, they all let out a sigh of relief. Lance was abroad, and even if he took a flight right now, he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Bai Lian hardly slept that night. The next day, it was rare for her not to ask Ji Hing any questions, and she left the house with her backpack at 6 in the morning. At 6:30, on the first floor of Xiangqing Hospital, a group of people was talking to the nurse at the front desk, led by an old lady leaning on a walking stick. She stared at the shiny nurse's station, hesitant to speak, and it took her a long while to step forward carefully and ask, "Nurse, we are all here to donate blood for Shenqing, where can we give blood?" Behind her were construction workers with safety helmets, a middle-aged couple who had started selling breakfast early and hadn't even taken off their aprons, and underage kids who had come with their parents. "Yes, nurse, where do we go?" The worker took off his helmet, revealing his dark face full of urgency. "I heard she was seriously hurt. Hurry, nurse." Someone directly rolled up their sleeve. "Take mine, I have a lot of blood." About 100 people all surged forward. It was quite a sight. Yongfu residential area was an old community where people had lived for decades, especially the older generations who knew each other very well. "Grandma, your blood can't be taken." The nurse at the station had never encountered such a situation and was somewhat flustered. She stood up and then shouted, "Everyone wait, don't make noise, line up, and I will inquire about the situation." The line immediately formed. An orderly queue from the nurse station stretched very long, all the way to the hospital entrance. Bai Lian had intended to go directly to the elevator. Hearing the name Shenqing, she paused in her steps, turned her head, and looked back at the long line of people at the door through the crowd. After a long moment, she stepped forward and approached the old lady in front. "Grandma, I am Shenqing's niece. Are you all here to donate blood for her?" The old lady was a resident from Building 7, ground floor. Squinting at Bai Lian, she recognized her immediately. Excitedly grasping Bai Lian's hand, she said, "I know you, young lady. How is your aunt now?" "Don't worry, we've been looking for people in the community, and they will all come to donate blood soon. It's okay." Bai Lian steadied her, then said softly to the people behind her, "My aunt needs panda blood. If any of you have panda blood, on behalf of my uncle and aunt, thank you in advance. If not, you can go back. Don't worry, my aunt will be fine here." "That's good." The old woman let out a sigh of relief, clutching Bai Lian's arm. "That damn Lu Zong." Bai Lian hesitated for a moment, lowering her lashes. "Lu Zong?" "Yes, the one who wants to buy our community, a fierce and evil-looking man," the old lady grumbled while tapping her cane. "Such bad karma, our community." Bai Lian nodded, her dark pupils reflecting the hospital's cold floor. She turned and headed for the elevator. At the hospital entrance, another dozen or so people who had just finished moving goods came in. They were sweating profusely, wiped their brows briefly, and asked, "Where can we donate blood for Shinqing?" "Young folks, right here. They say they need panda blood. Does anyone know their own blood type? It's quick to get checked, in the ICU." Ji Xiaojun stood outside the window. Not far away, Ji Mulan and Su En had also arrived early. A doctor, having received Su En's earnest request, held the medical records and was explaining to Su En and Ji Xiaojun, "With our current technology, we can only observe in the ICU. You are aware of Ms. Shen's condition. Her blood type is rare, and there are very few who dare to take the risk of operating in the country. It's just a matter of days now. You must be prepared for her brain death." As for what preparations, the doctor's meaning was very clear. Ji Mulan looked towards Su En. Su En gave a wry smile. "I can't get in touch with that dean." Ji Xian's gaze calmly shifted towards the ICU, the depths of his eyes brewing a storm. "Uncle." Bai Lian stood beside Ji Xiaojun, dressed in her school uniform, her hair tied up messily at the back of her head. Her eyebrows and eyes drooped, speaking almost as calmly as a light breeze, "That Lu Zong is still in Xiangqing, right? My aunt ended up like this because of him." That sentence made everyone present shiver. Ji Xiaojun quickly turned his head, looking at Bai Lian with great nervousness. "Who told you this?" "What Lu Zong?" "Alien, you're just a student, don't get involved in this matter, just focus on your studies. Your aunt is fine now." Bai Lian silently watched Ji Xiaojun for a while, did not answer, and said almost nonchalantly, "I'm going to class." She turned and went downstairs. 7 o'clock. Downstairs at the hospital. Director Chen's car hurriedly stopped. He got anxious as soon as he received a call from Bai Lian and rushed over. He immediately spotted Bai Lian leaning against a tree. "Miss Bai." He got out of the car. Bai Lian placed her backpack at her feet. She wore an open blue and white school uniform, her arms crossed over her chest as she calmly leaned against the tree, watching the traffic with a tranquil gaze. A breeze passed, and her stray hair fluttered as if it were the low pressure before a storm. So oppressive it was hard to breathe. "You're here." Bai Lian extended her hand, slowly plucked a withered yellow leaf that had fallen on her arm. "There's a Lu Zong who wants to buy Yongfu residential area. Do you know him?" No matter when or where, Bai Lian was always languid and easygoing, and Director Chin had always thought she had a good temper. This was the first time he faced her tempest. He belatedly realized that facing such a Bai Lian, the pressure was no less than facing Jiang Fulai in a furious state. Director Chen responded very cautiously, "I don't know him." "That's good." Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, looking at Director Chen with a smile on her lips but frost in her eyes. The pressure she emitted was menacing. "I want all his information." Chapter 190, 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing, second shift. _1 Chief Chen didn't dare to ask at this moment how Director Liu had offended Bai Lian. Miss Bai, rest assured, Chief Chen's mind spun rapidly, it's just a background check. I will make sure to investigate thoroughly, even his ancestors won't be able to escape. Bai Lian bent down, picked up her backpack, her eyelashes lowered, and she thanked him at an unhurried pace, thank you. Chief Chen didn't dare accept Bai Lian's thanks. Such a small matter, and the several suggestions Bai Lian had given him had made him feel on top of the world recently. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave, and waited until she boarded the bus. Only then did Chief Chen wipe the sweat from his brow, unable to help thinking, would Bai Lian have torn him apart as well if he had known that Director Liu? After that thought, he shivered with cold. He immediately placed a phone call to look into the issues at Yongfu residential area and that Liu's surname, who truly seemed to have a death wish. Then he called Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xian's words were vague, only mentioning that Shenqing was currently in the hospital and sticking to the same story, that she had fallen down some stairs, nothing more was said. Linking this to Bai Lian's reaction, Chief Chen almost instantly guessed, this matter must be related to that Director Liu. This Xiangqing, Chief Chen said as he dialed Jiang Fulai's number, why is it always causing me such trouble? He returned to his car, his demeanor incredibly stern. This Liu's surname, he's done for. School. Pu Xiaohan saw Bai Lian and originally wanted to share the news that her video had gone viral. But as her eyes lifted, she saw Bai Lian enter with a wrapping of coldness. Bai Lian gently placed her backpack on the desk, her black hair gathered behind her head, and those black pupils seemed to swallow all light. The tranquil atmosphere spread outward from her at the center. Even the usually oblivious Zhang Xiai sensed something was off, and became quiet. The physics teacher came to class and found the usually lively class eerily quiet. That's how it should be. Everyone is doing very well today, Zhang Xiai's included. The physics teacher was very pleased. Zhang Xiai's, with his head lowered, was inwardly cursing. He was just scared. Pu Xiaohan passed Bai Lian a note during class, asking her what was wrong. Bai Lian held the note and wrote back briefly, stating that Shenqing was still in emergency care but in need of panda blood. Pu Xiaohan took the note back and looking at the reply, took a secret photo of it with her phone after class. One big bowl per meal. The young lady who played the Guzheng yesterday, her aunt is in emergency care. Are there any friends with Rh-negative blood nearby? Xiangqing, praying hands, praying hands, praying hands. Picture, she hadn't yet shared the good news that her video had gone viral with Bai Lian. She gained 200,000 followers overnight, with views surpassing 5 million and still rapidly increasing. Her comments section became active again as soon as she posted the video. Alien, Pu Xiaohan looked back down, do you have your aunt's medical certification? Bai Lian, resting her chin on her hand, quietly gazed out the window. At the sound of the voice, she tilted her head, and sent Xiaohan the photo she had taken the day before. The photo contained Shenqing's information and the name of the hospital. At noon, Bai Lian didn't join them for lunch, she took her phone and left the school. In class 15, Pu Xiaohan gazed at Bai Lian's retreating figure and murmured, her aunt must be very ill. Zhang Xiai also frowned, scratching his head, it's a pity I'm not panda blood, I'm type B. Pu Xiaohan, busy replying to messages from concerned people, felt annoyed and dismissed him, that suits you well. The whole class inquired, but not one was panda blood. The entire class 15 proceeded to ask other people, and their families. At midday, the sun was beating down fiercely. Bai Lian had taken off her uniform and walked out of the school gate with her head down. She walked straight to the bus stop until a familiar car parked to the left of the school gate honked its horn, causing Bai Lian to halt. She looked up and saw the familiar car. Changing her path, she walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in. After fastening her seatbelt, she casually placed her coat on her lap and propped her elbow against the car window. Jiang Fulai watched her quietly, her complexion even paler from the excessive blood drawn the night before. Neither spoke, as Jiang Fulai started the car and without asking where she wanted to go, drove straight to Xiangqing Hospital. At 12 o'clock, Bai Lian received a message from Lance. The two only communicated on WeChat, although Lance had called her that morning. His grasp on Chinese was mediocre at best, reading the text with difficulty and speaking rather laboriously. So they reverted to WeChat for communication. Lance had arrived in Beijing. Chapter 191, 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing, second shift, _2 Lance, my assistant says there's no plane in Xiangqing, we don't know when we'll be able to get here. He then sent a location. They are now looking for a car to drive there. The plane. Bai Lian slightly lifted her face, her fingertips propping up her chin, suddenly turning her head to look at Jiang Fulai. She remembered that someone owned a private plane. It was parked at Danping City. Red light. Jiang Fulai stopped at the intersection. The temperature difference in Xiangqing was quite big, and with the sun at its peak, Jiang Fulai took the chance to look at her, his icy profile glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. Just say it, he said. He didn't even wait for Bai Lian to ask. The surgeon is currently in Beijing, and my aunt can't wait. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the door, her eyes squinting slightly. It would take until tomorrow even by train from Beijing to Xiangqing, including the high-speed rail. Time was pressing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai nodded, started the car. Is he reliable? If not, I'll have someone come back from Jiangjing. Should be. Bai Lian wasn't familiar with the medical field or the current level of medical expertise, but she knew from their discussions that Lance's medical skills were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Fulai, he didn't know how to judge her, should be. He had just come back from the laboratory and didn't know the specific condition of Xinqing. He planned to go to the hospital later to get a clear picture and make preparations just in case Bai Lian's should-be doctor wasn't reliable. The hospital. The intensive care unit. Ji Xiaojun was still outside. The consultation with the experts from Xiangqing Hospital was almost useless, and they could only try to report to a higher-level hospital. Suan had already gone back to his business, asking Ji Mulan to stay here with Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian arrived, the chief physician was communicating with Ji Xiaojun and Ji Mulan. The three of them stood at the door of Xinqing's ICU room. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept in a day and a night, looking utterly world-weary. Today, both Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian brought a double dose of low pressure. Although the hospital itself had a low magnetic field and exuded a chilly aura, the chief physician couldn't help but rub his arms. I also told Mr. Su that she definitely needs to be transferred. It's not just that no one dares to operate here, but we also have problems with our equipment. What equipment is needed? Jiang Fulai also took off his coat, holding the black coat in his hand, 2 steps behind Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He looked through the glass at Xinqing in the ICU before turning to the chief physician. Just say it. The chief physician was originally talking to Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai arrived, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and began to explain to Jiang, our hospital is not equipped with ECT and DSA technology up to the required standard. Jiang Fulai took out his phone, quietly listening. Someone will bring it over this afternoon. Jiang Fulai looked at the chief physician, politely asking, anything else? Don't hold back. His voice was very light. Even if you need equipment from MTR Laboratory, it will be here by tomorrow. MTR Laboratory. While ordinary people might not know, the chief physician, being a doctor, was very aware that it was the only laboratory of the World Medical Association, gathering top-notch doctors from around the world. It could be said that almost all special new drugs started from MTR. The chief physician had graduated years ago and had never had the opportunity to visit the MTR headquarters, but his teacher was fortunate enough to have gone. Hearing Jiang Fulai's words, the chief physician's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but stealthily glance at Jiang Fulai. Could he really procure things from MTR just like that? Who was this man? Ji Mulan didn't know about MTR laboratory and didn't recognize Jiang Fulai. She just watched him with squinted eyes as he came over with Bai Lian, wanting to say something but not daring to. Jiang Fulai indifferently swept a look at Ji Mulan, then lowered his head to send a message. After composing the message and showing it to the chief physician, he asked, "Did I leave anything out?" The chief physician looked down and was almost terrified to find that Jiang Fulai had noted down all the equipment he had mentioned verbatim. "No, that's it." Jiang Fulai's fingertips sent the message. He looked up and saw Bai Lian standing at the end of the corridor, concentrating on the messages on her phone. He walked over. Bai Lian was reviewing the information on President Liu that Qin Bureau had investigated for her. President Liu, Luan Yulin, was planning to dig a hole to acquire Yongfu residential area. Bai Lian, who could usually scan 10 lines at a glance, was reading very slowly today. She scrolled through every line, not missing a single word. When Bai Lian finished reading, Jiang Fulai spoke, "I'm going to clear a runway. Call me if there's any situation here." Runway. Bai Lian probably realized, okay. Chapter 192, 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Shangqing, second shift, _3 She watched as Jiang Fulai left. Then, she took out her mobile phone to give Mao Kuan a call. The fighting arena. Mao Kuan took off his mask, wiped away some sweat, and lazily grabbed his ringing phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was startled. "Sis. Do you know Luan Yulin?" Bai Lian gazed out the window, the eyes beneath her lowered lashes swirling with devilish audacity. The tone of her voice seemingly had already torn Luan Yulin to shreds. Realizing the chill in Bai Lian's voice, Mao Kuan's hand shook involuntarily. He sat on the ground and thought carefully, "I don't know him." Bai Lian nodded, her voice particularly calm. "I'll give you some information, wait for me at Purist Street later." After hanging up, Mao Kuan immediately sent people to look for Luan Yulin. Lance was to arrive that afternoon, and Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi for leave that afternoon. The students of Class 15 were searching for someone with panda blood. Knowing about Bai Lian's aunt's situation, Lu Lingxi approved her leave and told her not to worry. 2:30, Su An's assistant rushed over in a hurry. Su An was very concerned about the Ji family's affairs, and the assistant, coming out of the elevator, said to Ji Xiaojun, "Quick, Mr. Su has contacted Jiangjing Hospital for you. There's a chief physician who says he has a 60% chance. Head out for Jiangjing now." "Thank you." Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting outside the intensive care unit, suddenly looked up. I'll go find the chief physician." He stood up, feeling a bit dizzy. Almost falling over. Caught by Ji Mulan. "Be careful," the assistant had already contacted the hospital and was there to notify Ji Xiaojun. "Mr. Su has already communicated with the hospital, and they will arrange everything to head to Jiangjing as soon as possible." Ji Mulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the assistant. "Thank you for your trouble." The attending physician had obviously also received the message from the hospital. He hurried over from his office. "Are you really going to Jiangjing?" He looked at Bai Lian, unaware of others, just now the man who brought up MTR laboratory with Bai Lian. "Of course, Mr. Su has arranged everything. Although the success rate is not as high as that of the director, he is willing to give it a try," said Su En's assistant, "a surgery hard won by Su En." "No need." On the side of the corridor, leaning against the wall, Bai Lian raised her head and slowly draped her school uniform jacket over her shoulders. "What do you mean no need? You go to school. Don't meddle in this matter." Ji Mulan's brows subconsciously furrowed. She was accustomed to being assertive and paid no heed to Bai Lian's resistance, and directly said to the chief physician, "Please arrange it." Su An's assistant turned his head back and saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against the wall, realizing this was the stepdaughter who had diagnosed her condition on the spot yesterday. He looked at Bai Lian in surprise, somewhat doubting what he had heard. Not necessary. Bai Lian didn't zip up her jacket, ignoring Ji Mulan. She met the gaze of Su An's assistant, showing a demeanor that was nonchalant. Thank you, but we've found another doctor. Ah. Who have you found? Su An's assistant was slightly stunned. Bai Lian looked towards the elevator. He has already arrived in Xiangqing. Xiangqing was recently building a new expressway. It was a 6-lane main road. One section had just been constructed up to the city center, from Wallow Road to the roundabout. Both ends were blocked by iron fences, and the accumulated cement on the road was being cleared away one by one. At both ends of the road, there were 2 teams of men in black, preventing anyone from trespassing. Drivers passing this road couldn't help but look over. 235. Rumble echoed in the sky, and nearly every resident in the center of Xiangqing saw a white plane slowly circling at a low altitude against the backdrop of clouds. For so many years, Xiangqing had not even built a high-speed rail, and suddenly, seeing a plane hovering in the city center, crowds of people looked up in astonishment. The plane finally aimed for the road under construction, almost skimming over the houses on both sides, and slowly landed on this main thoroughfare. Rumbled, the roar as the plane's wheels rolled over the highway stirred up a flurry of dust, and gradually, its speed decreased. Finally, it stopped in the middle of the road. The white fuselage bore no airline logos, the plane's door was opened by people, and the boarding stairs descended from mid-air, with an old man in a polo shirt and sunglasses being the first to step off. 240, Lance had arrived. Chapter 193, 072 Surgery successful, please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _1 Xiangqing Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Assistant Su En's gaze shifted back and forth between Ji Mulan and Ji Xiaojun for a long time before he realized that Ji Mulan might not be able to make decisions for Bai Lian, so he focused on Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun stood in the middle of the corridor, looking travel-worn. His eyes were ancient and red, listened to alien. His voice sounded exhausted. Unlike Su En, Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian had at least once lived in the Bai family. She wasn't the kind to joke around. This is insanity. Assistant Su En couldn't understand Ji Xian's thinking. A 60% success rate was considered above average in China, especially for a surgery on Xinqing. If Ji Xiaojun disagreed, all he could do was to relay Ji Xian's decision to Su En, right? I heard they've invited a doctor, not sure who. The assistant was mid-sentence. The elevator ascended to their level, came to a stop, and the large elevator doors opened, revealing 3 people inside. The one in the lead was wearing a polo shirt and floral shorts, with sunglasses perched on his nose. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his eyes locked onto Bai Lian, brightened, he took off his glasses, and, opening his arms, approached Bai Lian. Hello, Bai. Bai Lian wasn't accustomed to hugging people, so she extended her hand and shook hands with Lance very politely. Okay, Lance said in not quite fluent Chinese, already aware that people from China are conservative. You are truly too conservative. My aunt's chief physician. Bai Lian took Lance to the chief physician who was still standing aside. Please explain the basic condition of my aunt's health, as he will be the lead surgeon shortly. The chief physician looked at Lance in his floral shorts and was momentarily stunned into confusion, hesitating greatly. Each of the seniors he knew was very serious. The image of this gentleman looked more like someone who would dance in a senior disco. Prepare the sterile room. Lance wasn't as friendly when he spoke to the chief physician. He just ordered, I've brought both my first and second assistants. If you want to observe, you can enter with 5 people. Also, a batch of equipment came with me and is being handed over downstairs. You have 1 hour to swap out the equipment. He reverted to English toward the end of his instructions. I need to ask for permission from the hospital director. The chief physician hesitated. He wanted to ask Lance a couple of questions. When he looked up, he saw the WMA logo on the polo shirt Lance was wearing. His spirit jolted, and he promptly took out his phone, decisively issuing orders: prepare the sterile room, and also call in 5 available staff from the rest areas. As the chief physician spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him wearing sunglasses. He couldn't help but think that this old man looked somewhat familiar. The entire corridor was quiet. The efficiency was high. In less than 5 minutes, nurses came up to remove the machines from Shinqing and wheeled her into the elevator. Soon, several doctors with chief titles appeared at the entrance to the operating room. The situation was urgent. Lance donned sterile attire and entered the operating room. The red light came on. The hospital and Lance moved so fast that Ji Xiaojun hadn't recovered his senses before the surgery began. He looked towards Bai Lian. Alien, was that the doctor you mentioned? A Western doctor. Bai Lian leaned against the wall. Her deep dark eyes slowly said, his success rate is higher than 60%. There won't be any problems. Uncle, you should rest for a while. You will need to take care of her when Aunt comes out. Ji Xiaojun didn't want to rest, but, hearing that he needed to take care of Shinqing when she came out, he lay down on the bench outside the operating room. He couldn't sleep but kept his eyes shut. Ji Mulan and assistant Suen followed as well, exchanging surprised looks with each other. How come there were suddenly so many doctors around? Especially in the assistant's view, the Ji family had reserved the high-ranking wards in advance with the help of Suen. They shouldn't have this kind of network. They didn't know Lance, but they also knew that the surgery was likely to involve the old man wearing sunglasses and a polo shirt with floral shorts. Ji Mulan wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions, but she dared not speak to Bai Lian. Since Shinqing's surgery was going to last over 5 to 6 hours, Ji Mulan and the assistant naturally didn't feel like waiting around. 10 minutes after the surgery began, the two entered the elevator and went downstairs. Once the elevator doors closed, Assistant Suen turned to Ji Mulan. Pausing, he asked politely, "Madam, did you recognize any of those people just now?" "I don't know them." Ji Mulan was familiar with Beijing but unclear about Xiangqing. "What about you?" Chapter 194, 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _2 As Suen's assistant, he should know more than she does. The assistant shook his head. Ji Mulan also felt that Suen definitely did not know, as all of Suen's connections were in Jiangjing. On his way back, the assistant drove past Wallow Road. From afar, he saw a plane parked on the unfinished section of the 6-lane road and instinctively hit the brakes, almost as if by magic. He blurted out, "Why is there a plane here?" Xiangqing, a place without even a high-speed rail yet, had a plane proudly parked in the city center. "I have no idea. Could they be planning to build an airport in advance?" Ji Mulan looked over, equally surprised. The assistant immediately called Suen. Ji Mulan was startled, thinking that such a matter also needed to be reported to Suen. Before she had finished thinking, she heard the assistant on the phone, explaining to Suen with a grave expression, "It seems to be an Airbus ACJ350. "What?" On the other end of the line, Suen was also shocked. "Are you sure?" They recognized the plane solely because of a rumor in Jiangjing, with virtually no information about the owner of the Airbus ACJ350 to be found online, but almost everyone in their circle knew which family it belonged to. "It's right here on Wallow Road." The assistant faintly saw the black-clothed men guarding both ends. "Did you see anything about it online?" With one hand holding the phone and the other on the computer's search page, Suen replied, "Absolutely nothing." Leaning against the driver's seat, the assistant muttered, "That makes sense. Who would dare post it online?" "I'll ask around to see if anyone else knows anything." Suen let out a breath. After hanging up the call, Ji Mulan turned to the assistant. "Is this plane important?" "A private jet." Mr. Su heard a bit about it at a banquet. The assistant discreetly snapped photos of the plane's condition before reluctantly driving away. Madam, this is not just about a plane. It's about being able to use an unfinished road as a runway in Xiangqing, applying in advance for Xiangcheng's flight path. For others, it's as hard as reaching the heavens. With Ji Mulan's imagination, she couldn't fathom such a huge jet being privately owned. Of course, neither Suen nor his assistant knew about the flight path of this plane. It hadn't been applied for in advance but was instead a last-minute report, with all aviation procedures completed in less than half an hour. 6 o'clock. The operating room. The door opened, and Lance, dressed in blue surgical scrubs, raised his hands as he came out, with the chief nurse respectfully changing his gloves beside him. He earnestly looked at Bai Lian. Bai, the surgery has a 100% success rate and is nearing completion, but there's a tough issue. She has Rh-negative blood, and we still need a large supply of blood. Ding, the elevator doors opened once more. Standing at the forefront was a tall figure with one hand casually in his pocket, his eyes downcast, his face unclear. As he faintly raised his head, his presence was as cool as moonlight. Don't worry about the blood supply, there are plenty of people downstairs. Lance looked at Jiang Fulai, initially hesitant to speak. Upon understanding Jiang Fulai's intention, he couldn't hold back. What? At least 50 people with Rh-negative blood. Jiang Fulai stopped, raising an eyebrow. Is that enough? Enough, of course, it's enough. But how could there be so many people with Rh-negative blood, often dubbed panda blood? Lance didn't believe it. In his country, arranging emergency surgery involved calling one by one from a special blood bank, and it would be incredibly lucky just to get one person with panda blood willing to donate. How could such a small place have so many? Lance ran down to the first floor in disbelief. On the left side of the first floor, a temporary blood donation station was set up, and the queue of people stretched from inside the door onto the street. The small Xiangqing, with a hospital that lacks the facilities found in larger cities, had gathered dozens of panda blood donors in less than an afternoon. And there were more donors continuously arriving from surrounding cities. How is this possible? Lance turned back to Jiang Fulai incredulously. Never having experienced such an impressive spectacle, he blurted out in English, "How did you find so many people in such a short time?" While speaking, another woman from the neighboring city hurriedly arrived, dusty from travel. "I saw it in a short video. Is there a Lady Shenqing in need of panda blood? I had a major bleeding incident before, and it was a bunch of kind-hearted people who saved me. I hope this Lady Shenqing will definitely be safe." Among them, there were contacts from the Yongfu residential area, relatives of classmates from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. And even more so, strangers who came after watching Pu Xiaohan's video. After hearing the explanation from the hospital, Lance stood there silently for a long time. Your country is really... Chapter 195, 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _3 Of course, Lance wouldn't understand. That was the solidarity and tenderness ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. In the distance, every person who had just donated blood was gifted a care package. A man who had just finished donating blood was live streaming as he opened the care package. "Family, I've finished donating blood, and I'll live stream my drive home in a bit. The hospital says there are already a lot of people, so no one else should come, okay? They even gave me a bag of milk." He was halfway through opening it when he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Ginseng? Tea cake?" The barrage of comments also began scrolling rapidly, with sharp-eyed viewers identifying the brands. Old Spot Tea. A tea cake worth several thousand per piece. Blood ginseng. Just asking out of curiosity, are they really donating blood instead of worshipping the god of wealth? I'm going, today nobody can stop me or I'll lose it. 8:30 p.m. The operating light finally went off. Approaching 6 hours of surgery, even Lance felt extremely fatigued. He took off his blue sterile suit and walked out of the operating room. Ji Xiaojun, who hadn't fully fallen asleep, woke up immediately, moving his lips and looking at Lance. Lance removed his cap. The surgery was very successful. The patient should wake up in the next couple of days. Thank you, doctor. Ji Xiaojun looked at Shenqing being wheeled out, his voice choked with emotion. Once your aunt's condition stabilizes in a couple of days, you can take me to your classmate to record an appreciation video. Shenqing had turned the corner, and Ji Xiaojun felt much more relaxed as he urged Bai Lian to go home and sleep. All right, you go home first, you still have class tomorrow. He then turned to Jiang Fulai. Xiao Jiang, thank you for today. Ji Xiaojun had heard from the doctors that most of the medical equipment was provided by Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's sleeve was slightly rolled up, and despite running around all afternoon, there was not a speck of disorder on him. From his collar to his shoes, everything was impeccable and clean. That sharply defined face, which typically exuded a sense of pride and sharpness, now under the hallway lights, seemed somewhat scholarly and gentle. You're welcome. Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Fulai returned his gaze, calmly looking at her. Is there a problem? You missed one word, Bai Lian said deliberately, pulling up her zipper to her chin, undisturbed. It should be, you have a problem. Chief Chen, who had just finished investigating Yongfu residential area and Mr. Liu, stepped out of the elevator. Oh my god, Miss Bai, when you talk about young Master Jiang, could you at least consider the setting and spare a thought for the feelings of us ordinary folks? Why did he have to hear that remark? Chief Chen very stiffly, at a tenth of the normal speed, put his foot down without looking up, already feeling the icy glance from Jiang Fulai sweeping over him. Lance went back to the hotel to rest. Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back to Purist Street. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Lian reverted to her usual lazy demeanor, resting her hand on her chin. The nurse said you prepared gifts for the friends who donated blood today. Just something I grabbed casually. Young Master Jiang was very cautious, adeptly changing the subject. When did you meet Dr. Lance? He seems to be quite impressive. Bai Lian's pale fingers tapped on her chin. A surgery that no one in Xiangqing, let alone Beijing, dared to touch was handled with ease by Lance. Drop this seems to be, young Master Jiang adjusted the steering wheel calmly, streetlights outside the window casting shadows over his cold and beautiful features. I got him here by having people from WMA abduct him back. His tone was even, completely unfazed by the startling nature of his own words. By the time Bai Lian returned to Purist Street, Jiang Fulai stood at the entrance of the alley, watching her unlock the door and enter her house before he took out his cell phone to call Chief Chin. His indifferent voice sent a chill down Chen's spine. What are you even good for? Meanwhile, in neighboring Danping City, an elderly man with slightly gray hair just off the plane held his phone in the chaotic wind. You don't need me anymore. I dropped everything just to rush to Xiangqing, and you're telling me the matter is resolved. How often do I get a chance like this, and you're saying I'm missing out on the opportunity to show what I can do? You can ask young Master Jiang yourself, Ming Dongheng coolly replied to him. The old man was at a loss for words, then turned around and boarded the plane again. Never mind, the answer isn't that important. To just change routes and return to Jiangjing, that's what he would do. When Bai Lian came back, Ji Hing had not gone to sleep yet. He was sitting in the living room, embroidering by lamplight with his glasses on. She told him the news of Shenqing's successful surgery. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept for 2 days, and now that Shenqing's surgery was successful, Ji Hing didn't have to be scared and anxious anymore. He could take turns with Ji Xiaojun watching over Shenqing. As soon as Bai Lian spoke, Ji Hing set aside what he was doing and headed to the hospital. After Ji Hing had left, Bai Lian went back to her room. She changed into a new outfit and left the house with her phone. 10 o'clock. At the dining table, Suen cursed Luan Yulin, that old fox, for not giving away a single piece of information. Instead, he had been forced to drink a lot. Mr. Lewin, outside the Wanha building, Suan watched Lewin Yulin get into his car, looking forward to working together. Lewin Yulin had a face that seemed gentle, a stark contrast to the sinuous snake tattoo on his neck. Mr. Su, I have to make another stop at Bacter Street, so we'll have to take a rain check on the drinks. Hearing Bacter Street, Suan's expression shifted slightly. After Lewin Yulin's car drove away, the smile on Suan's face disappeared, and just as he was about to leave with a stern face, he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian across the street. Why are you out here so late? Suan approached, following Bai Lian's gaze to where she had been watching Lewin Yulin leave. His expression changed slightly. Were you looking for Mr. Lewin? Bai Lian shifted her gaze, clad in all black with a snug outfit, her sleeves and pants tightly cinched. A black belt embroidered with gold patterns tightly wrapped her clothing. Two crossed wooden hairpins stably secured her hair at the back of her head. She looked like a rose mallow blended into the darkness of the night. Because Suan had been very concerned about Shinqing's situation and had made many arrangements beforehand, Bai Lian was relatively friendly towards him. This is ridiculous. Your uncle's attitude was clearly telling you that he doesn't want to involve you. This Mr. Lewin is not simple, don't be rash. Suan, observing Bai Lian's casual demeanor, knew she wasn't taking his words to heart, so he spoke more sternly. His name is Lewin Yulin, you might not have heard of him, but there are people from Bacter Street behind him, and it's said that he's also connected to the Qinglong bar. Mr. Su, Miss Bai probably hasn't heard of him. An assistant interrupted from behind Suan. The assistant looked at Bai Lian with a different explanation. The number of people who have leaped to their deaths because of him isn't 20, then it's at least 10, yet he remains unscathed, exploiting the loopholes in the law. Don't you understand? So this is the trap he laid for my uncle and others. Bai Lian nodded, smiling faintly. Don't you? Suan was genuinely worried about her at that moment. Rumble, rumble, the sound of motorcycles suddenly roared to life at the street corner, a line of more than 10 bikes roaring past one by one. The noise startled Suan and the others. Screech, the leading motorcycle stopped in front of Bai Lian. The rider took off his helmet, propping himself up with one foot on the ground, revealing a head full of blonde hair as he shouted at Bai Lian, Sis, we've been following him. Sis. Sis. More than 10 voices called out from behind, thunderous and deafening. Chapter 196, 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update, _1, Xiaoqi, give your helmet to your sister, Huang Mao called out to the person behind him. Xiaoqi took off the helmet and tossed the black motorcycle and the helmet to Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't even look, she just reached out and caught them. The original owner knew how to street race. Almost the moment she touched the motorcycle, she knew how to drive it. She secured the helmet on her head with one hand and gripped the handlebar with the other. Her long legs straddled the bike, and with one foot planted on the ground, she glanced at Suan before flipping down the visor. Don't worry. As soon as she had spoken, she slowly bent forward, her gaze icy as she looked straight ahead. The black, streamlined body of the bike blended with her clothes, radiating an innate defiance and wildness. With the rev of the engine, rumbling loudly, the motorcycle shot off like a wild horse, hugging the turn and vanishing down the street in a flash. Elegant yet brazen. A gang of youngsters arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Only Xiaoqi remained behind, standing still for a while before slowly heading back to Bacter Street with his cell phone. He only gave Suan a brief glance, nodding at him politely. It took Suan a good while to come back to his senses. He could never have imagined that Bai Lian, who usually looked so gentle, even somewhat docile in front of Jihing, would be so adept at hugging a turn on a bike. By the time the motorcycle was out of sight at the street corner, the assistant finally found his voice and turned to Suan, President Su, he had never seen such a scene before. Even before coming to Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had mentioned that Bai Lian was tough and would do anything, but this was their first time seeing Bai Lian street racing. Just like those unruly youths from moments ago. It's no wonder they were the kind of people who needed Sue-Ann to arrange a school for them. Forget it, Sue-Ann said with a headache, pressing his temples. Don't tell Mulan about this, it's fine as long as she's meeting with President Liu. If we can't get this case, it's time for us to head back to Jiangjing, the assistant said, opening the car door for Sue-Ann to get in. They had come for Xiangcheng's tourism, but now with Liu and Yulin here, it seemed like their opportunity was gone. Reluctant to return with the information they had barely obtained, he felt somewhat discontent. Bar VIP room. Liu and Yulin, with a cigarette between his fingers, used his polished leather shoe to lift the chin of an old lady kneeling on the floor. He smiled with a sinister softness. You lead the signing, or you know what I'm capable of, don't you? I really don't want to resort to such bloody measures. The old lattice gaze was fixed firmly on Liu and Yulin's face. Break one of her hands, Liu and Yulin said as he flicked off some ash and turned his head. Bang! The door to the VIP room was flung open. Bai Lian strode in with Mao Kun and Xiaowu. Didn't I say, Liu and Yulin turned to the door, his eyes dark and ominous, that no one should come in. The old lady lifted her head, immediately recognizing Bai Lian as the woman she had seen at the hospital that morning. Anxious, she blurted out, Youths, why have you come here? From the Yongfu residential area too. Liu and Yulin squinted at Bai Lian, Mao Kun, and the others. Take them all down, too. Bai Lian didn't even look at Liu and Yulin but walked forward a few steps and helped the old lady up. Bang bang. The few men who came to grab Bai Lian didn't even touch her before being kicked to the ground one by Mao Kun. Are you all right? Bai Lian eyed the old lady up and down, making sure she was unharmed, then instructed Xiaowu to help the lady to the side. To avoid any accidental injuries. Before being led away, the old lady looked at Bai Lian in surprise. When had Ji Xiaojun gotten such a fierce niece? Mao Kun's moves alerted Liu and Yulin that something was amiss. He put out his cigarette and stealthily pressed his phone for a rescue call while asking warily, Who are you? Who am I? Bai Lian reached for a bottle of unopened liquor on the table. Weighing it in her hand, she curled her lip at Liu and Yulin. Her pitch-black, cold eyes, however, held no trace of a smile. Raising her hand, she smashed the bottle right onto Liu and Yulin's head. Smack! Blood streamed down Liu and Yulin's forehead as he suddenly looked up. You dare? Mao Kun swiftly stepped aside. What wouldn't I dare? Bai Lian pulled out a tissue, looked down, and meticulously wiped her hands clean. As soon as her words fell, there was another bang. Liu and Yulin was kicked so hard that he landed on the table, causing glasses to clatter and shatter to the floor. You're asking for death. Liu and Yulin was pinned down by Bai Lian's boot on his chest. He could feel his ribs breaking. Spitting out blood, Liu and Yulin realized that Bai Lian was just as dangerous as he was. He sneered, looking up at her, That woman I beat up the other day, who is she to you? Ha, are you angry? So what? Can you call the police to arrest me? Aren't you still powerless against me? Chapter 197, 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update, _2 Bai Lian slowly squatted down, her slender, pale fingers casually picking up a piece of glass. She pressed the glass against Liu and Yulin's cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Gazing at Liu and Yulin, Bai Lian calmly took the cigarette Mao Kun handed her and spoke with an offhand air. You really are ridiculous, asking me to call the police. The blood on Liu and Yulin's body slowly flowed toward her on the ground. She pressed harder with the hand holding the glass and even let out a light laugh. Call the police, you say? Do you think you're qualified enough to have me call the police? Her tone was tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Had it been anyone else, anyone at all, whether it be Lu Lingxi or Director Qin or their ilk, any of them might have talked to Liu and Yulin about law and morality, but this was Bai Lian, the Bai Lian who had once slain countless pirates with her own hands. Did she need a reason to harm someone? Luan Yulin, who had always believed Bai Lian wouldn't dare to touch him, felt fear for the first time. He burst out, "Do you know who's backing me, huh?" Backter Street, Qinglong Bar. The glass Bai Lian was pressing paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Luan Yulin licked his lips, mistakenly thinking Bai Lian was scared. "You know about young Master Mao from Backter Street, right?" "Child," the old lady came over, tugging at Bai Lian's clothes. "Let's just go." Before she could finish, Mao Kun immediately jumped up, pointing at Luan Yulin in disbelief. "Damn it, when have I ever known you? Don't fucking frame me." Then, he hopped in front of Bai Lian, almost in tears. "Sis, I really don't know him. Where did this jerk come from, daring to frame his white tank top?" "Alright." Bai Lian stood up, looking disdainfully at his spineless state, and brushed off her sleeves carelessly, speaking unhurriedly. "Take him back and deal with him properly." Seeing Bai Lian's trust in him, Mao Kun was particularly moved. Then he turned to look at Luan Yulin as if he were looking at a dead man. Luan Yulin looked at Bai Lian and then at Mao Kun, and after realizing something, his complexion turned deathly pale suddenly. The next day. Su En's temporary residence. Early in the morning, Ji Mulan shared with Su En the good news about Shinqing's surgery. It was actually a success. Su En, just learning of Shinqing's successful surgery, was quite surprised. "Do you know who did it? Which hospital's doctor?" The assistant recalled the old man in flowery shorts from the day before. "Luck?" The assistant pondered briefly. That old man didn't look like a surgeon at all. Otherwise, the assistant wouldn't know how to explain it. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but judging by that old man's disco-era vibes, he really didn't seem like a serious surgeon. Su En appeared thoughtful. Ji Mulan said nothing. "That Airbus ACJ350 yesterday." Su En suddenly remembered the incident. The phone rang once. It was a call from the Su family's main house in Jiangjing, and the caller was old Madame Su. "You didn't come to an agreement with Mr. Luan?" "You know him," Su En replied, falling silent for a moment. "The Ji family would have reservations." "Su En, you're truly blinded by that woman." On the other side of the phone, the old lady tapped her cane. "With such a golden opportunity like Backter Street, you won't work with him? You've accomplished nothing in Xiangqing. Wait until you come back for the shareholders' meeting and see how they'll override you. And that woman and her daughter, don't even think about them stepping through the Su family's door." The old lady hung up the phone with a snap. Her voice was loud, and the assistant and Ji Mulan heard everything very clearly. The assistant bowed his head, acting as if he hadn't heard. Ji Mulan still sat upright, her expression unchanged. "Don't mind it." Su En patted Ji Mulan's hand, then knit his brows. The assistant glanced at Ji Mulan, worried. "If Mr. Lun's case can't proceed, we truly have no other option but to return to Jiangjing. If Master Qin can make a move." "I haven't even met Master Qin." Su En held his forehead, his head throbbing, and spoke wearily. "Let's not talk about this now. Later, you'll see if Miss Su can ask Master Qin for help on my behalf." Ji Mulan could not fail to understand the look in the assistant's eyes. Yet it was precisely because of Ji Xiaojun and Shinqing that she also felt uneasy. She couldn't advise Su En to cooperate with Mr. Luan, could she? At that moment, a security guard brought someone in. "Mr. Su, a classmate named Bai is here to see you." "Alien?" Su En looked up, surprised to see the figure clad in blue and white school uniform, carrying a black bag. "How did you find this place?" He hadn't given Bai Lian the address. On second thought, it must have been Ji Heng who told her. Today, Bai Lian appeared carefree and casual, starkly different from the night before. "They'll just ask something and leave." Bai Lian didn't sit down. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a document in her hand, slowly rolling it up and tapping it against her palm. "I remember you're also vying for the development rights to the Yongfu residential area. How much resettlement compensation would you offer them?" Ji Mulan seldom spoke with Bai Lian these days. But at this moment, she was distraught over old Madame Zhou's remarks. The tourism businesses in Xiangqing couldn't take off, and Suan was too affected. Now Bai Lian had to touch on what was causing them pain. It was as if she was deliberately rubbing salt in their wounds. What are you doing here instead of going to school? You don't understand these things. What's the use of asking so many questions so specifically? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her patience running out. She had explained the Bai family's business to Bai Lian countless times. Bai Lian hadn't absorbed a single word. It's fine, it's nothing that can't be mentioned, Suan said. Although he felt a little sore, he still gave Bai Lian a number. I was planning to apply early to the authorities, but Mr. Lewin got the jump on us and obtained the demolition rights first. It doesn't matter. Bai Lian didn't even acknowledge Ji Mulan, listening to the number Suan gave, which was a bit more than Ji Shane's estimate. She stopped the tapping against her palm and with a lazy look in her eyes, she spoke in a particularly disdainful tone. From now on, it's yours. She handed the rolled-up document to Suan. Chapter 198, 074 Mysterious and Hidden, Wang who is good at dealing with aftermath_1. This is, Suan reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he took the document Bai Lian handed over. He seemed to have some realization of what it was. Bai Lian didn't say a word, only waiting for him to take it. Without looking at Ji Mulan, she calmly turned and left the room. Suan reacted and followed her. Let me drive you to school. His place was quite far from Xiangqing No. 1 middle school. No need, Bai Lian casually waved her hand behind her. Brisk and efficient, there's a car waiting for me outside. She disappeared at the front door. Suan's assistant approached, and he couldn't help but glance at the document in Suan's hand. President Su, what Miss Bai gave you is, Ji Mulan also found it strange. Suan looked down, opened the document. On the outside of the folder was the official seal of the Xiangqing Demolition Authority, and on the seal was a line of red regular script, Yongfu Community Housing Demolition Permit. A permit? Wasn't it taken by President Liu? The assistant exclaimed as if a thunderclap had gone off above his head. Suan stared at that line of text, piecing it together with what Bai Lian said. He too was in a daze for a moment. In business, what counts is the differential in information. Suan initially possessed information far superior to others, but he hadn't expected someone like President Liu to emerge from Bachter Street and get hold of the demolition permit before anyone else. Suan then began to consider partnering with President Liu. After the incident at the Ji family, he thought he no longer had any chance to cooperate. But today, Bai Lian had brought the demolition permit to him. How did the certificate end up with her? Ji Mulan regained her senses too, as she too knew what the permit meant for Suan, but her mind was in turmoil. So does that mean you can plan for fundraising now? In Ji Mulan's eyes, Bai Lian had never been obedient or diligent, always up to no good except for serious matters. But wasn't it said that only if Miss Su found that Mr. Qin could there possibly be a chance? How did Bai Lian get it? How did she get it? Her mind was in chaos, for the first time feeling like she didn't understand Bai Lian. We can start fundraising now, go inform President Liu. Suan exhaled, the frustration that had been building in his heart dissipating, instructing his assistant, also, prepare some nourishing gifts. We're heading to the hospital right away. Going to the hospital naturally meant visiting Xiangqing. Ji Mulan was surprised by Suan's attitude. The fact that Suan could arrange a doctor and a hospital bed for Xiangqing was already beyond Ji Mulan's expectations. Now that he had obtained the demolition rights, Suan should be 100 times busier than before, yet he was going to see Xiangqing right now. Zhou's assistant immediately made arrangements. Looking up to see Ji Mulan's puzzled expression, the assistant paused briefly. Ji Mulan was unfamiliar with the situation in Jiangjing and the circumstances of Bachter Street. Of course, it was hard for the average person to understand. Before this, Ji Mulan, like most people, had never heard of Bachter Street. But Zhou's assistant knew that Vermilion Bird Bank headquarters, Asia's largest auction house, fighting arenas, and the most well-informed bars were all on Bachter Street. Obtaining the demolition permit from President Liu of Bachter Street, both Suen and his assistant recognized one thing: Bai Lian was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Suen put the document away, and as he was about to go upstairs, he hesitated. "Mulan," he said, looking at Ji Mulan, "I think you've always been very gentle and accommodating to people, but your attitude towards Alien is problematic. She is your daughter. She might understand you, but constantly keeping a bad mood for family can chill hearts over time." Outside the Su family home. By the roadside, a silver-gray car lingered. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. Jiang Fulai, his left elbow resting on the half-lowered window, the morning sun spilling carelessly over his slightly cold face, looked at her as she got in the car, reached out, paused his Bluetooth earpiece, and seemed surprised. "That was quick?" Went in and left. Bai Lian closed the car door, fastened her seatbelt, and then took out her phone, opening an app. "The Calligraphy Association is recruiting now. You don't need to go there tonight." Jiang Fulai started the car, remembering this. "I'll stop by on my way later." Bai Lian had plans to visit Shinqing at the hospital in the evening. Hearing this, Bai Lian had no objections. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she browsed the app methodically. As soon as she opened the app, a barrage of messages flooded in. She glanced at them. Most were internal messages, along with a few from people following her. Internal message: "Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers." Chapter 199, 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang who is good at dealing with aftermath _2 site message: "Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers." Site message: "Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers." Whenever Bai Lian encountered a chemistry problem, she skipped it. She did the biology questions she knew but skipped those she didn't. She tackled every single physics and math problem without missing a single one, and sent the ones she couldn't solve to teacher Jiang. Her solutions were always easier to understand than Jiang Fulai's, and her handwriting was more standardized than his. Almost every physics and math question she answered was collected by the system as the correct answer. "Can this thing be blocked?" She looked at the incessant messaging alerts, and while at a red light, showed her phone screen to Jiang Fulai. "It's so annoying." She had already blocked messages from strangers. Every time she seriously worked on problems, the site's messages would suddenly pop up. She had been busy recently and had not logged into the app, so the notifications were even more frequent. Jiang Fulai glanced at it and immediately understood. "I'll send you a plugin later." Who wouldn't be annoyed by site messages? Young Master Jiang had once written a blocking plugin specifically because of the site messages. When they arrived at school, Bai Lian got out of the car with her backpack and waved goodbye. She was tall, and the bulky school uniform looked unusually slim on her. Not far away, Zhang Xiais and the rest of class 15 just spotted Bai Lian. He was tall and smiling. "Is your aunt okay now?" "Yes." Bai Lian tilted her head, glanced at him, and slowly spoke. "That's good. I just saw Sister Yan's Weibo when I woke up early. She's coming back to Xiangqing for promotion." "Good things come in pairs," Zhang Xiais nodded. He reached out, wanting to pat Bai Lian's shoulder in a buddy-like manner. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, which brought goosebumps to his arms. Zhang Xiais quickly withdrew his hand. "Hiss, my mom wouldn't be cursing me with voodoo dolls, right? Even that won't help me score 60. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the back of the driver's seat. Only after the group of students disappeared into the school gate did he leisurely press his Bluetooth headset. Continue. On the other side, Director Chen hesitated. "That Mr. Liu's VIP room, there's a surveillance camera. Now his family has come looking." Jiang Fulai, "Miss Bai really didn't understand that there are things like surveillance cameras these days." He started the car, drove into the stream of people, found a clear space to stop, and said very calmly, now there isn't. What? Director Chen didn't understand. Jiang Fulai reached out, took a laptop from the back seat. His pale fingers pressed the power button, and Jiang Fulai said indifferently, I'm saying the surveillance, it's gone now. Director Chen got it immediately, oh, okay. Xiangqing Hospital. Evening. When Bai Lian brought Jiang He to visit Shenqing, Dr. Lance had already arrived earlier to check on the patient. Shenqing was doing well. She had been transferred from the ICU in the afternoon and was now in the VIP ward. Learning that Dr. Lance was the surgeon for Shenqing, Ji Hing showed great respect. He poured Dr. Lance a glass of water. Dr. Lance, please have some water. Dr. Lance was wearing a floral shirt that day. His sunglasses were tucked into his collar while he reviewed the nurse's rounds record for Shenqing. Upon hearing this, he looked up. No, I don't want water, I want Hichia. Ah. Ji Heng was startled. He thought Dr. Lance was speaking English and called Ji Xiaojun over. Ji Xiaojun had just woken up from a nap this morning and was feeling refreshed. He also had great respect for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, what did you say? Something about he. Chia, Ka, Chia. Dr. Lance held the rounds record in one hand and gestured with the other. He Chia, Chia. I want he Chia. This was quite a challenge for Ji Xiaojun. Chia. He tentatively looked at Dr. Lance. Yes, Chia, Dr. Lance excitedly explained, making a drinking motion, water. No. I don't want it. Ji Heng, using all his knowledge, still couldn't understand what Dr. Lance was saying, so he suggested to Ji Xiaojun, you should check if Hichia is some kind of drink. Okay. Ji Xiaojun took out his phone and searched for Dr. Lance. When Bai Lian arrived, Ji Xiaojun was still at a loss. Bai. Dr. Lance stood up, waving his hands at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had exchanged greetings with Dr. Lance and saw Ji Xiaojun searching cluelessly, so she raised an eyebrow and asked a question. Ji Xiaojun was showing Bai Lian his phone and explaining the Hichia situation, still frustrated at not being able to find anything. Uncle, Bai Lian was silent for a long while, then looked up somewhat speechlessly. He means, he wants to drink tea. Finally hearing the words he wanted to hear, Dr. Lance quickly looked up again, excitedly saying, yeah. Yeah. That's Hichia. Xia. Chapter 200, 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang Hu is good at dealing with aftermath _3. He had been studying Chinese for a while now, and his typing was fine, but when he spoke, he found every word awkward. Ji Xiaojun, Ji Heng, both were very silent. Ji Xiaojun silently went to make tea for Dr. Lance with the leaves brought by Director Chen, earning himself a thumbs up from Lance. Shenqing hadn't woken up yet, but her vital signs were all good. Bai Lian sat beside Shenqing and casually placed her hand on her pulse. Bai, Dr. Lance, holding a teacup, stood aside, and after the previous incident, felt his Chinese wasn't good enough, switched back to English. Is this the Chinese medicine pulse-taking thing you're doing? Bai Lian withdrew her hand as Shenqing's pulse was steady. She exhaled slowly and said leisurely to Ji Xiaojun, Auntie will wake up tomorrow morning. Ji Xiaojun was eating beside them. When he heard Bai Lian speak, he thought she was just trying to comfort him. All right, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. Ji Heng had stayed here for a whole day and night, would go back with Bai Lian in the evening, and bring food for Ji Xiaojun the next morning. Dr. Lance also followed Bai Lian downstairs. Bai, acupuncture, give me acupuncture, it's acupuncture. Bai Lian corrected. The next day. Morning. Ji Mulan and Su En routinely came to the hospital to see Shenqing. You two are busy, you don't need to come every day. Ji Heng's attitude towards Su En had improved quite a bit. He then told Ji Xiaojun, wash the fruit Xiaochen bought last night. Ji Xiaojun went to wash the fruit. The two of them were grateful to Suen, but didn't feel too close to him. Ji Mulan looked at the fruit Ji Xiaojun washed and placed there, and at Ji Hing's attitude toward Suen, which was not even as good as that toward Xiaoqin, who was only mentioned verbally. I still have to go sign a contract with Director Liu. Suen was aware of this and didn't plan to overstay his welcome with the family. I will come again tomorrow. After people left, Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hing and said with an uncertain tone, "You are not even as nice to us as that Xiaoqin." She hadn't figured it out. When she left Xiangqing, she didn't know that Ji Hing had an old friend who was fond of fishing. Ji Hing frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly pressed the emergency bell, excitedly saying, "Nurse. Nurse, she's opening her eyes." Because Shen Qing had woken up. A bunch of doctors and nurses came again, and the entire ward was crowded with people. Ji Hing stood aside, no longer paying attention to Ji Mulan, just watching Shen Qing on the bed, suddenly remembering what Bai Lian had said the night before, that Shen Qing would wake this morning. Did she really wake up? A coincidence? For the first time, he felt a bit uncertain about his granddaughter, shrouded in mystery. Ji Mulan didn't want to crowd with so many people. Just then, her cell phone rang in her bag. She took it out as she walked out. It was a call from Beijing. "Hello. Mulan, it's me." On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Ji Mulan stood in the middle of the hallway, pausing, her voice growing distant, "Mrs. Song." The person on the line laughed softly, her voice very gentle. "You've been out of touch for the past 2 years, just say what you want to say." Ji Mulan pressed the elevator button and scoffed, "You don't have to beat around the bush." "All right then." On the phone, Mrs. Song casually snipped off branch tips from a potted plant and threw the scissors aside. "Do you know that Bai Lian has left the Bai family?" The elevator doors opened, but Ji Mulan didn't get on. At those words, the chill in her eyes deepened. Hearing no reply, Mrs. Song understood and thought for a moment. "You know, Song Min and Bai Lian never got along since they were kids." Talking about her son, Mrs. Song's voice became considerably softer. "The two of them have different interests. Song Min has always liked research, and he's going to Jiangjing University to be in a lab. The one who actually matches his interests is Xiaoqi." Mrs. Song stopped there, paused, and didn't continue mentioning Bai Xiaoqi to Ji Mulan. "That's why Mr. Bai also agreed to annul their engagement." Ji Mulan had always been quite satisfied with Song Min's family background and talents. Mrs. Song talking about annulling the engagement now, Ji Mulan was all too clear about her intentions. Wasn't it just to ally with that illegitimate daughter? Anything else? Ji Mulan asked. "You know about the jade pendant that was given when those two got engaged," Mrs. Song said, her voice growing much colder. "But Bai Lian has always been reluctant to return it, not taking our calls." Chapter 201, 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update, _1, isn't it normal for her not to answer your calls? Ji Mulan sneered, "It's not that she doesn't want to pay, she's blacklisted you." Bai Lian had even blacklisted her number. Would she answer a call from the Song family? Madame Song was taken aback by Ji Mulan's words. "You should go and ask her for the money yourself." Ji Mulan stepped into the elevator, handing Ji Hing's phone number to Madame Song. "I can't manage her now." Having said that, she snapped the phone shut with a click. Beijing, Song family. Madame Song looked at the hung-up phone in surprise. A short distance away, Bai Xiaoqi was discussing problems with Song Min. "She still hasn't done this problem." Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen, looking at a person's homepage. "The problem was released 2 days ago. How has she not done it yet?" "What's the matter?" Madame Song walked over, asking with a smile. "Auntie, it's this." Bai Xiaoqi opened the smartphone app and showed her account to Madame Song. Madame Song looked down. It was the Blue app of Jiangjing University. Beijing High School had 10 spots, and both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had earned theirs on their own merits. On the bottom left corner of the public screen, a bunch of prodigies were buzzing. Day 4 without seeing the godlike Bai Jian, missing her. I wish the god Jian logs on today. Forget it, you bunch of useless things, none of you can solve it. An elder with a long history leisurely lit a cigarette. It's like seeing the scene of Emperor L slaughtering through the app years ago. Xiaoqi, you're actually ranked over 300, you will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Madame Song was very satisfied with Bai Xiaoqi, inevitably noticing the name that kept popping up on the public screen, Bai Jian. Who is this person? She emerged out of nowhere this month. I don't know why she's only ranked a little over 100, but her physics and mathematics are terrifying, Bai Xiaoqi explained softly to Madame Song. Everyone on the app calls her the god Jian. Song Min also added, uncommonly, her physics and math solutions are clearer than the standard answers, and every time a problem is released, we are waiting for her analysis, but she has been online very seldom recently. Is that so? Madame Song was very surprised, as she was quite familiar with the app. Then she will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Next to them, Song Min narrowed his eyes slightly, not responding. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smartphone screen. On the screen, there was a private message he had sent to Bai Jian a few days ago. Hey God Jian, you haven't been doing problems recently, are you busy with something? It had been unread all this while. After Bai Xiaoqi went home, Madame Song looked at Song Min, pondering for a moment. Come with me to Xiangqing this weekend. What for? Song Min was scrolling through the app, not finding anything new, so he turned off his phone. To inquire about the mining news, Madame Song picked up her coffee. And have you forgotten that the jade pendant is still with Bai Lian? Seeking Bai Lian for the jade pendant was an added task. After all, Bai Lian wasn't worth them making a special trip to Xiangqing. Upon hearing this, Song Min did not ask any further questions. How is Xiaoqi doing with her guzheng lessons? Madame Song remembered this matter, in planning to take her to Jiangjing at the end of the year. Madame Song was from Jiangjing. She made this decision after knowing that Bai Xiaoqi had learned to play the guzheng and could even play the melody in white. Based on this, she had cut off contact with Bai Lian. Quite well, Song Min spoke up. Rarely do we see someone with good grades who still finds time to practice the instrument. Madame Song was quite satisfied. If she could also write in the Liang style, that old gentleman would surely like her even more. Song Min shook his head. Not anyone can master that. That's true, Madame Song felt she could not be too harsh. Xiangqing. Suan was hosting a meeting. He extended his hand, greeting the two people in front of him one by one. CEO Liu, Miss Yan Liu, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. CEO Liu was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a smile like Maitreya Buddha, not resembling a businessman but more like a philanthropist. Yan Liu had black wavy hair and bright red lips, dressed in a black long dress. She looked at Suan's hand but did not take it. Suan was taken aback. Yan Liu, what are you dazing out for? The manager behind her forced a smile. Hurry up and shake hands with Mr. Su. She reached out and pinched Yan Liu's waist. Mr. Su, Yan Liu is a bit shy. CEO Liu also gave Yan Liu a smile, saying gently, when she was little, she used to be very obedient. Yan Liu shook hands with Suan indifferently. After signing the contract, Yan Liu left the building with a dark expression and found a restroom. What's wrong with you? Didn't CEO Liu say that Mr. Su is an influential figure, and you dared not reciprocate when he offered a handshake? Her manager scolded her from behind. We finally got this opportunity, and you could have been cast in the great eternal prosperity with just a handshake, breaking away from being a third-tier Xiaming. Chapter 202, 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update, _2 Yan Liu turned on the faucet without a word, continuously scrubbing her right hand. Scrubbing until it was nearly red. Her manager paused, then said helplessly, "How many times have you been criticized for your OCD? Can't you try to change it?" "I can't change it." Yen Lu pulled out a piece of paper, dried her hands, then put on her mask and left. "It's one thing for industry peers," the manager said solemnly, "but Mr. Su is no joke. Even President Liu holds him in high esteem, haven't you noticed? Try to avoid this kind of situation next time." Yen Lu nodded, "I'll try my best." In Xiangqing No. 1 High School, it was the second monthly exam of the weekend. Sunday morning. The last exam was comprehensive science. Once Bai Lian wrote the last word, she picked up her pen and immediately left the examination hall. The teacher glanced at the test paper in hand, then at Bai Lian, who casually picked up her pen, neatly folded the almost unused school-supplied paper, and stuffed it into her pocket before leaving. He looked especially disheveled. "No, you only brought 2 pens for a science exam. There's no need to be so arrogantly unprepared. You handed in your paper early." Zhang Xi's came out of the last exam room and saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on her earphones to listen to the English listening test, glanced at him, and mercilessly burst his bubble. "You didn't know how to do physics and handed in a blank paper? You're doomed." Zhang Xi's cursed under his breath, "I wrote something. If guessing on multiple-choice questions counts as writing, then you did write." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Zhang Xi's was speechless. Such a perverted question, aside from you, who could answer it? While they were talking, Ning Xiao, who had finished his paper early, came down from another floor and unexpectedly initiated conversation. "What?" Zhang Xi's, he chose to isolate these 2 people. Bai Lian wasn't going to the library today but to take another bus, walking a little further with the 2 of them. Ahead was the moat that split open and flowed around the city gate. On the small bridge, a woman with sunglasses stood with both hands on the railing, looking at the somewhat tumultuous river. Her long hair fell behind her back, curling with a lazy grace. Her jawline was sharp, her face pale as jade, dressed in a blue long t-shirt, white boots, and wearing a black leather jacket over it. Yen Lu. Zhang Shi's eyes lit up, and he ran excitedly towards her. Yen Lu's hands paused. She turned her head back and, seeing Zhang Shi's, removed her sunglasses. "Don't you have an exam today?" "I finished early." Zhang Shi's didn't really want to answer that question, so he opened his backpack, took out a snow-white iris, and handed it to Yen Lu. "Oh right, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight." Yen Lu reached out to take the iris, its clusters white as snow. "Got it," she said, touching a petal and strangely glancing at Zhang Shi's. "Why do you always give me irises? They suit you." Yen Lu glanced at him and smiled noncommittally. Her gaze moved forward and hesitated upon seeing Bai Lian. "Is that your classmate?" "Yeah," said Zhang Shi's very smugly, with some pride, "our Ning scholar," and Bai Lian, the school belle, cutting a swath through everyone. Holding the flower, Yen Lu looked towards Ning Xiao and Bai Lian as they approached. It was Sunday today. Bai Lian wore a white and green long dress, with a meticulously tailored white collared shirt embroidered with green grape bunches and deep brown vines. The white-green gradient dress had a wide hem that swung gently with her footsteps, revealing the green and purple grapes as well as the emerald leaves embroidered into the dress by Ji Heng. Such beautiful clothes. But the girl's face was even more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes, pretty and lazy, squinted slightly, and the sunlight shining on her jaw was like light reflecting off ice and snow. "Your classmate is so beautiful." Even Yen Lu, accustomed to the many handsome men and beautiful women of the entertainment industry, was stunned by this sudden surge of beauty. "Of course." Zhang Shi spoke, then introduced Yen Lu to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. With the flowers in hand, Yen Lu said to Bai Lian, "Classmate, if my agent saw you, he'd definitely force you into the entertainment circle. If you entered the circle, you'd be a hit anywhere you went." After exchanging greetings, Zhang Xiais wanted to take Yan Lu for a walk, so he said to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Yan Lu was just enjoying the scenery. "I'll take her for a stroll, we want to accompany you too." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, enjoying the scenery. She somehow felt Yan Lu was more inclined to jump off the bridge. In a coffee shop in downtown Xiangqing, as soon as Bai Lian got off the bus, she saw Ji Heng waiting there. Ji Heng was wearing a black long coat, talking to Director Qin. "After they get discharged from the hospital in a while, we'll go fishing." Chapter 203, 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update, _3, how is your sister-in-law feeling? Director Qin hadn't visited Shenqing today, he only dropped Ji Heng off here. "I see Brother Ji has been in good spirits these past 2 days. "Not bad," Ji Heng replied, looking down and taking a drag from his cigarette. It was only when he saw Bai Lian get out of the car that he said, "She's here now, you don't have to wait with me anymore." "Miss Bai," Director Qin straightened up as he saw Bai Lian. He called Ji Heng uncle and Ji Xiaojun brother. And he still called Bai Lian Miss Bai. After all, everyone addressed each other in their own way. Standing 2 steps away, Bai Lian looked through the glass and saw the elegantly dressed Madame Song. As Ji Heng walked over, she listened to an English recording and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" "Don't ask," Ji Heng exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice unclear. He stubbed out his cigarette before entering the coffee shop. Sitting by the window inside the coffee shop, Madame Song was sitting upright. She had been holding her coffee and had noticed Ji Heng and Director Qin at the door for some time. Ji Heng was wearing the kind of traditional Chinese attire he made himself, the very picture of a common man from Xiangqing. Madame Song hadn't paid much attention until Bai Lian walked in with Ji Heng. Only then did she realize that this man was likely Bai Lian's grandfather, Ji Mulan's father. "Mr. Ji, hello," Madame Song greeted Ji Heng very politely, inviting both to sit across from her and ordering coffee for them. "Bai Ao will drink, right?" "No need," Bai Lian said, sitting next to Ji Heng, tapping her fingertips on the table. "Just speak directly to me if you have something to say." "Song Min hasn't arrived yet," said Madame Song, somewhat embarrassed. She had called Song Min, speaking in a low voice. "Alien and her grandfather are here, where are you?" At the other end of the phone, Song Min hesitated before replying, "I was discussing a topic with Xiaoqi and forgot. Give me 10 minutes. Madame Song had long been aware that Song Min wasn't very concerned about matters regarding Bai Lian. She looked up, helplessly explaining to Ji Heng and Bai Lian. Ji Heng had always been a man of few words. He set his pipe on the table, grunted in acknowledgement, and said no more. Bai Lian glanced at Ji Heng, and seeing that he was still waiting, she closed her reading app and sent a message back to Lance on WeChat. Only then did she open an app, took a pen and a neatly folded piece of paper from the hidden pocket of her long skirt, and began to work on a question. A newly released question on optical physics. Not overly difficult, she glanced at it, quickly sketched the refraction angles on the paper, and began writing down the solution at a measured pace. Ji Heng watched from the side. She never used a ruler when she drew. By the time Song Min arrived, Bai Lian had just finished writing. She was taking a photo of the analyses she had completed. "He's here," Madame Song stood, allowing Song Min to come over, then turned to introduce him to Ji Heng. "This is my son." Ji Heng looked up, turning his attention to Song Min. He had heard from Ji Mulan the previous night that Bai Lian was quite fond of this young man. Today, he was here to see for himself. Song Min, tall and long-legged, sat next to Madame Song, making the space feel a bit cramped. His demeanor was cold, and he only spared Ji Heng a glance. "Hello." As for Bai Lian, he didn't even look at her. He just casually took out his phone and lowered his head to open a question bank. Outside. Director Qin hadn't left yet. He was waiting here, ready to take Bai Lian and Ji Hing back later. When he looked up, he saw Song Min sitting opposite Bai Lian, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly took a photo and sent it to Jiang Fulai. Not good, young Master Jiang, Miss Bai is on a blind date. Song Min is using the Jiangjing University app. He prefers to solve problems online and is even ranked in the top 50 for this month, said Madame Song to Ji Hing, smiling as she spoke. Song Min had always been someone to be proud of. However, the two people across from her had no reaction. Madame Song paused, then shook her head. Ji Hing probably didn't know what that was, and as for Bai Lian, she previously tried to cheat her way to getting that spot but didn't succeed, so she likely didn't understand what the ranking meant. This is the situation, Mr. G. Madame Song decided to be direct. The children were previously engaged, and we gave Alien a jade pendant. Now that the engagement has been called off, do you think the jade pendant should be returned? I know it was the Song family's fault for breaking off the engagement, and this is our compensation. She pushed forward a bank card. Now that Bai Lian had left the Bai family, seeing her with her grandfather, they must need money. Ji Hing didn't say a word, nor did he look at the bank card, simply turning his head to gaze at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was busy uploading her answer to the app. On hearing this, she slightly raised her head. The light came through the window and fell upon her face, lending her marble-like complexion an extra hint of rosy allure. However, her dark eyes were clearly puzzled. Jade pendant. She searched her mind for this detail, trying to recall the jade pendant. Bai Lian remained silent, and no sound came from the coffee table. Madame Song put down her coffee cup and quietly watched Bai Lian, knowing that today it would be difficult to get the jade pendant back. Song Min finally looked up, directly at Bai Lian for the first time. What exactly do you want this time to give up the jade pendant? Another million in compensation. Or perhaps, I could try my best to talk to the school authorities and help you apply for a spot on the Jiangjing University app. How about that? Would you hand over the jade pendant then? Chapter 204, 076, Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _1 Song Min was the biggest dark horse at Beiqing High School in recent years. His rank was closing in on Jiangjing. If he stepped forward to negotiate with the school, there was a very good chance they would vie for this spot. Of course, as the negotiator, Song Min would also assure the school of his rank in the next joint exam. Song Min didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Lian like this. He knew that Bai Lian had always coveted this spot, so he threw her this irresistible bait directly. Ji Heng was unaware of the matter regarding the jade pendant. When he received the call from Mrs. Song, she was afraid that mentioning the jade pendant to Ji Heng would give Bai Lian an excuse not to come, so she deliberately concealed it. He thought he was here to meet Song Min today. Only when Song Min spoke up did he realize the intention of the two people from the Song family. Ji Heng, who was usually silent and reticent, suddenly stood up, burning with rage. What do you mean by this? Bai Lian was still thinking about the jade pendant. Seeing Ji Heng stand up, she hurriedly followed suit, patting his back and trying to soothe him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Mrs. Song across from them was also taken aback. How could she have expected that what seemed to be an honest and simple old man from the 18th tier Xiangqing could burst into such a formidable aura when agitated? Even stronger than many others she had met. Mr. G, Mrs. Song hesitated inwardly but put away her contempt. Please don't be angry. This is a matter between the Song and Bai families, and Mr. Bai has already given his consent. It would be one thing to give you anything else, but this jade pendant is an heirloom of the Song family. We have come with enough sincerity to reclaim it, and I will agree to any conditions you put forth. At this point, Mrs. Song felt somewhat of a headache, of course, except for the engagement. You know, Alien has left the Bai family, and our Song Min will certainly not stay in Beiqing in the future. They are simply not suitable for each other. Of course, I hope you will cooperate while I am still able to speak to you reasonably, otherwise, Mrs. Song cut straight to the point with a smile. She didn't spell it out, but what she implied was that Bai Lian was simply not worthy of Song Min. The gap between them was too wide. She was able to speak kindly to the Ji family now, but if she lost patience, the Song family could enforce their will directly, and Bai Lian would get nothing. Powerful families always stress equal social standing. If Bai Lian herself had a bit more merit, Mrs. Song might have reconsidered, but unfortunately, she did not. Next to Mrs. Song, Song Min was watching Bai Lian with indifference, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You too, Bai Lian, having calmed Ji Hing, turned her head. Her appearance was always deceiving, and now as she faced them, with suppressed eyebrows and a compelling presence, she smiled at them and said languidly, "If your brains are bad, that's fine, but make sure to keep yourselves healthy, otherwise, you might die too soon." Outside the window, Director Chen shuddered at Bai Lian's "you two figure out who I should shark next" smile. Perhaps it wasn't a meeting for a marriage arrangement. After Bai Lian left the Bai family, this was the first time Song Min had seen her, and her temperament and everything else were too different from the person he remembered. Especially that sentence. Song Min frowned at Bai Lian, annoyed by her sarcastic tone. "You, what about me?" Bai Lian casually slipped a black pen into her pocket, walked out of her seat, let Ji Hing go out first, and lifted her pale, cold chin. "If I had that jade pendant, I would have surely burned it for you already, but since I don't, there's no chance for me to do so." After all, the peaceful and friendly modern era barely gave Miss Bai any chance to show her mettle. Living within the law was already very compliant, so what if she was a little less civil, a bit more insulting? The two members of the Song family hadn't yet processed what she meant by to burn. Oh right, Bai Lian had Ji Hing leave first, casually tossing her phone in her hand, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and, slightly turning her head, she curled her lips slightly towards the two. "Your jade pendant is still at the Bai family. With some luck, you might find it in the trash can of the room where Miss Bai used to live." She, Mrs. Song, born into a prestigious family with an even more distinguished maternal family from Jiangjing, had been taught noble etiquette since childhood, always held in high regard. Never before had she been subjected to such insults. Even the well-composed Mrs. Song trembled with anger at her lips. "Mother, she's always been like this," Song Min, both unsurprised and unexpected, given Bai Lian's reputation as a spoiled lady who mingled with ruffians daily, first asked the Bai family. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.